ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
looking forward to playing against a lot of the new academy teams. I think that brings competition and stakes to the matches, so this should be a lot more fun.
The players. Oh, Geezer running into the volley. Oh, this is all sad all day. Renz gets 2 though, kills 1 on default, but quickly shut down. Still in a very tough spot, but Welly didn't need it.
I'm excited to gatekeep teams from going to champion and beating them so they can't go, and maybe us going.
Jerwin finds another. Shondex falls over. Krolik and Geezer at backside. They take a little bit of damage, but Krolik at least kills Welly. But Geezer is all alone. But Krolik finds an unbelievable angle on Jerwin, but they're slow creeping around the corner. It's gone so awry. Geezer ends up finishing off the round.
Just like excited to show off my skills because I've been grinding in tier 3 for quite a while, and then I could finally get a chance to prove myself.
You might sacrifice Hanzo, but Leo needs to hit this shot. The timing might just be perfect for nature. Injured, dead.
Plant, but Sleepers are around the corner. 5v3 retake. No. Here comes Sleepers. They're wide awake, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good. And it's the ultimate upset in map 3.
I'd say that I'm most excited to show as a player in his team that we can beat everyone easily and qualify for champs.
Down, wait a minute, who is that? Satellite also knocking at the front door. Sleepers, they know what to do. It's the end of the round. And follow in Duck's footsteps. But SRB had the manpower in the end. What an onslaught of battle, Shio.
I mean, I would just say the possibility to go to champs. I feel like now, like, everyone's dream is to win champions, so be able to, like, qualify through tier 2 is the best case scenario.
1v2, all up to Jack to try and save them in this series. A shock dart launched over. Moose 20 HP now. One bullet will do it, but Jack needs to be perfect, and, well, it looks like QOR just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack, but he can't get the 4.
It's been exciting to finally play in tier 2. I don't know. I'm just excited to play. That's all I got. I don't know.
Stallion falls though, and well, Moose is just hiding in the smoke. Jack B-hopping through it though. Double shorty shot, easy kill. YFP still need to clear smoke from this cubby holder from YFP. Yeah, unlucky. Didn't really expect that. Now Smoke has to look 3 different ways at once, and with that HP, you ain't surviving long. Jack with a nice kill on YFP and make it 7.
Yeah, I'm excited to play Shopify the most. I like nature a lot on that team. So other than that, it's kind of unknown. I'm excited to play the academy teams too. A lot of friends there too. But for now, we'll keep it very simple and keeping myself humble for now.
He's got a flash ready. He's got the outlaw too. QOR not careful. GMD, hello! Look at the spawn. You've been infiltrated by the enemy.
I want to show that I could still compete. I do want to come back with some vengeance, and you know, I want to be able to show that I can compete with the best. So
taking a 2v2 near the Viper's wall, and QOR still makes his mark. EG just trying to take angles around, surround and conquer. Zerona, Mitch work perfectly together, and EG take the pistol.
$29.
27.
25.
19.
Oh wow. 14.
Like 21.
Oh, dude. Shoot. There's like at least 25. There's at least 25.
24.
28. Oh wow. 18. Okay.
26.
30.
22.
12.
23.
Oh my god. 30. 30.
13.
I think 13.
11.
9.
9.
In the map pool 7, total like 10 or 11.
9 or 10? No, there's like 11. I'm just gonna go with 11. Shoot at 11.
11.
13.
13.
13.
9.
11.
There's like 7.
Total maps. 12.
Total maps 10.
6,200.
That would be 6,300 or 6,200.
6,250.
6,200.
5,700. Max shield is 6,100.
Operator is 4,700. With Ghost is another. Dude, I'm so bad at math. Yeah, I would never buy a Ghost. I was gonna go 5,200. Throw it at 5,300.
6,200.
6,200.
6,200.
5,200.
6,200.
6,200.
6,250.
5,900.
Plus match shield, 670.
1. No, 5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload? 5.
5.
5.
Per reload. 5.
5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload, 5.
6. Bro, I'm actually noob. I knew a complete noob.
Reyna.
Sky.
Reyna.
I believe it was Killjoy.
Killjoy?
It was Reyna.
The original one. I mean, Reyna was the first character released, I think.
Reyna.
Reyna.
Ooh, Reyna?
The first agent. No, the first agent added was Reyna.
Reyna.
Was it not Reyna, right? Was it Reyna?
650.
650.
700.
Brimstone. Oh. 900.
I want to say 750.
800.
800.
650. 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
It's all 20 seconds now.
10 seconds.
Excite possibly well, yes, but a heroics. Excite Pain is playing with it, and they did perfectly with the gravitational pull.
Lorican's in trouble. Recon Bolt gonna push him away from this angle. Stunna is just sprinting, but Giza more stationary. Is able to get you 2. Overdrive is out, and Rens can use that to good effect.
I think they're confident because of that convergent path, but they're still getting taken. Unless SaD can pull through with something but 3 players surrounding.
And Bonnie again just drops in the instant he gets on the site. No teleport available there for 6 in a row. What a turnaround for Victix.
From Sleepers here, yeah, just doing their homework, and God, Duck still manages to leak out and grab one on the way down. Giza's got a whole lot of resource management. Sorex comes in.
That's the way it goes. And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play. Stunna on site. Yeah, we'll retract back. The bitch to step up. But Stunna's still good for at least a couple, and we get more fun in the pistols.
Oh, wow, and this is such a beautiful flank. They've waited. Now, having 3 players left alive, but we still do have Iron with a lot of firepower. How do they do this? I mean, potentially so, actually.
Only 3 days left here in the VALORANT Challengers North America Playoffs with 4 teams remaining. We are out of second chances. It is time for the teams to do or die as they get closer and closer, becoming our Stage 1 champion. Welcome in, everybody. It has been an amazing competition so far. I cannot wait to get started with today. Sierra Dawn, Roy, and Ash on the desk. Roy, special occasion. You've done your hair and everything. Like, we got some good matches going into today.
Yo, wait, what do you mean by that? I do my hair every time. It just doesn't look good on camera. You guys have to believe me, okay? You guys have to believe me. But I'm happy to be here, okay? It's another beautiful day of VALORANT. My hair might not be beautiful, Sierra, but the games that we're going to be seeing today are going to be so much fun. The ending of the split has been honestly extremely interesting with some crazy unexpected turns of events, some outcomes that have been a little bit less than ideal and a little bit unexpected is the only word I can kind of think of right now. But yeah, another amazing day of lineups ahead of us, and I'm excited to watch some VALORANT.
It's also just crazy how quickly this split has absolutely flown by with a bit of a condensed schedule, with the fact that, you know, these teams are going to be fighting it out for that opportunity to play into the play-ins there for Americas and then potentially even champs. So I'm really excited to see how these rosters are now settling in now that it's crunch time, right? We've seen so much development throughout this first split already. Everybody's locked in now for the last couple matches of split 1.
And we're at the point now where we're really starting to see a separation between the top teams and who's just getting picked off along the way. But you want to talk about the split going by quickly? Let's talk about yesterday, Ash, because yesterday was such a fast day. And this is where we really got to see that separation and the top teams really cement themselves.
Yeah, and we had to say, you know, goodbye to an NRG Academy where they had been looking pretty good how they've developing throughout the playoffs, but SaD Esports had an extremely dominant first map, and I feel like you got to give so much credit to Welly. Like, he was going off both maps throughout this best of 3 series, just really holding things down as that person who's like second, third in. But when we headed over to Corrode, even though NRG Academy were able to make it close, they couldn't take it over the line, and SaD Esports still ended off 13-11 with Shondex still putting out an absolute insane performance on that chamber, doing his best to try and take it all the way to Haven. But overall, SaD Esports, they just continue to look cleaner and cleaner every time we see them.
Yeah, I can't agree anymore. I'm really digging the SaD Esports side. And of course, right after this match, we did get to see the Sleepers versus M80, which was a pretty fun game to watch as well. I mean, this was a huge bounce back from their upper bracket loss for Sleepy. And then also we got to see some insane attack sides by them. Their defensive side have been getting better as well. But what we saw was just a clean 2-0, guys. The 13-7, 13-6 on split as well. We got to see the pop-offs. We got to see the IGL stepping in. I mean, listen, we all know Duck is crazy, but the performance that he put up in this series specifically was insane to watch. And then, of course, we got to see the split from as a second map from Sleepers versus M80, and where a Duck was popping off, Storex was popping off, and of course, the young superstar Solada in the making. I mean, he's just such a beast. He put up 228 damage per round, by the way, in this series, which is crazy to think about, and 7-1 on the first skills, first steps. I mean, it was an impressive bounce back. I was kind of curious to see how they're going to bounce back from their loss in the upper bracket, but it seemed like it was just nice and easy.
I mean, you're talking about a clean series, but we got to see some nasty shots coming out of Sleepers, and that'll be really interesting to see that going on forward against these teams that are a little bit more coordinated, right? I love to see that juxtaposition that we have here, as it's going to be those two teams we saw yesterday facing off today, Ash, to try and stay alive throughout this. And of course, we'll also get the opportunity to find out who is going to be our first grand finalist with the matchup between QOR and SRB.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense one. Kind of wild to see our top 2 seeds from the Swiss stage in that lower semifinal right now. SaD having been undefeated during Swiss, and for Sleepers, very close behind them with that 4-1 scoreline. And I think it's going to be such a fun rematch that we're going to get to see between them as well. It's going to be intense. It went all 3 maps last time around. I'm expecting the same today.
Oh, it is going to be such a good day. We have such a great matchup to be starting off with, of course, elimination on the line. 4 teams remain, and after today, only 3. So let's start talking about our very first matchup, this Sleepers versus SaD Esports. That rematch that you talked about with Roy, 2 teams with very different approaches to Valorant.
Very different approaches, teams with very bright players, new talent among some veteran players as well. The number 1 and number 2 seed battling it out for elimination in lowers. Listen, I'm gonna say it. Okay, I'm gonna say it. The last loss for Sleepers doesn't count in my eyes or my heart. Okay, it's null and void. I'm looking forward to the future. I like the bounce back from the M80 side. It's gonna be beautiful, but I think it's safe to say that the level of Valorant that we're gonna be seeing in this game specifically is going to be through the roof.
I mean, it's not even cope when you say you feel like their last loss didn't count, because they had a coach stepping in. I mean, things just weren't going their way, but it did put them in this position where they have to fight for their life through this lower bracket up against the team who was undefeated within our Swiss stage. But for this side of Sleepers and looking over at the players, I feel like that shouldn't necessarily be an issue. This has been a team that has been kind of discounted a lot throughout the stage, and Ash, like, we're no longer counting them out. Like, they have that firepower, they have this momentum, and like that win yesterday was just a masterclass.
I think to have such a dominant win up against an M80 that was really finally coming to life into the playoff stage just says so much about the growth of this young team. Like, we've constantly counted them as an underdog, right? And they constantly continue to surprise. I think there's always been expectations that other rosters should be able to catch up to them, get a read on how they want to play this game. But when it comes down to what they're actually doing in the server, the work that Who is putting in here for Sleepers as well, it's just wild to see the improvements that we're seeing from them. That double duelist suits this roster so well with the space that Leo and Tanza are able to create, and the rest of the roster always so good on the follow-up for this trade.
Yeah, but this is one of the flashiest teams we've had in the league, honestly, and by far, in my opinion. Like, they're so interesting. They're probably one of the most interesting teams we've had in VCL. They're the again, the vibes are a little bit off in the last match. I'm gonna discount that, but when you look at this team, I see players that will most likely be in tier 1 at some point in the non-distant future, right? Like, as long as these players keep playing, as long as they keep improving, we're likely going to see these superstars. We're seeing them in the making right now, and I think the level of Valorant that we're going to be seeing today is so unique, and it's so like their identity is kind of just their own, and they play it the way they play it, and they're not really adhering to like an outside opinion, and it's just nice to see.
It has been so much fun, and I love the flashiness. I love this double duelist, but like, let's be real here, it's basically a triple duelist team. When you start looking at the step up from the players, we have to talk about SaLada. I mean, when we talk about their last match and an M80 that couldn't quite get things going, Ash, I think a couple of these rounds where SaLada just single-handedly dismantled the team. This 2v4, he's popping off to get the 4K. Like, SaLada was just on a tear and nobody could stop him.
Yeah, he was an absolute raid boss in yesterday's matchup up against M80. It's just insane to see how much impact he's able to have on this Clove. We know that the Clove just really enables him to be that bit more aggressive on the controller, feel a little bit more comfortable to do so. And it just, again, works so well in the chaos that Roy was talking about that this team likes to create, right? You need to have multiple players who are willing to be those playmakers when they are going to get really aggressive, really scrappy in some of these rounds, and SaLada has absolutely been that guy. He's like the top performer right now for playoffs. It's absolutely insane to see.
And I feel like we're in such a mechanic heavy meta where it's so aggressive, and it feels like the only way out of this cave is to fight fire with fire. Like, you have to have players that are like SaLada, you have to have players like Tanza, you have to have players like Leo who are just constantly disrupting the game plans, interrupting the game flow. And for SaLada, whenever he's popping off, it feels like the EP wins are coming much easier.
Yeah, and the fact that there's multiple people on this team who can pop off, and then you have a SaLada just pulling insane numbers, it has made them a really formidable opponent to go up against. But on the opposing end of things, we cannot discount this SaD Esports roster at all. Again, undefeated through Swiss, a really close match to send them down into lowers, and a team, Roy, mixed with this veterans and these more fresh talent. But it's been so much fun to watch all of this come together.
And I think that fresh to veterancy ratio that they got going on in this team it honestly makes me dig them very, very well. Like, I really dig this roster. And I think this team is extremely dynamic, and that kind of ratio has made them a lot more dynamic, where they can fight fire with fire like we were talking about. They have those players, but they can also slow down. They can work picks with the operator. They can do set pieces. They have good defaults. Their comps, their team identity. It feels like it's all there for SaD Esports, which in my eyes makes them a really interesting team, and kind of it makes sense to why they were the #1 seed coming into playoffs.
And it's a team, too, that with each series, you can see just more and more coming out of them, which is crazy to say considering the hot streak they already had within things, right? But their last win, I think, was a really big testament to the work that they've been putting in. It was such a clean series coming on out, and it was something that seemed to be felt by the team as well. But we've talked so much about the double duelist and the flashy. We've talked a lot about this experienced talent with Stellar, but someone who we haven't necessarily talked about here has been Welly. And I'll say it for Dan, because Dan, I know, is really big on Welly, but Dan was saying this last year, saying it this year. Like, just Welly is amazing. Full point stop, period. Like, Ash, there's a reason that she's been so hyped on this player, and he really got to show up in yesterday's series to prove it.
Yeah, he's absolutely insane. Again, I think when you think about how this team likes to approach this matchup, with Welly being that second, third player in, he's constantly there, able to get the trades off of the space that's being created there by Derwin. So it's just very impressive, this individual performance and the support that he's able to put out into the roster here, Roy.
Yeah, Welly, I feel like having that third player in this meta and having such a strong player in that position specifically kind of puts things in a a peculiar situation where you have a clutcher, you have a person that's setting up these duelists as well, and you just have like a really well functioning machine. And he's very flashy and he's very cringe, and he'll use the Odin, and he'll kind of just like, he'll do a lot of the very Valorant-esque things that you need to do to just like throw this meta into a loop, because you kind of need these kind of players, right? You need the Odin spammers, you need like people to slow down the pace, make things a little bit more strategic. And that's kind of where that golden ratio that you were talking about, Sierra, can shine, when the tempo is controlled, when they're kind of in the driving seat, and there's players like Welly, Jerwin, and of course ZaD, these people that are kind of just doing their thing.
I want to say too, it's not cringe if you're winning, okay? Like, like it's not
No
cringe
shame.
if you have a little extra cash in your money because you're going to be the champ of it all. No shame. Use that Odin. Use it to all the impact it can have. But I think one of the more interesting things too that I'm looking at going into this series is going to be how these two teams approach the map. And that's where we want to talk about the IGL of the series, because we've had a lot of praise for Stellar and what he's been able to accomplish with this team, right? Duck on the opposing end, I mean, newer to this challenger scene, right? But obviously leading this team to great effect here, Roy. So I love to see this matchup, especially since they're two that can also hold their own within the server.
Yeah, no, I actually really love this shout, because these teams have such different identities and playstyles, but yet they're like some of the most consistent teams that we have in this league at the moment. And it feels like for Duck specifically, like his job is so important, because you're taking these sort of inexperienced players and you're turning them into absolute machines that are all on the same page, the structure, the identity, which feels like honestly the most important recipe right now for teams to find success in this current meta, is to have all these players on the same page. So the fact that he's doing that, popping off, putting in some pretty good numbers, and also getting everybody on the same page is so nice for Sleepy. And on the other hand, you have a person like Stellar, who's very experienced, brings in a lot of that structure, and it feels like he's still finding his own balance as well with like his team, where like you can tell by the how dynamic they are when they're playing. Like, and I'm sure we'll see it in the match as well, where they can play slow, they can play fast, and like being able to play on these different styles at a whim is so important. And it probably mostly falls on Stellar's calling and kind of his approach for practice and sort of just the overall structure for this roster.
And this will be really interesting too, because I feel like as the game goes on, it'll be a really good test for both of these IGLs. Stellar calling against this team that you just really don't know what to expect from, right? At any point, they can just throw a complete wrench in the plan. Whereas for Duck calling against this team that has been having a lot of work put into it and a lot more of experience in that calling role. So those two going toe-to-toe is going to be a lot of fun. And the map picks and bans should be an interesting one as well, because to be starting off our series, I mean, getting to it, a little drum roll as we pull up our maps. Drum roll, guys?
Got you. Yep.
Drum roll?
Hitting it.
I'm really bad with rhythm, guys.
Drum
I'm sorry.
roll? It's okay. Roy got me. Roy got me.
I got you.
SaD is picking up Breeze first. We got to see them here yesterday. And for sleepers, I mean, Roy, a complete unknown. So I'm really intrigued about our starting here.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Obviously, I kind of like the pick from the SaD Esports side. They've looked great on the map overall. It fits their identity that we talked about before. It lets Jerwin kind of snipe at his own pace while they have ZaD on the duelist as well. And it's a kind of a map where you can choose your battles, right? So it makes sense to why SaD Esports would pick it. But for me, the interesting thing with this Veto is that the Bind and the Corrode are hugely overlapped maps for these two teams. They're both extremely good on them. So for EP, the Bind is not really a weakness for the SaD side, but for the first map, it's a huge unknown factor. And if we get to that third map, if we get to Corrode, that one is also it's a very good map for both of these teams. So map 2, map 3, bangers.
I gotta definitely agree with Roy here. I think that for Breeze, for SaD Esports, I want to see them have like a very comfortable first map. I know that sleepers are definitely going to bring the heat in the server, that is for certain, but with how good of a map this has been historically for them, I feel like SaD really want to be able to kind of set the tempo and set the tone for how this best of 3 series is going to go. But again, there is that potential where sleepers might pull out, something out of their back pocket that you don't necessarily expect. I don't think that we will be straying away from the double duelist, double controller for this squad. Nonetheless, though, their approach to the map is definitely what is the it factor that could catch SaD off guard.
Yes, the unexpected, having to problem solve against a comp that maybe you haven't played against or haven't played against recently could be such a problem if things start to go against you, right? If you're SaD Esports, like it almost feels like you want to be in control that entire time, because if it's an unconventional comp, finding the solutions is going to be extremely difficult, especially against a team like Sleepers, where they can be a little bit erratic, they can be a little bit chaotic. But guys, I'm eyeing out that second map, that bind. Both of these teams are undefeated on that map. Like just 3-0 for SaD Esports, 4-0 for EEPY. That like the level of Valorant that we're going to be seeing is going to be so wild. And obviously the compositions are kind of the same, give or take. The duelists are the same for the most part. Actually, I think only the controller is different. It's just the brim for the clove. So if we do get to that, I mean, obviously we're going to get to bind, but if we see a crazy game on there, I would not be very surprised.
Yeah, I think even refocusing back on that bind, it's that expectation for the side of SaD Esports to have a strong attacking half, considering how dominant the attack will be in the second half from Sleepers, where I'm going to hope to see maybe some trap plays, knowing how they like to double burst on site. But locking back into this first map of Breeze, I can't wait to see what Sleepers are going to pull out.
I mean, one thing's for certain, we should have a banger series on our hands. But I'm curious, now that we've seen the map picks and bans and seen that first map of Breeze, is there any changes to you guys' overall predictions as we, chat? We got to right away. Ash is locked in. She's even. Oh, all three.
Wait, we're all
my
locked
God.
in?
We're friends on the desk today.
Cute, guys. Oh my gosh, we're matching. Ash, we're feeling good about this.
Casters?
That's for casters?
I mean, like, for me, you guys know I love a revenge story, right? I've got my eyes on Sleepers getting the revenge on SaD Esports for that round 3 loss to them in the Swiss stage. I think this team, again, is constantly just changing up how the game is being played, and that's what makes it so hard to find a little bit of control on the side of the opponents. That's not me taking anything away from SaD Esports, though. They've absolutely been a force so far in playoff.
SaD Esports has looked so good. They're like my number 2 team, honestly. I'm number 1 EP fan, and then the number 2 is right there is going to be SaD Esports. Like, I'm a big fan of both of these rosters. I would not be surprised if we went the distance, and I do believe to some extent that this could go either way. I think for me, EP is just the one thing with them is it's been answered, which is how are they going to bounce back against losses in important stakes, right? Like, yeah, they took a loss in group stage, but they bounced back beautifully right after. They took a loss in the playoffs, bounced back beautifully right after. So I think for me, that kind of just solves the formula for me. And I know that they're locked in. I know that they're ready. They're eyeing the prize, and I'm here for it.
I think one thing's for certain, this is crazy that this is just a lower round 3 match. I keep feeling with looking at these teams and looking at how good they've both looked within the server, that this should be a minimum a lower finals, if not a grand. But getting into the first map, we actually, Roy, got the triple duelist.
We got the triple duelist into a Harbor solo controller on defense side. This is going to be really interesting, okay, because I like it, but it's also a little scary, because if you're not getting those rounds on that defense side, if the mech is not working, if SaD Esports are responding well to that aggression, if the Astra and the Viper from the SaD Esports side is suffocating Sleepers on their defense side, rallying them, keeping them without information, that could be a very hard first half. Sleepers, they need as many rounds as possible in that first half, and I feel like if they can rack up some rounds and kind of have a comfortable second half where they could be in control on the attack side, should be good to go.
I think knowing the way that SaD Esports likes to play so controlled with Stellar's calling, the expectation is that they are going to anticipate a lot of that defender-sided aggression, right? And I'm looking for SaD Esports to maintain that map control on the attacking side, look to punish any over-aggression on the side of Sleepers there as well. And on the Sleepers end, if that does start to happen, it's going to be on Duck to make that call to play a little bit more for those retake scenarios, because those will absolutely go insane for some Fast Bloods.
I just can't believe we're actually getting the triple duelist coming out of Sleepers. Whatever SaD Esports thought they were going up against, I don't know if they were cooking this. Sleepers had tweeted out, if they got their 6-7 likes on a tweet, they would play this. I thought they were lying, though. Let's see if it's all just memes, though, if they're actually cooking with this comp, as it's time to head into the first map of this lower round 3. Let's head to Breeze and hear from your casters, Jaws and Marks.
Yes, thank you very much, Sierra. Here we are, do or die for Sleepers and SaD, Marks, and a triple duelist for our first map on Breeze. I mean, you can't tell me, Marks, you came into today expecting them to bring this out.
No, I definitely did not expect this one coming out. I knew Sleepers were going to come out of this one with something a little bit funny. The last time that they actually played this map was just at the beginning of February, where we saw something interesting happening, but of course the Harbor was a part of that composition as well. The thing is though, they just leaned, well, first of all, they got destroyed on the map, but they just leaned so heavy into something that they really believe in, and that is the pop-off potential of a lot of these players. And so let's see how this one plays out, because SaD, they've got a very standard composition. They know exactly how they want to play this one. And well, right now we're going to be raising the question, you know, does the word meta really mean that it is the only way to play a map?
How many rounds do you expect on the defense here for the triple duelist, though? That is the question here for Sleepers.
Oh man, I mean, at this point, right, like you can already see how SaD are kind of reacting to that, understanding that there's so much duelist pressure, and so they just kind of play it a little bit further back, you know, try to bait out some of the members of Sleepers to try and move in and get that space. But now they finally will be clashing head to head.
Little swing on the other. Okay. Solder with one, manages to get out as well, scot-free. Nice bandit headshot. They're going to try and accelerate here. A SaD through this wall, taking a lot of damage, though, as the spam comes in. Leo gets one as Duck dipping around the side of the statue. SaD, though, still made a little bit of a entrance for themselves. Low, though, on the site is SaD. What a shot from Tonza. Spike goes down, but so do the rest of SaD, and that's going to be a defuse in the first round, going over to Sleepers.
Kind of crazy, but once again, this is like the sleeper formula, if you will. I mean, even if you took a look at the game happening yesterday, right, like the individual pop-off potential for these players, just so confident, ready to move in there, be able to win out their kills, maybe find a multiple depending on which player you're looking at, and then just kind of call it a day. When you look at a lot more of the micro how they want to play off of each other, this utility, it's gonna enable a lot more of these kind of pop plays to just immediately try and take those fights. So pretty sleeper round, if you ask me to start us out on pistols. Jerwin this time is going to be bringing an outlaw in on the side of SaD. Looks like that's going to be the only real buy up, while Sleepers, yeah, it's going to be lots of long range weaponry as they try to hold SaD at bay yet again.
Yeah, buy with full armor. Very early presence in mid as well. Solana trying to get angle. Jerwin hasn't got a dash anymore, sadly. Might be an aggressive peek here. Yes, it is. Oh, misses the shot, though. Outlaw goes down as Solana gets out of there. And a little no-scope. Make that two from Leo. Well, they get one at least, I suppose. But unfortunately now it's a 2v4 as the round progresses.
Oh, it's the Brotherhood of the Traveling Outlaw. Just changing hands every single time. Might be more of a curse at this point, but essentially looking to get something, given the fact that Solana got brought down really low. Keep in mind, Stellar also has a bandit, which is pretty effective against especially the full buy up of the shields from the side of Sleepers, but very patient, very chill coming out from SaD as they're trying once again to find that opportunity with the wall.
That was a nice double hit. Well, Stella gets one at least, but I know the Viper's now on the site. Quick swing around. That is round number 2. I need a little bit of damage done, but that buy-up of the Outlaw might cost them here, with SaD now going into the 3rd round.
Yeah, that's the big question right now, right? Like, you buy up the Outlaw, you're able to find 2. You were really hoping that they were going to be able to find more, but unfortunately, it all just kind of falls apart. Thanks to the full shield buy-up, make sure that the Jet stays alive on the side of Sleepers. Make sure they're able to secure yet another kill. But of course, this will be the round that we see that buy-up finally coming through from SaD. As expected, Welly only going to be onto that Sheriff thanks to that Outlaw purchase previously. But on the other side, oh, it's a lot of weaponry.
Oh, Tonsa takes a little bit of damage there, Marks, but here comes the smoke.
Go, go, go.
Tonsa are 11 HP, but a very slow crawl in now, you've got to imagine, but this is not even fair. They've done a bit of damage, but that's it. They have to just back out now. At least they got the spike in their hands, but man, Sleepers packing a different punch today.
Yeah, they really are. We're going to be seeing Stellar get 1 kill there, but has to be so careful. And you just look at the pressure that Sleepers are kind of putting onto SaD with every single peek. Every time they go for that peek, there's multiple people flying around some of those long range corridors that you don't expect without that util padding. But to me, that just speaks confidence from the side of Sleepers.
And then no one's dropped out of the window now. They're going to try and go for a wraparound here from Leo. Easy kill. Spot out Welly. Welly can't finish another kill off, unfortunately, as Sleepers with 3 rounds already. And they only lose 1 as well. So you are chilling. Your econ is going to look so good over the next couple of rounds. And this is the perfect start you want, right, for a triple duelist comp on defense? Getting 3 rounds like this?
Yeah, this is exactly what you wanted. And just to put this one in a little bit of a retrospective look, the last time that Sleepers played this one, I mentioned that it did not go well for them, which I have a feeling that's probably the reason why SaD picked up Breeze. They only found 3 rounds and lost it 3-13. So already with these first 3 rounds, they're on track to how we saw them last time they played. And that was outside of Challengers against another team. And so you really expect that going up against SaD. Well, SaD will put up a little bit more of a fight, but this time the util is going to guarantee safe passage onto that B site. We're finally going to be able to see that spike go down. The aggression from Sleepers just missing where SaD wanted to hit.
20 smokes to fade away first. They got the gun advantage. There's a Bucky for Joen at least, holding on that wall. There's going to be a slow push in. Joen a little bit blind, takes a bit of spam damage through that box, but still holding their ground. There's the swing, there's the shots. Leo taking a chunk, but that's about it. Triple sheriff shot, finish off Duck as well.
No way.
Finds a nice flick onto Leo. As the Neon, ends up getting popped here. Diffused, tapped, but not half just yet. Sarge backside with the stinger as Tonza tries to finish the kill, but the stinger and the pistol just do it. A thrifty round for SaD on their attack. A weapon picked up as well. And that will be at least a single round on the board. I'm not expecting that thrifty to come through at all. A very good early push in there. Aggression is their the main difference maker there.
Yeah, it really was. Like, you got to just kind of take the bull by the horn and take matters into your own hands, honestly. That time, SaD not being afraid to really just march in onto that B site. And honestly, to me, that feels like the big win condition. On the previous rounds that we've seen Sleepers just kind of wipe the floor with SaD, it's always because they can't even get their foot through the door. Sleepers are the ones taking the fight forwards and catching SaD off guard. We're seeing now SaD adapt themselves to try and play a little bit more trappy, try and catch some of these people rotating around, try and catch some of that aggression and punish it. But oh, Sorex.
Well, they trade. Smoke down though for Sleepers, unfortunately. Yoro is going to get popped as well. Here we go, straight onto B site. We're going to see a rotation already from Tonza with that op.
And Solana as well, able to creep so far forwards. Well, he will be able to get by, but there are so many different angles that Sleepers could re-engage in. I'm looking, though, at Stellar on the other side of the map. It might be a little bit too late by the time the defenses move in.
That stun ended up connecting. Oh, unfortunately, Tolder ends up going down. SaD just kind of making this their home site. As we now see Leo in an unenviable 1v3. Not entirely sure where this Jet is, though, right now. Well, he's going to make first contact here. Ends up jumping around and unfortunately lands on his face. But it doesn't really feel like there's enough time here, especially Sarge backside has got the flash. And Stella from the high ground, that long flank paying off.
Yeah, I mean, SaD Esports, they're really coming back into this one, and we're seeing one of the issues right now for Sleepers as they try and take a lot of these fights. The duelist utility is fantastic when you have an idea on exactly where your opponents are going to be, right? Like, that way you can stun them up, that way you can peek the corners properly, you know, you can move in and take those fights into your own hands. But we're seeing them really struggle right now when they're not 100% sure of a lot of that location, and they've been dropping a lot of their utility in some of that, like, very early aggression. And as a result of that, like, a lot of the tools that they have to try and take those fights is not available in that post plant.
I'm out of here. They'll try for something cheeky there, but the recon bolt is going to help them not get picked off by those jet knives. Although it's going to be an easy rotation for Leo here as the wall ends up coming off and actually puts SaD on the site already. Again, pushing in super early is how they've been making this work. Joen smoke at his feet to make sure he can stay up through that stun. Leo ends up getting taken down through the box, but EP still in this. A 4-on-3 now as the divide ends up coming through, but stun still connecting with the site. A teleport back to a main as now they try and defend this spike. The defuse is going to get tapped here. A nice swing from when he finds one. Sorex in the 1v1 ends up going for the brave swing, not even needing his Sova, as that will be another round on the board for Sleepers, stopping that advance from SaD.
Yeah, finally stopped, and where it was looking like SaD were really climbing back into this game and honestly making Sleepers look like they were a little bit more scattered. But that time around, Sleepers, they're able to really just kind of take the bull by the horn this time on their own end and walk through a lot of that utility. Like, you see the smokes come up, you see the Cosmic Divide come through, and then it comes down to like the double swinging coming through from Sleepers. They're playing off of each other nicely and kind of dissecting the site into little portions based off of their opponent's utility to clear out the individual corners and make sure that it's going to be safe passage to kill everybody before you even worry about the defuse. So that mitigates a lot of that stall utility, really, that SaD Esports were really trying to rely on in some of that post-plant positioning. It's a bit more slower, but SaD this time looked like they want to go A.
You could see that, like you said, with the walls just kind of splitting everything up. Leo ends up getting tagged there by the drone. We'll see if they want to kind of do the same thing again. They're going to make a cove. SaD's just kind of chilling out in it right now as Tonza just goes for a little bit of spam through the corner of that smoke. Welly dodging out of the way of that bolt. However, that stun is not going to look pretty. Wow. Straight into a flash as well as EP. Don't need to do too much bisection there. No slicing up of that pizza as they just rolled it into one and stuffed it in their face. That is nice defuse and another round on the board for Sleepers. Make that 5-2.
Jeez, I'm just really impressed by how we see Sleepers approach that site retake on A. I mean, we see obviously the Reckoning available, and then they just follow that tidal wave. Like, you see all the little green silhouettes running right behind the wave, and it sends everyone from SaD scouring, which in that moment, you see the Reyna eye pop out. The blind is perfect, allowing all the members from Sleepers just to easily look up and then just try and find those kills. So really, just once again, great job at really splitting up the site into these different quarters and then going in and retaking it. SaD Esports at this point have to understand that if they want to do this, it has to be a little bit more unconventional, because Sleepers are going to continuously just up the pace against them and run for it. And that's why we're seeing a lot more ratty plays coming through on SaD Esports defense so far.
I don't know if they saw Pain there. I don't think so. They're going to walk their way up elbow. And look at this committal from Sleepers, Mark. Oh, looking towards A right now. And I think Pain got the information, so it might be a push for SaD onto the B site. Looks like Sleepers are going to make sure one player is hanging back. Boy. That's Sorex.
This is so risky right now. Like, you can see SaD Esports, what they're trying is to sell the fake onto this B site and then get their players in position to potentially move up. But Sleepers, the only way they've gotten information on this map is just to have 3 agents completely clear every single side. A very important miss coming through from Welly, which really stalls that spike a bit more.
Nice swing into A main as well. It's going to kill Stella. And now the only option really is to go to B. There's 3 players in the choke, and Jerwin's already in. Spike is a little bit further behind than they maybe like here, but a good swing from Pain picks up a gun now. So they're well equipped to actually hold this site down. Oh, wrong place, wrong time to activate that ability, my son. All right, Leo, and does end up getting takes down Pain as the spike ends up getting planted, but Jerwin with a nice headshot onto Duck.
Leo moving up here, but really, this is going to be so tough.
To the smoke, Leo. Oh, doesn't quite hit those shots at all. The free gun there. Oh, he's got one out of the smoke and into the fire there. Sorex ends up going down. Another thrifty round for SaD.
This is a game of hide and seek. I'm convinced. If you look at the map, like I was saying on that last round, Sleepers, the way that they're gaining information is like, all right, we could probably win our gun duels if we send 3 of our people out here. So we're just going to sweep the map, go from B all the way through mid, and then end up at A. And if we run into anybody, that's information for us to work off of, and we're probably going to guarantee another kill. And it's so interesting because, first of all, you don't expect that type of strategy, especially if you're SaD Esports trying to figure out what the heck is going on. But then it allows for a lot of SaD Esports' plays to really be up to chance on whether or not they're going to run into the Sleeper squad, really anchoring down one of those sites or catching one of those mid rotations. And it can introduce a lot of issues if one of these members gets caught off guard. We almost saw one of those moments happen. Welly holding the spike, immediately meeting the Reyna in the middle. So the, passage over to that B site, despite the fact that they had the site clear, was a little bit more difficult for SaD. It's just waiting for Sleepers to try and get those moments and secure them, because that really is how they want to play this map. SaD, it's very basic, but if they continue to just guess right, then they're going to have very easy rounds like the last one that we just saw.
Little changes they can really put into play then. Tonza without a rifle, but still got the ult and duck as well, so a bit harder to kind of lock a sight down now. Oh my word, that's very early. Okay. All right, well, there's that ult on. Not too much information gathered. Leo is going to be facing 3 players here if he's not careful. Oh,
timing.
And that was just timing. Unfortunate for the Jet. See if Solider can pick up a kill here. This super far push. There's one at the very least. Does end up just missing away at 2 yellow.
Spike should be able to get planted here as Sleepers do rearrange themselves. This is still very possible for Sleepers' retake.
Oh. Had a bit of unfortunate timing there. Plant goes down, waiting for the wall perhaps here, Marks.
And finally, when that expires, they should be moving in. Duck won't have recon though, so they're going into this one still without any of that scan initiation utility.
Tonza checking boxes, 2 in a main right now. There's 1 in double doors. Joeing kind of waiting for someone to go on a little flank angle. Little tap. Recon. And even a shock dart as well. Nice peek out from Joe, and he's going to dash straight onto the site, and as quick as you like. Duck is going to be the last one alive for Sleepers, and that is going to be the round. SaD picking up that straight after the timeout.
Oh man, and Duck's not able to walk away with the operator either. Gets lost in the midst of all of that one, but yeah, like you were kind of questioning at the start of that round, the Hunter's Fury coming out so early on. And once again, like Sleepers, they want that initial engagement. They want that initial fight at the start of the round because they're confident that they can come out on top. And I really think that Duck using the Hunter's Fury was really a gamble, admittedly. But the idea was even if you can catch a little bit of information, then that's going to guarantee the rest of the hounds to just jump on their targets. But unfortunately finds nothing, so a really big ultimate just goes to the wayside without any value. And now Sleepers, they're changing up their pacing quite a bit on this save round for them.
Really using the shock dart. Oh, narrowly escaping. Leo, only a little bit of damage taken, all good. Still alive, the most important thing. Joen finds another angle to try and look up through this mid, but very slow round here. Slowly but surely trying to maybe bait towards B. And in fact, I think that's a call here for Sleepers. Good shot.
Yeah, great kill for SaLada as well. Denies any of that additional information or space or map control that SaD was going to be able to gain, which more or less will guarantee that things should be going towards B. And you can see SaD calling that audible, moving away from that B site because they know that that's what Sleepers might be thinking. So they might be able to get the jump onto this Reyna. SaLada, though, still just with that Sheriff in hand, has to come up huge in order to clutch this round.
Completely alone right now, isolated on an island, is SaLada. I mean, look at the stack from Sleepers. 4 players still on B. Footsteps coming in. Okay, here comes the rotation, but they're going to need to be quick. SaLada's going to need to do some damage, but already been reeled by the recon bolts. Flash ends up coming through, and yeah, there's just no way you're surviving that one. So it looks like it's going to be a complete retake here, or at least an attempt from Sleepers, as that dimensional drift is going to get popped by Zaj just to get some information.
And already Sleepers are getting moving in. Ultimate
the overdrive, they're just going in. Oh, and completely shut down. Yeah, good luck. Straight on the wall, though, as Wally finds yet another. Little Sheriff was poking through the smoke there, unfortunately. And that's yet another round for SaD. And what looked like an incredible early start from Sleepers, SaD managed to meet them at 5.
And honestly, just good understanding of the other team coming through from SaD using the Dimensional Drifter right off the bat. They know how aggressive Sleepers are. They know that Sleepers are going to be running at them. And so you see SaD in the Dimensional Drift immediately scout the back of the site and then go towards those doors. And the whole purpose there is if you've got SaD through there, you know exactly where the Sleepers are going to be walking through. And as a result of that, then you allow Willie to kind of have those lineups based off of that, just playing off the Viper's wall, which still had a fuel in it. So just good understanding coming through from SaD.
Oh, tragic. That is just unfortunate. True to SaD's namesake at the very least. Leo taken down through the smoke, a little bit of spammers. Once again, SaLada is trying to take some mid control, popping that ult.
And sure, the mid control is going to go over there, but look at the smoke that gets dropped down. That's going to allow the rotation coming through from SaD. Stellar on that Viper, usually the last person standing. And at this point, like, just from a macro sense, it feels like SaD are just completely outclassing Sleepers. Sleepers have been gambling every single round on where they want to go out. Is it going to be B? Is it going to be A? Is it going to be mid? And this time they just simply guessed wrong. And these mind games are only going to continue to work in SaD's favor because, honestly, if you have a finger on the pulse here, SaD really feel like they're the ones making the decisions and making the calls on how the round plays out.
It's going to be a save as well for Sleepers. Much money left in the bank, though, unfortunately, for Leo and Tonza. So a 5-5, full rifles kept, full armor kept as well, apart from Jerwin. A simple rebuy and SaD, at least over the next few rounds, Marks. I mean, their economy is looking incredible.
Yeah, it really is. And on top of that as well, Willie's still having that Hunter's Fury online. Another excellent tool, especially to try and deny some stuff. SaD's trying to go exploring, but will be shut down. So, yeah, they're able to keep the operator alive, but that gambling, I mean, that's the reason why it's so difficult for Sleepers to feel like they even have a chance to move in. They've struggled on the post plant. SaD has done a great job on the defense as soon as that spike goes down. And so at that point, hey, we guessed the wrong site. We just got to GG go next round, keep our economy afloat, and carry it forwards because we're at the last round and a half, and it really feels like the Sleepers composition is running out of steam.
Yeah, no armor at all for Tonza. Might come back to bite him. Leo wanting to go for another aggressive peek again, perhaps. There's the flash, goes to the swing anyway. Could dash out the way. However, Hunter's Fury is going to get ripped. Any tags, though? Doesn't look like it, but a full stack here towards the A site. Not looking good for Sleepers, because we can see on the minimap already, B site has already been entered by SaD.
Yeah, spike will go down, and it's the tale as old as time at this point. SaD, they get the information, they just go to the opposite site because Sleepers are not reinforcing both sites appropriately. And now the spike goes down, plenty of time for SaD to work with.
Oh, what a shot by Jerwin too. Already tried to make an entrance as SaLada shut down. 4-on-5 now with full site control and even full mid control too. So they know really that no one is going to go for an insane flank. Tonza's going to try and make his way in, but Leo opens this one up. However, a double swing is going to result in 2 kills. Only the singular, so a 3v3 now. As Stella making his way through tunnel. Op though is looking straight at him, but doesn't need it. Tonza though, with no armor, is still managing to rip and tear through them. The diffuser's going to come in. Tonza jumps through the smoke. Who needs armor when you just got a rifle, man? He doesn't need it. Sleepers end up winning the round, and that's 6-6.
I am like 99% sure there. We saw a little bit of a body block happening because I thought for sure there's no way Sorex is going to stay alive. And exactly the crosshairs were placed right at him. But you know what? A little bit of wallbang based off of your friend, and they don't know who's defusing the spike. And as a result of that, he's just able to stick it and guarantee that round. And it was looking a little bit dicey, but we get to see Sleepers engage into their next gear, up the gameplay speed, and honestly, 6-6 on the half. Now we get to see Sleepers swap over to the attack. This should be, in theory, the side that they're really going to excel at. A lot of tools to just kind of steamroll your opponent. And, well, SaD, they're really going to have to rely on their utility to try and stall that out and separate the members of Sleepers.
Oh, they're going fast, Marks. Already onto the site, as well as using some shock darts to try and delay some time, but, well, Tonza's already backside. Senza getting taken down by Stella, though, the anchor for the team. That's a 2-for-1 trade. They are now spamming through that wall. They're going to be able to get the spike on the site, but they're not fully reinforced here, as well. He is still just anchoring this left-hand side here.
Reinforcements now arriving, but it's still dicey for Sleepers to try and get that plant down. The gunfight goes.
Oh, through the doors though as well. Pain ends up getting one. Now a 2v1. Leo, 18 HP, but the spike has been placed. Duck is just going to be on the spike with 25 armor as well. So looking for a little bit of a miracle. This crossfire is super hard to clear here as Pain tries to go for it, but Leo with a triple on the pistol.
The pistols experts, Sleepers, still keep it alive, still have the reputation to uphold. And we started to see some of the interesting pieces of SaD's composition and how they want to particularly play this. Obviously, it looked very flashy coming through from Stellar, but I think a lot of that was due to the chip damage that a lot of their utility had. There was a snake bite and multiple shock darts to make it so it would have just been a one tap coming through. But Sleepers, we can expect to see them push through the utility. I imagine, especially with all the duelists, that they want to just make sure that they can run in and secure those kills. And so they have to be mindful of that if you are SaD. Even if you drop the util, you might just have people run in your face. German, what the heck was that?
That was filthy. Nice little shock dart reveal. SaLADA. Ooh, double right click from Welly. Can't get the rifle though, sadly. But they've still done enough damage. I mean, that's 2 dead already.
And at this point, like Sleepers, they were really hoping to win a lot of those gun duels, and German's able to find Leo as well. So suddenly it's down to 2v5. Duck with that Vandal might want to be a bit more careful with the very heavy investment in this round.
Got the cross. And they get the kills though. There's the sun. Oh, the classic's just not enough. Ends up getting one, but Duck with the easy cleanup with the Vandal. But now in a 1v3. Pistols versus the Vandal. Duck with the spike. Flank coming in for Stellar. One person on the site already. Taken down. Now Duck, paranoid. And rightfully so. Welly, very low too. I mean, this is very winnable here with the rifle, but a perfectly timed swing there by Welly. And they're going to pick up a Vandal too. Man, these early rounds already delivering.
Oh, absolutely. And once again, the prestige leaning both of these teams as they kind of come into here. Both of them, like the desk was saying, contenders to really just win it all in stage 1. And yet somehow we're getting this matchup in the lower bracket. But yeah, I think that this is really indicative to SaD Esports' playstyle based on that first half. We saw them consistently trying to set up traps to bait Sleepers out of the defense, to push into them, and then you can catch a kill here, catch a kill there. But on the defense, SaD Esports, these traps are going to be a lot more effective given the fact that Sleepers have to push into you. And so they just get caught off guard simply. And just like that, SaD, they bring this one back. They've got the heavy weaponry. We're seeing 2 Buckies brought in on the side of Sleepers. It's going to be fast and furious.
They get in there. They're going to try for a concussion already on the site, though. Oh, it's Donza, which I think is giving Pain a high five there, straight in his face. Leo ends up getting another, though. Upgraded that Bucky to a rifle, and Spike goes down yet again. It's a 3-on-3 once more. Sorik's not with a rifle, though, which not the greatest, but still doable, especially on this site. These close range angles are going to make sure that Sheriff is deadly. Leo, though, with 3. Looking for this ace now is Stellar and Welly. Trying to peek their little heads out. He's going to get another. Yes, he is. Ace incoming for Leo. They can just find Stellar. They have the information. At least now they do. But a good one
no
tap
way.
onto the Jet's head. Shuts down the ace, but the spike is ticking. Time draining from that bank. As Stellar is going to try and go for the tap, but realistically, it's inevitable. Doesn't even know where this last player is. Obviously, just sitting in the window. Nice and pretty. Triple shot. Oh, gets killed anyway. But a good round from Sleepers, picking up a Thrifty.
Wow, okay. So it's just going to be Thrifties back and forth. That's how this one is going to be played out.
I mean, Thrifty game. I mean, sure.
That's kind of crazy because also the shotguns weren't the ones that really to get the value. Excellent job from Leo moving in there, able to scoop up a rifle immediately and then playing so smart just around the smoke, making sure to find those opportunities and just playing it perfectly to catch people off guard and just make sure that the advantage was going to be squarely onto Sleeper's side. And so timeout being called right now for SaD. Give it a moment as well to maybe stunt the momentum that is being picked up by Sleepers. You know, give them a second to pause. You know they're going to be going for yet another fast hit. And so SaD take this opportunity really to rethink their strategy, try and introduce maybe a couple more wrenches in the gears when we do see sleepers move in through the front door. Because, hey, guess what? If you're doing a little bit of a stun, you're throwing down a molly, that's not going to be enough to really deter sleepers from just running in and overwhelming the site yet another round.
So close to the ace too for Leo. Almost
It was
had
a sick
It was
shot by Stellar.
Yeah, I was about to say that was a nice shot. Mid dash too. I mean, come on. You're blaming that on the netcode or something, man. If you're watching that replay.
Oh, 100%. And yeah.
Oh my god. Do something. Ref.
Got the nose strip on and everything. I'm glad that meme didn't die last year. All right.
Well, legend.
Sleepers. Coming into this next one, they're going in onto this A site and yeah, are already in.
As expected, but already shut down. I mean, Leo already dead on the site. Couldn't get that trade. Are we having another thrifty round? Surely not. Clueless? Surely not.
Oh.
Surely not another thrifty round. Still at 17 HP. There's 2 rifles. Duck finds 1. That's a second. Okay. Now it's a 2-on-2. Rifle picked up, though, by Jerwin. Bandit in the hand of Pain. Wall available as well. Or hop over to the box.
One enemy
Jerwin with a kill. Okay, now 1v2. Sorex. Yep, they're exactly where he is now. Playing on those double doors to mid. Surely not another thrifty. There's the swing, and there's the thrifty. Yet another thrifty. Tally them up. We're going to keep on going.
Oh, so that's just, yeah, I think this half is just going to be the half of thrifties. That was insane. Very surprised at how that round played out. But to be honest, we see a little bit of a difference in the SaD Esports defensive utility that time. It's not deny them from going in the front door because you know they're going to be running through the front door. So use it to reposition where they want to push when they've already made it through. And we see that time Stellar drop down the snake bite, deterring people away from one of the space in between those 2 pyramids to just try and funnel it and just buy a little bit more time so you know exactly where to aim your crosshair. Little micro adjustments like this will continue to help SaD out. A SaD, great shot.
Yeah, the spam is just immense as well with all the util. Who takes care of 1 to disguise as well, actually. Does end up getting shut down, but now a 2-on-2. Possible for a thrifty is all I'm saying. Joan with a nice angle. They've got the spike. Oh, not quite though. Shut down, but they do they know where Pain is? Salada marks 10 HP.
And really just reinforcing the back, so allowing an opportunity for Pain to potentially cut people off here and make this 1v1, but looking completely the wrong way, but has a bit of time. Let's see if the thrifty curse gets broken.
Gotta check this corner first. Should be a fairly trivial kill with the 10 HP player. Oh, not quite, but the thrifties keep on coming.
Oh boy. Okay, how many rounds into this half are we at this point?
Okay,
Let's see it.
what is the record? Mods, what is the record for the amount of thrifties in one series of Pro Valorant of all time? Because we might be closing in.
Yeah, I think we might, like, in a row, it's kind of crazy because it's been 4 thrifties. It's only been 5 rounds, but 4 thrifties in a row, and that's just because round number 1 was a pistol round, so you can't really do a thrifty on there, but let's see how this one plays out this time. There is enough to be able to buy up on the side of SaD, albeit there is just 1 weapon difference, but the fact that they've got an operator can't be a thrifty at this point. This is just a rifling round for both these teams.
Damn, this is so sad. More thrifties, please. We still got the chance to get some more, maybe just not in a row. Well, there's the Miss Fury. Oh, wrong side of the wall there. Nice kill by Jerwin. He's just looking at smoke right now, unfortunately. Good flash on the floor. Man, they are so quick to get in and execute. There's going to be another flash. Jerwin has to hide for at least a brief moment there, looking at the column now. Spike not yet planted, actually stuck. Popping that cove down to make sure he can actually get onto the site and get that spike planted in the ground.
No way.
Whoops.
Yeah, I was going to say, Stellar able to get that wraparound, especially given the fact that while he uses that utility, it makes it seem like nobody is going to be going there. And suddenly that pistol is not the only pistol on the board. It's going to be joining the ranks of all these rifles. 3v2 here.
Jerwin with the ARP. It's got a nice line, but they're just not going to give him an opportunity to use it. Yeah, there you go. Another kill for the Reina. Now Sorox is just going to swing through. A blind kill from Welly, though. Hang on a second. Spike is able to defuse as well. It's Welly ends up securing the kill. That's the op saved. And that's SaD with a round.
Thanks.
Dryad right now just so happy. Welly getting his moment to shine. Looked so crisp yesterday. And still bringing it back, despite the fact hit by the Reckoning. So, you know, slowed down, can't really see that well. Still is able to find the kill. And then just kind of ducks out of the way. Solana missing the shot in the Empress. And then secures that kill. I want you, though, to pay attention, even though at this point the Thrifty curse has been broken. Let's pay attention to how these ultimates are kind of boiling down, because despite the fact that SaD Esports had a lot in their tank, and we saw a lot of ultimates come out from Sleeper's side, well, SaD, they've got still 4 to work off of. And I imagine we're going to be seeing the Dimensional Drift come through to scout things out when they want to play those retakes. But it's once again dealing with that initial pressure right off the bat that SaD really have to have down.
They try and go for the concuss, but already the Neos onto the sites. A nice little shot from Zarge, but unfortunately Joan shut down mid-ult. Now Pain in the 1v1 ends up backing up all the way. You see that, dodging out of the stun, but straight into the sightline of the Harbor. Sorix finds one. Welly now using this Harbor smoke to try and put pressure onto this site, but this is such a tough spot to come back into. Zarge still with the op, is going to send out that clone, see if he can find any information, but I mean, Duck can just go for a little mean swing here. Even just the information is going to be good enough. Op slowly creeping around the corner as Zarge ends up getting one. Flash around the corner two to try and follow up. Jumps around, gets another. But Duck with 2. It's a 2-for-2 trade, now a 2-on-1. Welly, the last player alive now for SaD on the site. But can he actually finish this one off? No, he cannot. Not enough time in the bank. And that'll be around the EP. This is going back and forth. As back and forth as you really can have it, Marks. We are 10 and 9. The Sleep is picking up.
And it's literally just round, like ping-ponging back and forth. Who's going to be winning the round?
There it is.
Yeah.
Literally
nice little zigzag. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And yeah, Sleepers, they trade that one back. Great positioning coming through from Duck that time. Make sure to be in the right angle. ZAD was kind of popping off with this operator. Got the double blind as well. Still able to secure 1 kill, but then Duck just finds the double spray down. A little bit unlucky for SaD, but that was the nail in the coffin on that round. And so still SaD holding on to quite a few ultimates. Their buy isn't exactly great. We get to see Gerben come in with just a Bucky in hand, playing very far forwards. But yet again, Sleepers going in on this B site.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already.
Oh,
what a swing from Pain.
Oh,
for Pain. It's all falling apart. Come on, Duck. Show us what you got. Looking for the ace here. There it is. Pain with the ace.
Wow. That's just like straight up Pain taking a book out of Sleeper's book on how to play that defense that time. Not in the typical positions you see when Sleepers move in, with how that wall kind of flies up off of the neon, where the Suns get positioned. It's so that they can attack the backside. But then just Pain stepping through completely unchecked, is able to just walk away with murder. And nobody from the side of Sleepers are really expecting it, because they're all looking the other way, expecting someone to push aggressively from that side. So a great round for SaD once again to even out the score line yet again. Keep in mind, Sleepers have pistols. Could be another 50.
Actually managed to hit 1 player, so already down to 10 HP. Overdrive. Wrong place, wrong time, Pain. Got to look behind you, I'm afraid. Nice little swing kill, though, onto the neon, but already Tons has made a bunch of space for Sleepers on the site. And a slow rotation here from Stella. They're going to come from the same angle here, himself and Welly. Good kill through cover, but they know at least one player is now going to be a B main. It's going to be a 30, by the way. So. I didn't want to say it, Marks, but...
You jinxed this one.
Someone had to.
Yep. Elephant in the room.
Mike's still ticking. They got to move. Someplace, sometime. They're just going to try and stick this one. Stella goes to the swing, gets 1 kill. He's got up against the Sheriff. They're just sticking this one, by the way. They're sticking it, but the Spike Diffuser has been killed, but it don't matter. Should be enough time, and there it is. 2 seconds to spare as SaD make it 11.
The curse is broken. Pinch a little bit of salt, throw it over your shoulder, do whatever you got to do, because SaD finally find 2 rounds in a row.
My face went back-to-back round. It seems like, hang on a second, this is not how the script is supposed to go.
Yeah,
we read it this morning, and we were supposed to win that round.
Oh man, and it was seeming like really Sleepers were going to be able to find that. I mean, the triple stack kind of going up there, but I love the way that SaD played it just at the end. You see immediately Welly go for the spike defuse. It turns all of the heads of Sleepers. They don't know the positioning of exactly where that jet could be pushing up. So hey, let's just play it smart, hop onto the boxes, find a couple of kills, and it's in that moment we get to see SaD get the pounce onto them and go through. Sure, the flank around is able to deny the spike defuse for just a second, but it is all good. Stellar's able to wrap up that last kill. And great just kind of micro decision being made from SaD as they bring us closer and closer to potentially closing out map number 1, which once again was their own map pick.
And this map has not really been something we've seen Sleepers on as well, right? So like, not really expecting anything. They like have to just take it as it comes, and it's just a lot of thrifties. That's what's been happening, really.
Econ diff, but not in the way you would think today, actually.
Yeah, actually. So close.
Right.
Really nice round. Like you said, back to back. The curse has been broken.
Oh, well. Flutta does have that Empress activated. It's going to be fast. Neon in onto the site. Finally, the rest go through, but Welly, an excellent kill.
An amazing dart to get the information there. Sonza sliding through that wall, ends up getting shot straight between the eyes there by Stella. There's the dismiss. Nice breaking of the sight line there. Or the crosshair placement. SaD is on. Stella is in an awkward spot to clear though. They're just going to have to try swing this, and yeah, that ends up going down. From the box though. There's now a 3-on-1. They're just surrounding. I mean, Empress is still active, but there's just too many guns looking at him. SaD pick up another. And that's going to be a map point as well. 12-10 for SaD as they make it 3 rounds back to back.
And that's the feast or famine play style of Reyna, right? Like when you see that Reyna, it's very reliant on that kills. Obviously, soldado looking so sharp based off of the matchup yesterday. Coming to this one, still is looking fantastic, leading the kill feed and has had plenty of opportunity. The player I want to focus on is Stellar. Stellar has been fantastic on that A site, just in that little nook on the back, consistently finding multi-kills against Sleepers running into A, and now has this Viper's Pit to work with as well. And it really just slows down the pacing of Sleepers, who are back onto a budget buy.
I mean, the economy is just looking dire. Not only like the weapons and the armor and stuff, but the ults too. I mean, 4 ults available. And yeah, a spray through the Viper's Pit. I mean, they still get Stella, so Viper's Pit is down. They're going to try and slide down, but Welly with a perfect follow-up. And as quick as it started, it was as quick as over. And that will be the first map going SaD's way in this series. As we jump on to Bind as our next one. That is a map for the ages there, Marks, most doubtably. But SaD, they managed to clutch it up at the very end with 4 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it was so interesting, like looking at how this was going to go based off the compositions. If you've looked at Sleepers throughout the entirety of stage 1, you know these guys are coming in with a little bit more, let's call them ranked compositions onto the map. Very different from what you expect from a lot of these teams. And so seeing the triple duelist here, obviously a lot of red flags were being raised at the start of this map, and yet they were still looking really good, all things considered. The fact that it was so back and forth really speaks to the individual skill from a lot of these people. But once again, when it comes down to that macro read, SaD Esports, this is something that they've been practicing. They've got such a good idea. The desk talked about how they play dynamic, and I think it really showed. Barely, I will say, barely getting them across the finish line, but it's a win nonetheless.
We're going to get another round back to back for Thrifties again in the next one, maybe? I mean, surely that has got to be the record for Thrifties, man. Like, you can't have more than 4, right? Surely? I'm not sure. Bind is coming up next, though. A fantastic start for SaD Esports. They've got to keep themselves alive in this lower bracket. Number 1 and 2 seed coming out of that Swiss stage. And it has been a banger so far. And it's going to be a banger for the next one as well. We'll see you in a bit.
In trouble. Gold Stunner is just snary. Is able to get you two, and Reds can use that to good effect. You also have a little bit.
But they're still getting eight pulled through with something but 3 players surveying.
And Bonnie again just keep hitting the site. A row. What for Vic?
Out and grab one on the way down. Giza's got a whole lot of resources. Comes in.
Derek. Bullet hose at a main. For track badge to step. Stunner good for at least. Oh, it's goals.
Wow, and this is such a having 3 players left alive, but we still can have time with a lot of firepower.
Heading into the very first map of the series, we had no idea what to expect from Sleepers, and what we could have expected certainly wasn't what happened. Triple duelists, 6 thrifties coming out from both teams, and a lot for SaD Esports to weather, but in the end, they'll get it done. 13-10 for SaD Esports to close out the very first map of the series. I mean, Roy, where do we even start? That was just crazy through and through.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was hoping you weren't going to ask me that, because I was going to ask you that.
Well, shoot.
I think in our pre-show yapping session that Ash and I had, we were talking about an unexpected composition coming out from Sleepy. I didn't think it would be that unexpected, to be honest. But yeah, we saw something. We definitely, something was seen, and I think this overall, they had me going. They really did have me going. They, in the first little bit of the game, EP was locked in. The duelist, everybody was kind of, the brawls were going favorably, and then we got a thrifty. And then we got a second thrifty, and then we got a third thrifty, and then a fourth thrifty, and then there was 6 total by the end. How are more than a quarter of the rounds thrifties?
Nah, it's actually crazy. Like, you're talking about how streaky it was at the beginning, so like momentum based for both these teams, especially once SaD got a bit of a read on how Sleepers were trying to run like that defender-sided aggression. But you mentioning all those thrifties that we're talking about is heading into that second half where it was just round for round, they kept trading rounds out. It was so hard for either of them to finally get a leg up. But honestly, I feel like those thrifties, especially the ones that happened in that first half, Roy, were just such difference makers there for SaD Esports, because when you're looking at that triple duelist composition on the side of Sleepers, the last thing you want is for them to be stepping on the gas, for them to have that momentum that they can kind of just like continue to roll you with. And those thrifty rounds really made the difference for SaD Esports to kind of mellow that out.
I mean, they won both pistols. So yeah, I think it honestly comes down to strictly the thrifties. I think you're absolutely correct. The win was stolen to the sales of SaD Esports. They were looking a little bit happy, and EP might have gone a little bit too EP. But yeah, I think overall what we did see though is some crazy rounds. We saw a lot of the individual plays. A lot of the people that we kind of expect to be popping off did absolutely pop off. We saw Stellar with some very important rounds. We saw Welly have huge rounds. We saw Pain, this ace that came out from Pain, right? He was so crisp. Honestly, you know what's also crazy is we almost never talk about Pain ever, but I feel like he's been like a kind of like a sleeper player for this roster who's been like consistently putting up very important rounds for this team. But with Jerwin on the roster, with Welly on the roster, with how Stellar's been playing and calling, I feel like he's kind of, you know, been a little bit overshadowed. But yeah, I mean, what a map by SaD Esports. This was crazy.
Again, just have to go back to the 6 thrifties now that we actually see it on the screen. Like, not even fake thrifties where we're like, oh, well, you know, no, real honest to God thrifties coming on out. And again, the importance, Ash, of that for SaD Esports was huge, because this was the sleepers that at the very beginning of the game started getting a couple of rounds, and it could have maybe spiraled out of control. So it was so good in being able to stomp out that momentum, and with that momentum being stomped out, that's where we got to SaD Esports and like the Pain step up and Welly step up, everything else truly be able to happen.
100%, especially like in that first half, the first thrifty that we saw coming out from SaD Esports after we saw EEPY winning out their bonus round. That was such a big difference maker in being able to stall out EEPY from getting more rounds under their belt early on, keeping it a much closer game in that first half than it would have otherwise been. But just overall been so impressive to see both of these teams, I think, play here on Breeze. Their styles definitely looking to clash, and the adaptations that were made here, Roy.
And yeah, I feel like the problem solving that Stellar showed in this map and his ability to like immediately adjust to the tempo of how this game started is honestly, that will go under the radar for a lot of people. But I think it's so impressive because obviously they were full throttle. EP started this game full throttle, constant disruptions, constant fighting, triple walk down B, triple walk down elbow, like even off the pistol round. It felt like it never stopped. And the fact that Stellar came up with a winning formula to adapt to the style so quickly against a comp that he's for sure never played against before is honestly incredibly impressive. Shout out to him.
Yeah, I feel like that could have been the biggest win condition for sleepers on that map, was being able to disrupt and Stellar not being able to find an answer. But Stellar really showing up with that wealth of experience and being able to get it done and put SaD Esports up 1 in the series, which going on in the series, this is going to be a big switch up from what we got to just see, because on that first map of Breeze, this was unknown territory from sleepers. We had no idea. But as you guys highlighted at the beginning of the day, Bind and Corrode are a really big overlap in terms of the map pools for both of these teams. So we have a lot more tape here, Roy, going into these next maps. So this Bind, we thought it was back and forth before. Surely this is even more so.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy because I feel like Breeze was chaotic, but Bind is a little bit more controlled chaos, right? Where like there's enough footage to kind of come up with a decent game plan, right? Like you have a read, you kind of have an understanding of the tempo and now kind of the ideas, especially after like the 3rd and 4th showing. So I feel like in terms of game planning, in terms of prep, there should be a lot more to go off of, obviously. And so for me, it's going to come down to not only the reads, but actually capitalizing and making sure that the rounds that you feel like you have a good read on go your way, right? Because knowing what somebody's doing is one thing, but stopping it and kind of taking advantage of it are two completely different things in such a high stakes match. So I'm kind of curious to see what the evolution is going to be and what Stellar's thinking coming into this one, and how EEPY is going to be bouncing back from that first map.
Yeah, I think that EEPY bounce back is so important, especially considering the fact that they're starting off on defense first, right? Like, this is a team that has started on the attacking side 3 out of the 4 times that they've played this map. And that makes such a big difference in being able to set the tempo. The last time we saw them on defense first, it was that 3-9 scoreline. They were able to come back up against NRG Academy, but again, they are down 1 map now, and with the amount of experience that SaD Esports also has on this map, the amount of tape that there is, it's going to be a lot harder to make those adjustments. It's going to be fun to see this head-to-head, especially because it is essentially like that mirror matchup aside from the 2 controllers in Solada on the Clove and Pain on that Brimstone. For sleepers, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring out up against the SaD Esports that I'm sure are able to anticipate the way that sleepers loves to disrespect the double controller setups and just bounce through those smokes.
I mean, a map that we know a lot more of, but again, two teams with very different ideas. Just in general, the more defensive team of SaD, it is chaos of Sleepers. It's the time to see it come to a head once again as we head to Bind. SaD Esports looking to close out the series, Sleepers trying to extend it. Let's see who's going to be able to win out on Bind with your casters, Marks and Jaws.
Thank you very much once again. Yes, here we go. Bind. How many thrifties, Mark? I want a prediction right now. Give me a number right now, off the top of your head.
8.
8.
That feels high. That feels high. I should have said 4.
If 6 was maybe close to a record, but okay, I'll take 4. I think it's going to be around the same thing as well. I want to pick up on something that the desk actually talked about at the very top of the day. Was SaLada on this Clove acting as like a pseudo duelist type beat, especially on something like a Bind. So I mean, Sleepers running with a what, 2.5 duelist here?
Yeah, once again, like the whole point of the Sleepers ethos being like, we're just a bunch of guys who are playing ranked together. It really fits in. Clove is just so much more aggressive. The smokes don't last as long as some of the other agents. And so, yeah, I mean, you talk about that pseudo third duelist. It makes a lot of sense, especially given the fact we saw 3 duelists on their previous composition. So Sleepers still going to be running through with firepower, but SaD get the first strike.
And they are in. They're already out though, backside luckily. Ponza with 2, Genzo getting taken down. Sorex trying to line up a shot there, but it is scrappy on the site. SaLada, Sorex. Oh, but there is an ace on the pistol for SaD. That's how you start off the second map.
That's a great way to start off the second map, especially given the fact that SaD take away the pistol round from Sleepers, something that they are just so well known for. And when you look at the overall trajectory of the series, yes, this map is going to be the one where on paper, it's going to be back and forth between these two teams so much. SaD was such, crispy shots from that Ghost, but yeah, moving into this next round, once again, taking a look at how these teams like to play, we see that SaD tend to be a little bit more of a defensive team, while Sleepers definitely very heavily favoring the attack, and Derwin finds the kill just off a bit of info with the Prowler. It's a great way to start out for SaD.
Yeah, real nice. Quick short push here. Just gonna run in on this point. Hippity hoppity around with the Bucky. Oh, one shotgun kill at the very least from SaLada. Uh-oh, gotta run. Gonna be able to hold down lamps here. Molly is gonna cut Duck off for the time being. Here comes the plant again. At least they're gonna try. Gotta get it down at some point. Lamps push, Bucky in hand, but unfortunately, yeah, Zarge got 5 kills last round, so he's chilling with a rifle. And playing at this range as well. It's going to get taken down by the classic. In fact, that's a double from Sorex. Oh dear. Sight now completely open. 2 players in A short.
Still though, great angle being held right now. The smoke is going to go up here, but given the shields, should be pretty easy to get the kills.
Oh, what a reveal. Yeah, there's just no way, right? There's the tap, the spam, the smoke, getting taken out. Sorex gets another one, but not to be. There is a round for SaD off the back of their pistol win.
Yeesh, okay. I'll put my whiteboard down. I was ready to add a tally under the thrifty category. I thought for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
1 of 4, but nope, 0 out of 4. SaD able to hold on to things. A little surprised that the Bucky didn't find a lot more value than I was expecting that round. But just at the end of the day, once again, we're seeing Sleepers with their strong arming attack on the defense, of course this time, but just pushing things through, finding those opportunities and making sure to strike and make sure to find those kills. Sleepers though now will have the rifles coming into this next one. Did an excellent job at punishing the the economy of SaD. And so SaD's going to be the only one coming in with a rifle. Going to be pistols across the board besides Derwin, just with that Bucky in hand. And while we've seen some crazy waylay combos, I'm imagining you really want to lean into that one once you identify where the members of Sleepy are.
SaD just gets shut down instantly. I was maybe thinking there, like, SaD might be able to get an ult. Double dash in, taken down. SaLada really is just playing this like a duelist. That's 3 for the Clove. Gets shut down with the Bandit.
1 enemy remaining.
But there's just no way, right?
Spike down.
Spike down, rotation. They know where Stella is because the jump spot. It's all over there, and well, that's going to be SaD losing this round, but still with 2 on the board and a nice bit of econ. Not going to be too mad about it.
Yeah, I mean, once again, that's kind of the best case scenario for SaD that time around, given the fact that they were just so disadvantaged going in. But soLADA stealing the spotlight yet again, able to just really hold things down. And once again, we're seeing why Clove's utility is pretty impactful when you're kind of playing on your own. The pick-me-up makes sure that you get that overheal, you move just a little bit faster, and you're able to secure these kills. Once again, a lot of the members of Sleepers very confident to kind of take those initial duels and take it solo. And so that is just honestly how they tie a bow on that last round. Waylay flying in this time for Leo, but no information gained. SaD make sure to pedal back enough to keep Sleepers guessing as to what's happening.
Just going to rip this dimensional drift straight onto the A site. Got this ult online super early too, thanks to that pistol round ace. Oh, there is the smoke in the heaven as well. It means soRex has to go for a rotation. And look at the amount of players right now stacked up for Sleepers. Spike gets popped down. They're going to try and explode back onto this site, but SaD are waiting for them, Marks.
They really are. Still going to try and hold Hookah alone. Doesn't get seized up, so still can move around, but that's where Sleepers want to push in.
Doesn't hit, but look at the amount of players from Sleepers on site right now. They need to actually explode onto this one. They need to find kills. They're going to get surrounded if they're not careful. SaD ends up getting trades there. Tonsa down, still in Lambs. They need to look at 3 different directions at once right now. Sleepers in a 2v3. Pain, last one alive. There's the res. Not sure they're going to be able to get that kill though. And here comes the defuse. Straight on top of the box goes Pain, but 22 HP. Not enough to save the day. A good defuse stick. And that's Sleepers with 2.
Just excellent usage of the not dead yet coming through from soLADA. Once again, talking about how we want Clove to be a duelist. Well, gets a second try if you die. That's totally fine, but more importantly, it buys just enough time. And you can see the decision-making process kind of unraveling itself as SaD are just looking not too sure what to do. Pain just decides to kind of go for the kill here onto the actual spike diffuser, but allowing soLADA to be able to move through. Stellar really giving a good old college try to try and make sure that all the members of Sleepy go down, but the overwhelming pressure once again is going to cascade anything that SaD have planned. Regardless though, Pain does have that orbital strike available. And given the grouped up nature that we've seen Sleepers kind of play with, that could be an extremely effective ult if Sleepers are caught off guard from it.
Stella's not kind of lucky there not to take any damage from that Outlaw. Hitting the wrong headshot there, unfortunately for soRex. Ended up hitting the clone. But here comes the dimensional drift. A swing as Duck is kind of waiting for Joen, but Joen has got this bucky. Dog's going to come out first, and there's the jump onto the site.
Way.
Nice recall too. This Waylay play looking real good from Sleepers right now.
Story of shotguns. That last time, both agents really optimizing exactly how you want to use those shorties. Tonsa in the dimensional drift pops out. We've seen Exer do it a million times here on Challengers. Shorty in hand, find the kill nice and easy. And then Leo as well. Just zip zapping across the sky, lands right on top of you and finding that kill. Maximum value from exactly how the duelists want to play. And SaD had just simply have no answer. We see Sleepers really aggressive on that retake, and you can tell that that is what they want to lean into. They want to make sure they've got enough people alive so that they can completely flood in on top of anything that SaD have prepared. And so you'll see them usually trying to play their life, with the exception of soLADA, who's been just excellent at finding the multi-kill before SaD make it in.
Who's sitting on a very aggressive line in A short right now with this AWP, but fortunately, there is no one there. Not an inkling of life. Looks like a quick teleport back, but luckily, I mean, SaD are kind of stacked here, so now the AWP is going to be kind of ready for them. Flash into Octagon, Dog as well onto the site. Doesn't find too much, but a TP is going to get set up. And there is that one shot, unfortunately, on to the clone. It's going to blind him straight up. And a nice kill into Tonsa. He didn't have anywhere to run or hide. A span through onto the Dog, but soRex finds 3.
Oh man, that is so tough. soRex just popping out there, and then in the midst of all of that, a convergent paths gets let loose by Leo just for good measure, but it's all good. soRex Didn't even need to pop the Viper's Pit last round. I was going to mention it was available. Doesn't matter, just popping out at the perfect opportunity and shutting everybody down from SaD, because SaD were just simply not expecting a player to swing out from that side. It was looking rehearsed. It was looking like it was going to be sharp. The orbital strike coming in as well, guaranteeing a kill. And yet Sleepers the ones to hold on. And so SaD Esports will be taking a timeout right now. C-Style probably just trying to figure out how to really counter this, because Sleepers once again have just been completely overwhelming it. And all of these players are not afraid to just kind of send it as soon as they want to. And they're so used to each other sending it that they're swinging off of each other appropriately and finding the timings immaculately, once again, based off the information from their teammates swinging out on different timings.
Yeah, good time to take a timeout to 4 rounds in a row for Sleepers. SaD's first couple of rounds, though, was so dominant, but it's just kind of slipped through their hands completely. Not going to be on much of a buy here either. SaD, they got a Bucky, a couple of Sheriffs, a little bit of armor, but that's it. I mean, these kills were so nice. Jumping around the corner, and unfortunately, they just not looking the right way there. A perfect off angle for Sorex to be hiding. 9-2, and like you said, still the Viper's Pit.
Oh, this is a disgusting angle. I was going to say, if Tanza doesn't find anybody, then Leo's got that check, but now all the footsteps get heard, so Sleepers must be aware that this is where SaD are just going to try and overwhelm Stellar, only person with a stinger in hand.
Oh, gotta run real quick. Gonna throw that C's into lamps as well. An Odin in the hands over the fades, and they're just walking into that one. Yeah, there's just no chance, unfortunately. Stacking up all those players, and then you just an MG42 bunker, you know, just kind of laying waste to them. Flawless round for Sleepers, but kind of expected though for SaD, right? I mean, you're going into that timeout, you're not expecting to win the next one considering the gun disadvantage, but
yeah.
Let's see if there's going to be a difference in how they approach this next round with the rifles on them.
And I just love the way still that Sleepers are playing off of one another. I mean, I highlighted it during that last break there, but at the same time, like, you see all these individual little traps being set up. Someone watching one angle and then someone immediately watching that counter angle. Obviously, it was very easy in the start, but then when the flood out of the little corner there happens, well, doesn't matter. Sleepers have 2 people watching it, making sure that the Odin's able to find multiple values. So, go again.
Nice
Tanza
kill.
starting us off. An excellent kill onto Welly, denying a lot of information, which has been really key, actually, for SaD to be able to find a lot of the kills when they move in onto the site. And let's see how they want to play off of it now. You can tell SaD, pump the brakes a little bit, want to slow down this pace of play, while Sleepers are just setting themselves up, getting ready to try and punish with some of these traps now we're seeing on this defense.
Yeah, Ash was kind of talking about it on the desk, these trap plays, what we're expecting, and again here, Octagon cleared. Slowly but surely, they're going to pop onto B side. Of course, there's no one there right now. There's 2 players in hookah. Yeah, and Sleepers can hear it. That spam through the smoke. Even a molly being thrown out to try and clear that corner. They've got time to make a decision here if they do want to back off, but they haven't got a lot of it. They need to kind of make a decision where they're going to end now. 35 seconds left on the clock.
Still time, though, to be able to back out of here. And I think the footsteps get heard, as it is going to be the Nightfall coming through, and that is going to confirm SaD have to go onto this B site. Let's see how Leo and Sorex are able to deal with this pressure.
And Leo's going to be first contact into hookah already, and yet SaD knows exactly where they are. There is the dash onto the site, but easily taken care of. Sorex is like an anchor right now on this site. He's like a gargoyle hiding up on top of a citadel, waiting for people to jump on in, and it's just been so easy. Nice clean around there as they save the off as well. Sorex is just on fire.
It's been unbelievable coming through from Sorex, and in the middle of that as well, Leo staying alive. It's crazy. And on top of that, Tanza's able to find that value right off the rip. I mean, it's just so well done from Sleepers. And I think that it really comes down to just the comfortability of playing off of each other. SaD, they're having an issue really making it in onto that B site. We've seen them multiple rounds now try and walk through some of the entrances and immediately getting punished for it. They don't really have the adequate amount of flashes to be able to properly engage in through. They have to rely on Zaj's flashes, which Sleepers have just been doing a good job playing around the smokes to make sure that they've got that anti-flash and can just mow down the members of SaD as they slowly meander in.
And they're hoping for thrifties now, man. I mean, the econ once again not looking so hot. 3 stingers, a Bucky, and a Sheriff. Bash into Octagon, but like you said, just the covering fire of the Odin is a little absurd. Oh, goodbye, Joe, and tried to hit the recall there, but that Saturate was a beautiful. Oh, and it's an easy cleanup. Picturesque. That goes in like a Waylay trailer right there, that Saturate.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to use that highlight in the next trailer, you know. Waylay's back in a big way. Well, I guess once Waylay gets nerfed, and then they got to bring Waylay back. That's when we'll see that come through. But once again, similar problems coming through. Yeah, the Saturate was good, and yet still Duck and Sorex just hold down this crossfire that really no flashes, no answer, no smokes do anything to deny. And given the fact that, yes, SaD didn't really have a proper buy that round, they're still opening themselves up to just walking in and getting sprayed down when the clock ticks down.
Oh. Punished for the aggressive angle.
Okay.
Once again, okay, SaD, they've slowed this down to like a crawl. And they've managed to pick up a couple of players on the extremities.
Yeah, really important kills, honestly, because this is what they've been hoping for, like round after round. Please, Sleepers, please push into us. Please give us some free kills so we have so much of an easier time to make it in onto the site. Just that Sleepers are really just holding their ground, and finally they push out and give SaD Esports a real good chance. But don't forget, it's still Salada anchoring right now in showers. It's not over until Salada goes down.
My word, double dogged. I mean, yeah, there's no chance you escape that. Salada fighting his inner demons there, as well as the aggressive players from SaD. Spike's going to get planted. And now a 2v5. Up in the hands of Joe, and both players back site ran out for Sleepers, and it looks like not even going to attempt to do anything here.
I don't know whether or not I agree with this call, given the fact that their economy is just absolutely stacked right now. They don't really have anything to lose. Best thing that they could kind of do is track down where some of the weapons of SaD Esports are and punish them, but exactly like you said, doesn't feel like they've got a leg in this fight. They have no information as to where these SaD Esports players are, so we're just going to let that spike tick away and potentially find a couple of exits. A good engagement from SaD is, like I was talking about, finally the game plan works out. I wonder if Sleepers will keep on giving those opportunities up, or are going to just try and play it safe based on how this round kind of played out.
And no one goes down at all. So looking real nice. Okay, comeback starts now. Round 11. Sleepers still up 7 though on the defense, and their economy's going to be good for the rest of the half at this point. No need to worry.
Couple of ultimates on both of these teams. Sorex, I'm going to be honest with you, it feels awkward using that Viper Spit, if not to just kind of be this big denial tool and really an intimidation tool, given how the playstyle of Sleepers is a lot more aggressive, a lot more hold these kind of tricky angles where you're not expecting them to be in. And already we see them
up.
Get ready for this play.
Flash around the corner, they're almost ready for it, but oh, the collapse from Tonza.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's one way to start off the round. Oh, you want to catch us on the little push there? Yeah, no worries. No worries. We've got the op to deal with that. And I like that, like not afraid to, like they did this the previous round, right? And they got punished for it. Not afraid to do it again though. Being a little bit more ready for it.
Spray down happening, but okay, Payne's able to actually get that, so Gerwin will be alerted to this position.
Oh dear. Well, that is a knife there, unfortunately. Payne it down in lamps. Duck back sight, spike planted.
2v4 here. Should be a Sleepers round as conversion pass comes out.
Goodbye. Well, they do get the molly. Oh! Can they actually get out of it? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, no way. Now with a 1v4. Just gonna get sprayed down around this corner. Sees. Little saturate. Diffuser's coming in. There's just too much. Trying to go for one kill, doesn't quite get it. Manages to get out though, still got the dash. But they're going to try and hunt him down. He's still got the op in his hand, of course, going to jump around the corner and still get the kill. Leo falls, but now the last round of the half, and Sleep is sitting at 8.
Oh my goodness me. Look at that. Sorex 13-2. Oh my goodness me. It's just been fantastic. And this is one of the things I was going to comment on, actually, with that Yoru being on this defense. It's so dynamic because you can just teleport all the way onto the other side. So yes, you see that initial push out from Sleepers. Oh, Tanza with the operator finds a collat. If you're SaD, you have no idea where that Yoru is going to be next. It could be on A, it still could be on B. And that hesitation allows those opportunities for Sleepers. Last round of this half, let's see how they want to play this.
Maybe expecting that dog to be broken. They do end up kind of ripping the ult here. Here comes the conversion pass as well, and everything's being used on this site. I mean, where could you run? Realistically, if you're Sleepers, there's just no way. SaD's going to peek out backside. That's another player already biting the dust. That is an extremely good saturate. This is a quick round, a very quick round, but that's how you want to play it right now. And now they know where Sorex is. 1v5, gonna need a miracle right now.
Time just ticking down now. Sorex going to try and find these opportunities, but last round and a half, so got to give it a try. Stellar finding that round, but that time, SaD Esports are like, okay, you like to go fast, we're going to go really fast at you and just completely flood your screen with every single ultimate and PC utility in the world. And it's so hard trying to navigate in the middle of all of this chaos. SaD finally taking matters into his own hand, going a little bit more aggro that time. Works out perfectly from SaD as we swap halves now. Both of these teams preferred halves coming through. One of those unstoppable forces against an immovable object and gonna be coming at you fast. SaD on this defense looking fantastic, but Sleepers on the offense can simply not be stopped. And well, given the fact that Sleepers were able to scoop up those 8 rounds, this is looking like it should be a favored map for Sleepers to be able to walk away with and force us to map 3.
Was running 4 frenzies there, so only going to be 3 for Sleepers. I'll try and dodge out of the way of that dog, but they should be able to hear those footsteps. Going to stop the push at least for the time, and that molly is going to catch out Dark. A very quick or attempted quick push, and Leo is on 1 HP. 1 singular.
Kind of crazy that the math works out that way, but alive nonetheless. And this is just so difficult, especially on that pistol round. It's going to require multiple bullets unless you find that headshot with the Sheriff for Ghost.
Alive at a what cost? Well, now it's Sorex. Versus 5. Not quite the ace on the pistol round that we saw previously, but SaD still pick it up as a defensive flawless.
Honestly, shout out to the Molly there. Molly finding maximum value from pain. On top of that, like we see another crossfire kind of get set up. Zaj just on the other side of it, and so kind of forces Sleepers to try and have to retreat there. Right back into showers, right back into the fire on your feet, and get burned down. So Pain walking away with so much value and a lot of money off of that one. And it will be the full buy-up coming through from SaD. See if this is going to be a thrifty here. Sleepers really just on that budget buy. Leo, the only one buying a shorty. And I imagine once the smoke clears, it's going to be a fast Russian onto the A site.
No thrifties, not in this. We've had enough, I think, is what people are telling us, what the game is telling us. Yeah, quick onto the site. Like you said, they've already got lamps. There's 2 players stacked up right now. Gonna maybe wait for the smokes to disappear. Wait for this long flank to come in, actually, from Join. Showers in control of SaD right now, and a good swing from Pain. Gets 2 kills instantly.
Cool.
Spike down A.
Not quite done yet, but honestly, just a good job of SaD Esports. Capitalizing on the fact their weapons have a lot more range. Leo, last person alive with a shorty.
See the small grin on his face, like, I can get 1. I can try.
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2. Gotta get that reload first. Wow, they're not even trying, man. Gotta die at some point though. Oh, you're gonna run out of bullets. There we go. Okay, eventually comes in. That's a back-to-back flawless for SaD, Marks.
Yeah, and once again, we knew that SaD's defense was gonna be good, but They just do a really good job at keeping things at bay there, and just intelligent plays on how you want to set things up. Pain has been kind of popping off these last couple of rounds, getting closer and closer to having an orbital strike online, which is a huge boon for the defense. And yeah, just doing a great job at boxing out the last remaining player on Sleepers, understanding, hey, you just got that little shotgun, you can't fly out. We've got the range, we're going to use that to our advantage. And now we are going to be seeing a little bit of a technical pause as actually, hey, Pain tying now Sorex for the top number of kills, only 3 away from the orbital strike, Jaws.
Yeah, and again, that early is real nice. We see how much work they did with it actually on the A site on their attack. They're closing in this gap. I mean, it's A6. Like, will it again be as Sleepers kind of turning it up a notch when they end up getting rifles in their hands? Because this is almost a mirror of what happened previously, although it wasn't too flawless back to back. So SaD's economy also looks great. I mean, still playing that range, of course. They're against rifles, but it's doable. It's not an impossible spot for SaD to pick up another round. Hopefully we'll get this tech pause sorted out in just a moment. Just a small lag issue. I'm just getting word. Should be just a couple of minutes.
Even the players right now a little bit antsy here, but it's I think that this is really telling with how close the score line is when you take a look at both of these teams' histories through stage 1 of Challengers, right? Like, both of these teams were just absolute titans. And of course, they lost to absolute titans, being that of QOR and Shopify Rebellion Black, who are both currently in the winners finals. And even then, like, those games were close. Like, it wasn't a quick runaway, like 13-7 type of deal for both of those matchups. But both these teams, top team contenders, but unfortunately, only one of them can really move through. Sleepers, kind of the unknown team coming into this one. A lot of people comparing them to Envy, previously known as Rankers, and how this team just kind of came together and honestly wowed people with their fast and rambunctious playstyle. While on the other side, SaD putting together a bunch of people who have been in the scene for quite some time, picking up Stellar as well to kind of lead the helm and really just honing in on what they do best. Once again, the calling and the strategy coming through from SaD has looked so consistently good throughout the entire season. And well, now it's coming up against this really gap of different play styles coming through for both of these teams. In this matchup, you could even see it happen in front of us.
Both teams actually took down Energy Academy. And if I remember rightly as well, SaD had an insane defense against NRG a couple of weeks ago. Like, they were coming into that day as well with like an 80% win rate on defense rounds or something. It was something close to that. I remember Roy kind of talking about it on the desk back then. You can see how well their defense working out so far. It's whether they can actually keep this momentum up. I mean, do we expect Sleepers to go for like a different approach here? Obviously, they've got rifles now, of course, but are you expecting like fast play every single round, or do you reckon they're going to slow it down?
I really think that they just got to up the tempo here, if I'm being honest with you. Like, we saw how they want to attack specifically on Breeze when they've got like a game plan. And that was after they changed up their agent composition on that map as well. So and came in with a little bit of fun stuff, but it shows that there is a willingness and a commitment to a certain specific style of play. There is a lot of tape on SaD, especially on this map. I think at this point, SaD has played Bind 3 times. Of course, SaD have won it 3 times, and Sleepers have played it 4 times, and they've won it as well. But the difference being that SaD, they're a little bit more static. You know what to predict out of them. You know where some of their strategies might be. And if you're Sleepers, you know exactly where to target it. You know exactly how to fly in. You know where these players are going to be hanging out. And that could guarantee easy kills, especially given that you're on the attack and you have to be the ones aggressing, which, once again, Sleepers feels like that they are more than comfortable with doing, even on their defensive half, getting so aggressive and trying to punish SaD at every single moment in just raw gunfights. Forget about the utility. We're just looking for gunfights.
It should be about a minute or so, just getting the lag issue. So it looks like everybody bought weapons as well on the side of Sleepers. Not sure who called for the tech pause, but should be getting into this in just a moment. Although, no, maybe not. I just jinxed it. Sorry about that. We're going to jump to a quick be right. Sorry, Marks, man. Sorry, chat. We're going to jump to a quick be right back, and hopefully the issue will be sorted out. We'll see you on the other side.
$29.
27.
25.
19.
Oh wow. 14.
Like 21.
Oh, dude. Shoot. There's like at least 25. There's at least 25.
24.
28.
Oh wow. 18. Okay.
26.
30.
22.
12.
23.
Oh my god. 30. 30.
13.
I think 13.
11.
9.
9.
In the map pool 7 total, like 10 or 11.
9 or 10? No, there's like 11. I'm just gonna go with 11. Shoot at 11.
11.
13.
13.
13.
9.
11.
There's like 7.
Total maps. 12.
Total maps 10.
6,200.
That would be 6,300 or 6,200.
6250.
6,200.
5,700.
Max shield 6,100.
Operator is 4,700. With Ghost is another. Dude, I'm so bad at math. Yeah, I would never buy a Ghost. I was gonna go 5,200. Throw it at 5,300.
6,200.
6,200.
All right, welcome back. Hey, look at that. We beat the timer by like, what, 12 seconds, 13 seconds? All good. We're back. No more lag issues, I hope. Is SaD? Well, we'll see if they can continue their streak here on the defense, picking up 2 flawless back-to-back. As the showers push, as Pain gets punished.
Back in the flash.
And being out of there is kind of huge. Bucky flying forwards. Leo's going in.
Oh, my word. Yeah, couldn't even get the recall there, unfortunately. Sarge just hiding in the smoke, and like you perfectly predicted, Marks is just going to be hitting the sights hard and fast. Spike gets planted. That was so lucky. I mean, I'm surprised Stella didn't at least get 1 kill there. And now Showers, well, he on his own against 3 players, looking directly at him.
Look at that, the triple stack coming up. Yeah, Willie might want to just save that one, but
goodbye.
Just to kind of reiterate that point, I mean, Stellar really had a moment. Just if he threw the mouse just a little bit to the left, obviously would have been able to find a couple of kills there. Duck barely escaping. Willie with the wraparound trying to punish any of these escapers. Duck though, a little bit sharp to it. So this fast, furious take that we see from Sleepers just completely dominate onto that site. Comes through in spades as they find their first round on this attacking half.
And something you said to me during that little tech pause too was, you know, if Sleepers end up getting going, I mean, we've seen what happened on their defensive half was they just don't stop. So we'll see if the same can be said. We'll see if it's going to be the mirror of the other half. So with SaD now sitting at 6 and Sleepers sitting at 9, I'd be a little bit worried right now if I was SaD.
Not to put my psychologist hat on here for a second, but there is something to say about confidence and how well your aim is going ahead. So with that momentum, especially with Sleepers being so confident in how they want to frag out, they can continue to fly away with some of those fast rambunctious rounds that honestly just feel like good confidence boosters. then you usually see these players start to shoot even better. Great stall out though from SaD just at the beginning here, using all that utility to really just keep him backwards. And well, it's going to be the Yoru coming back to reinforce this A site, as it is going to be Sleepers getting ready to push him through. I'm curious to see how Pain deals with this pressure.
Might just be a flash through the smoke to start off with. It is dodged though out of the way. There goes the molly to try and separate anybody who's already made an entrance. Speaking of which, there's one. Leo goes down after dashing to the top of that box, but Pain still backside. It's going to be a C's coming in, goes a little bit wide, but nice little swing from Pain actually from backside, from that truck site, as it's going to net him a kill. And that was only Duck versus 4. So the momentum that we were kind of talking about already halted. Is that immovable object has met that unstoppable force,
left.
and unfortunately that force is very stoppable, at least for now.
Yeah, just a couple of gaps in how that force is kind of flying through and just hits the rock. A great job from SaD Esports to really anchor things down. Honestly, coming down to just holding good crossfire, something that we saw these bait plays kind of come out from Sleepers previously, but you see Pain drop down the molly and then run back around, just kind of baiting that Brimstone running away. And that opens up the opportunity for German to kind of come up large with just swinging out at the perfect timings and everyone just having each other's backs. For me, it really felt like a lot of that utility that round from SaD, not necessarily cosmetic, but just to introduce a couple of distractions to allow those positions to more or less stay hidden. It looked really good on that anchoring coming through from SaD on that last round.
Oh, and a timeout actually being taken by Sleepers. Okay, so not exactly happy with how that last round went pretty early on, and that's going to be their first timeout of this map.
Now, curious to know what
early
they
on
are
into this
talking
half, I
about.
suppose. Not
Yeah. And
overall.
To be fair, like Sleepers do have quite a bit of coaching staff and analysts and all that type of stuff kind of working behind the scenes as well, right? Like a lot of comparisons I've heard from Sleepers playstyle to like Rankers and Envy and all that type of stuff. One of the biggest things that really elevated Rankers into the way that they were was getting that formal analysis coaching staff kind of coming in and helping them pull a lot of their gameplay together. So at this point, I imagine head coach Who calling this timeout, trying to figure out what's not working and try something different, because it's been 4 rounds. Only one time have we seen it really come out on top, and then SaD were immediately ready to counter it on the next one. We have to see a little bit of a change up coming through from the Sleepers attack, because if they just keep on doing the same thing, well, then they'd be qualifying for the definition of insanity, expecting a different result.
He's got the fade out, which is going to be good. That Nightfall can open things up for SaD if they do find themselves off-site. As always, though, they try and make a little bit of presence known in Sands. They got the Viper Orb down as well. Ton of util actually thrown in, trying to take B long.
Yeah, look at that. Like, they make sure to just secure B long. And that honestly is a pretty good place to hold, especially with the attackers, because it allows for that teleporter option to be open, forcing the defense to try and pay attention a little bit more to showers. But Tanza will be just gate crashing out of that one, and now the real attack will happen. Jerwin up against 3.
He's got a nice smoke position, though, but ends up recalling it nonetheless to Lamps.
Oh.
Actually gets one. Okay, Leo down already. Snail's pace of a round so far. Welly trying to catch someone off guard, but the timing, oh, it's so bad. 10 health left, manages to get out of there. Nightfall ends up getting popped, so those audio cues aren't going to be available to him. And Welly still finds one, so it's a 1-for-1 trade.
30 seconds left.
SaD is at 3 HP. One little bit of spam through the tube, and you're donezo. Tonka goes for a swing, but oh no, can't actually land a shot. Takes too much himself and actually has to back up to elbow. Oh, there's just no shot, right? No, SaD get another round. The Sleepers not finding that momentum that they need to secure back-to-back rounds. SaD, they got up to 8.
Well, I just got to give a big shout out to Welly there. Alone on the point, missing the timing, unfortunately, has to just kind of crawl back in and then surrounded on so many fronts, just lets the Nightfall go. And really what that is doing is stalling for the team. At that point, well, he's dead. Like there's no way around that. Well, he's gonna die. We know it. He's able to find a kill. You'll love to see that. It's fantastic. It's great. But the fact that the Nightfall goes out, secures a bunch of positioning, discombobulates Sleepers just for an additional second to allow SaD to get themselves that additional time to set up. It doesn't make it makes sure that Sleepers are not able to take that spawn, and they have to refight for that. A very important pivotal round, just based off of that single ultimate.
Going to the side again. Oh, Leo, second time in a row is gonna get killed by Joe, and he was practically waiting for him. And there comes the covering fire. Yeah, unfortunately, that is a flawless round there for SaD. I mean, Sleepers, again, they're trying to hit these sites really hard, but it's Leo attempting to open up the site most of the time, but Joen is waiting there with the trap card, like every moment, every like pixel he manages to take, Joen's there ready.
Straight up, that was just the bait from Welly. Just like, oh yeah, all right, I'm out of bullets. Hear me reload, nice, loud and clear. And then Sleepers are like, all right, this is our time. We can get him. Let's jump on that Odin. Immediately walking out, and Joe was just there holding the angle, ready for that push out. Just good understanding of how Sleepers might try and engage that, and it just completely loses all momentum before anything gets started. Leo taking a headshot.
10 HP already.
Oh jeez.
It's so rough. Converge Bars comes in. Nightfall's going to hit as well. Dark ends up getting traded by Joen. Okay, finally. Raid Boss down on the site. But here comes Pain ripping the ult onto Dice. As, well, ends up getting taken down regardless. Oh, that is the longest range shorty shot of all time. Well, ends up getting taken down regardless. But still, got another life to play it with. Welly now trying to make his way up to heaven. With that Odin in hand. Oh, that's some good damage too. Everybody's pretty low, but a good swing from Tonza. Does mean, unfortunately, the Clo falls, but should be the round going over to Sleepers. However, still Leo 10 HP and Stella on an angle they might not be fully aware of.
Stella right now, no time left to really get this defuse, but could drop the rifles.
One enemy remaining.
Could, and does. Tonza dead. Snake bite gets thrown in. I thought Leo was going to go down. He's going to be able to get half. There's the saturate. Ends up hitting, and yeah, time has been played. Well, Stella gets the kill, but dies for it. There's a round for Sleepers.
Yeah, Sleepers are able to get that one, but it really shouldn't be down to the wire like that. I mean, look at the buy coming through now. They weren't really swimming in money beforehand, and honestly, really good job from SaD, actually. Just playing around the not dead yet. Doesn't even give an opportunity, really, for that Clove to be able to find that additional pick. Play a little bit more forwards as well to try and deny anything, find a kill, and the economy for Sleepers is not looking fantastic. Nobody across the board will be able to fully buy everything that they need. We see Sorix coming into this one, not even able to get the Cloud. And yeah, it's still a little bit dicey here, but they do have the convergent paths alongside the dimensional drift. And given the mobility coming in with their duelists, those shotguns could actually get quite a bit of value, with the rest of the Vanguard just kind of running in behind the entry line for Sleepers. So I'm already starting to see the vision here, as unfortunately we get thrown back into another tech pause. But SaD, I mean, they've still got all the weapons. They're still feeling pretty spicy on this half so far. I imagine they're not going down without a fight.
Yeah, no one really has the Odin, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, a small little tech pause. Hopefully, it's not a little bit of lag. Is that a banana or is that a sweet potato? Can't really tell.
That's got to be a banana. You're not eating a sweet potato with a carton of milk beside it, are you?
I mean, why not? Why not? Why not? What's wrong with sweet potato? What's wrong with a nicely warmed up sweet potato? You know what I mean? That could be a carton of orange juice, by the way. No. It doesn't have to be milk. You don't know that. It doesn't say milk on it. It could be like orange juice or something. But then would you eat orange juice with a sweet potato? I don't know. Ash is yelling at me in our chat. It could be a sweet potato. I don't know.
Oh yeah, we're getting the camera
very ripe.
That has got to be
banana is very ripe. Like,
hey man,
very
ripe bananas, banana bread. I'm just saying, that's tracking. It's making sense.
That's true.
That's not a sweet potato.
You're a ripe kind of guy, or you're a green banana kind of guy?
Definitely more ripe. as somebody who has consumed a lot of bananas, because honestly, they've got a shell built into the fruit, which is very handy.
It was pretty epic. Evolution's pretty awesome. Nature's cool. They have their own little holster you can hold them with. No, I did. It's got to be might be a psychopath, but I do like my bananas slightly green. Just saying,
that's okay.
Might be a little bit crazy, man. I will. Don't worry.
To each their own.
We'll stop our rambling in a moment. Like I said, apologies for the tech pause. Okay, maybe it is milk, because what is that?
That's a goat.
Some kind of goat? Yeah. So it could be a carton of milk. Goat's milk, maybe.
We're pulling together. This is one of those like game theory videos, right? Where we're pulling together all these little individual pieces across the map.
Is this a carton of milk, or is it something else? Well, there's goats here, and there's guys up there chilling in a. Well, it's a bathhouse.
That was a
chicken. That makes sense.
Oh, well, you know.
No, it's a guy, and there's a bathhouse, I assume. Ash says she doesn't like any bananas with brown spots on them. That's what I'm talking about. Just like slightly green. Not like too ripe. That's fine by me.
Learning a lot about our...
How do you like your bananas? We're in a tech pause. You got nothing else going on, so let us know.
Potassium level is going to be like through the roof after this broadcast. You know, everyone's going to be thinking about bananas because that's
good for you, man. Have one in the morning.
Agenda. It's great.
Yeah, it's a good time. Banana and some coffee, or in a smoothie or something. I don't know.
Now you're talking. I like mine in oatmeal.
Yeah,
kind of strange.
There you go. There you go. Health facts on the Challengers channel. Let's go. I got a whole Rolodex full of these, bro. We can sift through them if you really want different topics for tech pauses. Now production is going to scream at us in a minute.
You just aged us by saying a Rolodex. And the fact that I laughed meant that I knew what you meant.
Like, okay, to be fair, I have never used a Rolodex in my defense, and there are going to be some people in the chat asking what a Rolodex is, and I've never used one. Just to point it out. I'm not that old. Okay.
Yeah, I'm young and hip with the kids too. Yeah, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, huh?
What? You're not like 45 marks. I think it's fine. I think you're okay. There you go. Tech pause sorted. Perfect. There we go. Perfect. We're back in. Sorry about the quick pause there. Hopefully all the lag issues and whatnot have been sorted out. But sleepers after that round, they're on 10. SaD sitting at 9 with full buys across the board. Can SaD just stop these aggressive pushes? Looks like they're going to try and go for an A hit again. Dimensional Drift popped early.
And once again, I imagine the convergent path is going to be played off of that one. Jerwin, though, was able to find one.
Once again, Leo shut down. He tries to jump on in as Pain stops that bomb in his tracks. Now at A, short. And well, Solada's going to find one up onto the high ground in heaven there. Estella easily takes down the Clove. An odd spot for Tonza to be in. Currently sitting in lamps with two players attempting to get a pincer onto the Yoro. Spike on the floor. Tonza almost in control.
I got the spike.
Interesting call being made by SaD right now. They actually decide to split up, divide and conquer, try and play these off angles and catch timing onto Tonza. So will yield the spike over as the rotation comes through, but look at this position from Stellar, already advancing forwards, ready for this push.
I like this a lot, but Tonza beats him to the punch. Stellar goes down, and it's going to be a quick rotation. It's got a teleport to set up with as well, which is almost perfect. It's going to send that to be long.
Spike planted.
Oh, she's going to play aggro too. I really like this from Tonza, but Pain clutching it up. 11 HP to spare. More than enough needed, and that is the defuse. SaD bringing us to 10. This series, I was going to say map, but this series couldn't be any closer right now. With how back and forth the last one was, a 10 to 10. We are in familiar territory, and we were on Breeze.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like the call being made from SaD to split themselves up like that. I thought for sure it was gonna lead to an opportunity to give the 1v1, and that's exactly what happened. Tonza goes for it, but once again, that aggression kind of not working out in Sleeper's favor. It's a bit of a risky gamble. Stellar going down, just completely caught off guard, and then just leaving it all up to the end. And well, SaD are able to walk away with that one. So a timeout being called yet again. Reminder, this is an elimination match. Last round, Sleepers, they had a crazy combo being able to come through that got swiftly dismantled just with the SaD Esports members playing inside of smokes, popping out at the right opportunities and catching them off guard. The convergent paths that Leo pops does not get the value that they were really hoping for, and then Tonza's in this weird off-angle position there. Everyone is spread out, which is not how Sleepers wanted to play that round. SaD doing an excellent job, so aware that that could be the combo coming through. So let's make sure to spread ourselves out, make sure that we're still watching those angles to lead us to that position where the road to victory was forged right in front of them. 10-10 now. Coming back, it's going to be pistols coming through, sheriffs on the side of Sleepers, and Sorex does have that pit. If they're able to get the spike down, might be a rush to set that ultimate up.
So it's been unfortunate, really. I mean, Leo has not been able to make space for the team. He's been kind of dashing in. I mean, drawing the ire, I suppose, a lot of the time, but shut down by Joe in, it was like 9 times out of 10. Spots a few players be long. But, I mean, you are going against an Odin there. So, yeah, the call has been made, now making a presence on the B site, or the A site, sorry. Wow, Tonza chases away a rifle just with a sheriff.
Just warning shots being gunned, but Tonza's position really is adding a lot of pressure on the SaD's defense.
Well, that C's might be devastating. Looks like they've made their way in. Leo surviving, at least for now. Saturate comes in, and that is going to be a very aggressive push into showers. Is going to clear up that, and now they can fight on 2 different angles here. Just spamming through the smoke as Welly takes down the Clove. Spike in hands, there's the TP, but look who's on the other side. Big brain Stella knew exactly how they wanted to play that. And now Leo, all alone, in the TP. Yeah, there's no shots. That is a flawless round for SaD as they make it 11. And I'm going to reiterate, Mark, elimination game. Couple of rounds required from SaD. And they'll make it to that lowest finals in a 2-0. But it won't be a decisive 2-0. This has been so damn close.
And I just have to say, Payne's positioning on that A site was instrumental to making sure that SaD were able to win that one. Put pressures forward, and then immediately they're just like, oh, I gotta regroup with everybody. Makes the risky gamble to go into showers, clears all that space, knows exactly where the rest of them are, allows it for SaD to just spray through all the smokes, catching anybody from the side of Sleepers. Such a small decision making such a huge impact on that last round. Sleepers, though, once again, will have weapons, but Welly sprays yet again and has gotten Leo. Part of the attack gets dismantled.
Now, do they decide to actually cancel? Just want to point out Stella's positioning too in hookah, very deep, has got pits. Looks like it's going to be a full commit. There comes the nightfall too. They're throwing in a lot, and there's no cancel at all. They're already on the site, and Sarge just got 2. Sitting in hookah still, Stella, as patient as you like. They're going to go to the next round with another flawless under their belt. Marks 12-10 for SaD, and look at the economy for Sleepers now. In ruin, complete ruin.
Yeah, looking like right now, asking for just a little bit more. Please, sir, can I have some more? Because it's gonna be just Guardians being bought up here. They have to play flawlessly for 2 rounds. It's not under the question just quite yet. Still is definitely possible, but the big question is, do we fight the raid boss in Welly with the Odin on B? Or fight the raid boss on A in Payne, who's just been navigating, dipping, dodging through that site so excellently. And uncharacteristic offense so far from Sleepers is they finally decide to slow it down. The amount of pressure that they've been facing every single time they try and take those early advancements. SaD's just been doing a great job at punishing, and Derwin pushing out this time, aggressively finds Duck. And now the spike is, well, thankfully not the information given up, but it's still very far behind the rest of Sleepers.
Oh man, I love that fade eye through that TP. Giving away that position so Jerwin can just play super aggro because you know there's going to be only one player there. And Jerwin's got another.
Boy.
Sleepers' chance of coming back in this series is almost cut to 0. It's Tonza and Leo versus the world now to keep them in this series and keep them in this bracket. This lower finals, it feels like it's been secured by SaD already. A flash out. Zaj takes most of that to his own dome, but it's all good. Tonza now on the site. Bomb at his back, but Joe in finds a third. Knows exactly where Leo is. Has to hit the recall. It's going to go aggro too. Leo taking a little bit of chip damage. As there they are, and there they fall. SaD with a round on the board, making it 13. And they're going to take the series, a lower finals placing for them as they eliminate Sleepers.
Yeah, a great job coming through from SaD that time around. Like, you can tell, just the way that they were coming into this, we knew that both these teams are going to be bringing very different ideas to how they want to approach Valorant. Sleepers being a little bit more aggro, being a little bit more aggressive, trying to play for those opportunities. But SaD just overall, I would say, a very well-rounded team. They're not afraid to change up their playstyle, whether or not it is just kind of setting up some of those traps, whether or not it's trying to slow things down. They're willing to adapt. And at the end of the day, I really think that was the biggest difference. We saw changes being made on SaD's side to try and adapt to what their opponents were doing. And consistently, Sleepers just were not able to find the answer when those little adaptations happened. So big congratulations to SaD, but by no means should people be underrating Sleepers, because they've had an incredible run this first stage.
Yeah, I mean, this series was as close as you can get for it being a 2-0 as well. Yeah, Sleepers a phenomenal stage. And the number 1 and number 2 seeds coming out of Swiss as well. Like, this game was going to be a heater, and it delivered. We had 6 thrifties in our first map as well. Just ludicrous stuff. But SaD ended up taking it. A 2-0 final scoreline, lower finals placement as well. And they might even find themselves a nice little rematch versus QOR. We'll have to wait and find out, of course. But we got another game coming up after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Rocket's in trouble. Goal stunner is just snary. Is able to get you two, and Reds can use that to good effect. You also have a little bit.
But they're still getting pulled through with something but 3 players surging.
And Bonnie again just keep getting the site. A row. What for Vic?
Out and grab one on the way down. Giza's got a whole lot of resources.
Derek pulls at a main. The truck back to step. Stuck is good for at least. Oh, it's close.
Wow, and this is such a having 3 players left alive, but we still don't have time with a lot of firepower.
Starting off our day, we had 4 teams. Now only 3 remain to take 2 maps in the series, and it's going to be SaD Esports victory 13-10 to move on and eliminate sleepers from the playoffs. This was the match between Control and Chaos, but Roy, in the end, it's going to be Control that takes the win. SaD Esports move on into our lower finals.
And what a showing by them. I mean, there's only one team that remains undefeated on Bind. It's SaD Esports. It has been decided by the Valorant gods. And I mean, SaD, they defeated the new hot shots in town. We've been hyping this team up all season long, right? We talked about how good EEPY was. We talked about how consistent the results and their play was. And it felt like in this specific series, SaD Esports, they had grip on the pace, the tempo, the style. It felt like on defense side, SaD Esports just had a perfect idea of how to play out the scenarios, and it kind of just felt like full control from start to finish.
You got to give a lot of credit, though, to that momentum that was built up by Sleepy in that first half to even bring it to this, like, 13-10, right? Like, starting things off with that 8-4, Sleepy just had so much momentum. So many rounds in a row. I think it was like, what, 7 rounds in a row after SaD ended up winning out their first pistol and the anti-eco off of that. But when you swap sides, we already knew the approach, like Roy was just talking about, that Sleepers were going to want to take on the attack. They like these very bursty, divey executes that rely so much on Leo just being able to create that space. And for the way that SaD were looking to counter that, playing towards backside, ensuring that they could get those trades through and looking to avoid those areas that they know that Leo is going to be sending out that saturate, made all the difference for being able to punish him, denying him from even able to get that refract out and making it harder for sleepers to scale up off the back of it. Very nicely anti-called there by the SaD.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly what I was referring to. Nice catch. And it kind of the whole like identity, it feels like, for EEPY is the post-plant fighting that you were talking about, right? Not only are they divey on site, but they're also will trespass and they'll disrespect the space that you have in the post-plant. They'll be fighting, like they'll be fighting you in spawn from elbow, and they'll be kind of fighting back site, even in the A post-plants, right? Typically, not many teams are comfortable doing that, but it feels like SaD Esports were completely ready for it when it came to that defensive side. They were so patient. They were waiting for each other. The utility was on point, and whenever clutch factor was required, whenever someone needed to step up, it felt like somebody on that SaD roster was willing to do it, whether it was Welly, whether it was Payne with the clutches and the sick kills. And it just felt like when it came to that second half, although EEPY did a really good job in that first half, second half was all SaD.
And looking at this too, we had talked about in that first map how losing out on pistols for SaD Esports was a little bit of a rough one, but the even help with like double-digit scoreline coming out from sleepers is we got to see a lot more of that momentum come out from the side of SaD Esports here, Ash. We get to see the double pistol win. We get to see them get a couple of rounds under their belts. We get to see an econ in a game that isn't completely disrupted by both teams with a million 50s. We get a lot cleaner of a match coming out. And in that control, like SaD Esports then can get it done.
Yeah, you're talking about those double pistol rounds. Like the fact that Zaj is able to start things off with an ace for that first pistol, I think just definitely set the tone there for SaD Esports as well. Just that opener was incredible to see. And taking a look at the scoreboard here too, on Breeze, Roy was talking about it kind of after that map happened, how Payne has constantly been that kind of solid player that we don't often get to give that nod to because there's so many other players that are making insane plays, though sometimes flashier plays, but Bind was his map. Like, he was a main component of being able to shut down Leo when it came down to those entries, going 5-1 when it came down to those first kills there for him as well. An absolute beast in the server today.
He truly, truly was. And when we talk about a SaD Esports where we can see a step up from any player, to be able to see such a strong step up from Payne was really, really nice. The rookies on this team have been so nice throughout this split, throughout this playoffs. And I know that there was one person in particular that's put in a lot of work with them to get them to this point. We have none other than Coach Style on the line for a post-match interview. Congratulations on this lower final. You have been talked about by every member of the team for all the work that you've put into the roster. And I want to know how it feels now to see this completed run, to be in this lower finals and see all this hard work paying off.
Yeah, it feels good. It's nice to see, you know, the younger players, Payne and Zodge, just dominating, to be honest. Payne was a player that we were even thinking about playing with last year in Split 3. But we felt he didn't have the experience yet, so it didn't work out then. But as soon as we knew we were rebuilding for this year, he was the first person on my list, instantly was on the team, was in every single tournament with us and just working hard every single day. So like, he is by far like the most hardworking player in this league right now, and I can't say anything but positive things for him, as well as everyone on the team.
I mean, it's really showing up. This was such a fantastic victory today. And I want to talk about the prep work coming out from you and the team to be able to take this match, because we get to see so much thought and work put in from your team, but it's a team of chaos on the opposing end. So how do you even begin to prep for what they could have up their sleeve? Like, would you even expect a triple duelist coming out, all this stuff?
To be honest, it's the same thing as, like, we find it funny because it was Energy yesterday and it was Sleepers today. They're just desperate. They have no other choice. They know they can't beat us on our regular map, so they have to try to pull some gimmick out, and it doesn't work out both times. You know, we adapt, we conquer, we figure it out, because, you know, every day I always talk about putting in effort, working hard in practice so that the games become easy, and it shows, because it's like we're sitting there in the Sleepers game and we're down 3-0, and it's like, this can't keep working. Like, we just let it play out, boys. Just keep letting it play out. And we have the leadership from Stellar, the consistency from Welly, and just everyone. Everyone on our team is such a great person to be around. And then for the prep work, a lot of it isn't me. It was me originally, but it's Hoverboard, who's an analyst for us, and it's my assistant coach Cody, who are doing a lot of the anti-strats, a lot of the extra things, so that I can just focus on just talking with Beaton and just creating simple game plans. And to be honest, our game plan today was not get Saladed. That was it, because he tore apart M80 yesterday, and we just didn't want to let that happen to us.
Well, congratulations on not getting saladed. That definitely helps throughout a series. I mean, you're talking about the prep work that also Hoverboard and Cody have been putting in, and so much of it too. This has been a grueling lower bracket, because you wait in today, you have a best of 5 lower finals then tomorrow, and if you win that out, well, then it's going to be a grand finals best of 5. So how are you looking at this next couple of days to make sure that you are up to speed and the players can keep staying fresh to pop off in the server?
Yeah, the way I see it is we went 4-0. We lost a little bit of practice the other teams got. I don't think we ever should have lost to QOR. I think that was just you know, the mentality wasn't there that day, and I think that we 100% should be in that upper bracket. So these last 2 matches really haven't been that hard, to be honest. Like, they were hard at some points, but they felt pretty comfortable for us the whole way through. We always felt like we had control, and I think it's going to be the same thing going forward, as long as we can keep the same mentality.
I mean, it's definitely been working so far, and this has been a team that's been so fun to watch really be able to just kind of hit those new heights. So I know it's a lot of Valorant tomorrow, so I'll let you go. But Sile, thank you so much for the insight. Congrats with this team, and best of luck moving on forward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. As for that, 3 teams remain here in playoffs. But of course, we have to take a peek at the upper bracket to see who is going to be our first grand finalist team. It's SRB up against QOR after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made?
is time for the upper finals here of the Stage 1 playoffs between Shopify Rebellion Black and QOR to find out who is going to be our first grand finalist team. Both of these teams had their ups and downs throughout, but an impressive run throughout this bracket. Ash, we are in for a great match.
We definitely are. I'm so excited to see this matchup up against between QOR and Shopify Rebellion Black, considering the fact that it will be that rematch. Last time QOR were able to take it that 2-1 during that Swiss stage in round 5 to be able to qualify into playoffs. And I think that how we've seen these two teams grow throughout the season too. Shopify Rebellion Black, they had a little bit of a slower start. Meanwhile, QOR, I think we're kind of like blown our minds since the very beginning in a way there. There are a lot of expectations for both of these rosters with the mix of veterans and also young players between the two of them. It's going to be quite the clash.
Especially the last time these two teams clashed, we got a full 3 maps. We had a quadruple overtime for the very first one to be kicking it off. And I cannot wait to see the growth these teams have had since that meetup. But talk about teams with expectations, and I want to first talk about SRB, because of course we have these organizations such as Shopify. You get to see the caliber of talent. You get to see, Roy, that Coach Effie's joining this team to lead the squad, and said, of course, they had a lot of expectations going into all of this and not that much time to really be able to truly mesh, but they're definitely looking a lot stronger now.
Oh yeah, I mean, this team was formed with literally one purpose: to win. Like, there's no other reason for this roster to exist. Like, it's one of the powerhouse rosters that we have in VCL, and then we do have Coach Effie's as well in the coaching slot, and we also have assistant coach Odorous, who has so much experience as well, and even in player development too. So I think overall this team from top down is so strong on paper. It's certainly a powerhouse. It's the only word I can honestly think of. But for me, I feel like the story for this team has been kind of almost the opposite of QOR, right? Where the expectations for this roster's performance and results was so high off the start. But we said it, right? We said that this roster needed time. It was going to scale extremely well into the end of the season and kind of the end game, if you will. And it felt like right now it might be the time. They might have the form. They might have been found by this roster, and I think what we've seen from them so far into this playoff run is kind of what we expected to see from them in the beginning, and the form that they're in at the moment is terrifying.
And there is a multitude of reasons why this roster needed time, right? Of course, just these players coming together inherently needed some time, but being able to see some role swaps as well needed to give individuals a little bit of that time to truly be able to find themselves. And that's where we got to talk about Ion, because Ion, of course, winning Ascension, there is a lot of expectations for this player, and he's back in Challengers because of age. We get to see a different role. And Ash, there was a lot of expectations, but now I feel like he's truly found that form and has been a really big part of the team and their success.
Yeah, that is for certain, especially heading into playoffs. Like Roy was saying, it's just taking that time to cook and gel with your team, right? During the Swiss stage, it's not like Ion had like poor stats or poor performances overall. He was still putting out like solid numbers, but there was a bit of that inconsistency where you could see maybe like slight discomfort as he was looking to adjust to how the system was working on the side of SRB, being on this dive duelist role compared to, you know, the aggressive smokes that we had known him for on that clove previously. But heading into playoffs, he has been absolutely lights out, like such a difference maker with the impact and the numbers that he's able to put out in these rounds here. It feels like he hasn't let off the gas,
which has been so nice. I feel like this is the Ion that we have been waiting for within this duelist role, and to see him be able to hit that height in a setting such as playoffs has been really nice for the team, and that's what's made them so exciting to watch going throughout this. The opposing end, though, I mean, this core roster has also just been scaling and looking better and better. A roster that I was definitely curious about going into things when you do get to see that you have that veteran talent with players we didn't really know a lot of, especially Smoke here, Roy. But with time, they've just looked stronger and stronger, and it's been really nice to see how they've really come together.
Yeah, it feels like this team kind of went under the radar in the public discourse for VCL. Like, we weren't really talking that much about them. Like, yeah, we saw Flya, yeah, we saw Moose, but we weren't really crazy hype about this roster. But it feels like you're completely right. With time, they've honestly looked like one of the most well-rounded rosters that we have. It feels like the pieces on this roster fit really nicely together, and clearly there's a team identity, and it feels like every person on this roster is in the best possible position to get value. And they kind of have that like old school and new school golden ratio going on, where they have this veterancy and this tier 1 experience with Flya and kind of the structure that he brings, as well as Moose's kind of, you know, the lurking and sort of his experience and his reads on the mid rounds as well. And then you're bringing in kind of like the young upcoming, you know, kind of young guns, if you will, the new school players, the Kumis, the Smoke. Like these players have been developing so well throughout the season, and I feel like the form that they're in and kind of what they've been showing has been so impressive.
Especially too, when you talk about those players that are still forming, it's been another roster that has needed that time and for those players to really be able to find themselves. And that's where we can also then talk about Smoke. I love that we kind of get a similar current story with very different backstories for these two players, because Smoke as well was going a role change heading into the stage, and Ash, it took a little bit to see him really be able to heat up, but once he found his footing, like, he's looked so strong, and this is why there was so much hype with him coming into Challengers.
Yeah, he is such a talented Yoru player. Like, this is one of those players where he's very consistent. He's the best Yoru player currently within playoffs as well when you're looking at those statistics. And it's just the consistency on top of that. He's a playmaker for this team. He knows the right times to take those risks, but he also is very measured in when he is looking to, you know, fall back. And I think that's so impressive as a newer player to this level of play here for Smoke, is being able to balance that very well.
And I feel like this goes for Smoke and also the other players on the roster, where it's like Smoke has only gotten better with time with the role swap. Like, he took on the duelist role in the beginning of the split. Yeah, he wasn't having like the crazy pop-off moments at, you know, in the beginning, but through time, like through more reps, you can clearly tell there was like a very clear upward slope improvement chart going on for him, and everybody else on the roster as well, where everybody's fitting in nicely. Kumi's starting to look comfortable. The roles, you know, are kind of developing. Like, the identity has come so nicely together, and that makes them a threat.
And I mean, there's a reason that these rosters were given that time too, and it's because of the veteran players that we see on the team that was able to lead through and still leading these teams throughout. And I want to talk about a little bit more of that veterancy, talk about Xander and Moose, because we've gotten to see these two compete at a higher level. And Ash, what they're able to bring to these rosters has been really, I think, key for allowing those other players to develop, because at the end of the day, Xander and Moose have their team's backs.
Yeah, I like this head-to-head because they're both like the rocks of their team in a way. They're always solid players that you know you can always fall back on, even when, you know, you might be down a couple players in the round. There are those difference makers who are able to just solidly hold their own. Like, when I think of Moose, it's always his ability to just be a very solid anchor for his team, and also the lurks, the timings that he's able to take there as well. A little bit of a different look for Xander because he's not usually in that lurking role, playing that main controller here, but his impact is always felt in the server, Roy.
And I think both of these players have the potential to pop off. Like, they don't need to pop off often, but when it's, you know, when it's required, like, they're there. Like Moose, we've seen him go loose many times. Xander is honestly, like, it feels like with Exa on the team, with Ion on the team, like, he doesn't really need to pop off that much. But whenever it's the anchor, whenever it's finding the timings, when it's, you know, putting his voice in the mid round, it feels like his value is always felt. And honestly, that to me is the most important thing with controller players. Like, yeah, you know, popping off as a controller, you know, it's cool and all, but having impact consistently throughout rounds and throughout scenarios, especially when the roster is still, like, you know, developing and kind of getting on the same page, it feels so important to have both of these players.
And when we got to see these players and these teams, mind you, face off last time, I feel like we're still undergoing that these teams need a little bit of time. We're about the halfway point through the Swiss stage, but we're still kind of seeing a little bit more and more level up from these teams since then. So with the rematch going on for today, I cannot wait to dive into this, especially with the information we've gotten to know. So heading into the map picks and bans, I'm curious about the overlap we get to see from that last time around. And going into this, QOR, first map selected is going to be split. Something that we did get to see last time, Ash, and a fairly close matchup between the two.
Yeah, it was at 13-9 there for QOR. I think that it's going to be fun to see this one be run back here as well. They have different looks on it. QOR being this team that's running that solo duelist player with Smoke on that Yoru. And then for SRB, they're going to go for that double duelist with Satellite and Ion. Satellite being able to kind of help set Ion a little bit better since he will be running that Waylay. overall, it's an interesting map pool when you look at those first two maps, because Core undefeated on Split 4-0. For Shopify Rebellion Black, it's that 4-0 on Abyss there as well. And then Bind a little bit more close when it comes to those results.
Yeah, I'm looking at Split and I'm kind of looking at the results that they had. And although it looked on paper like a clean win for Core, you look at Ion's performance, he's 6-20, -14, 60 ADR, probably a career low match.
Yeah.
I feel like you're not going to get that 2 times in a row. Like the Ion that we're going to be seeing in this match should hopefully be a completely different Ion, especially with more reps. Like it's been what, 3 weeks since that rematch, or the last game that they had versus each other, the head-to-head. And it feels like now like the win conditions are so different for both of these teams. Like Ion has developed significantly, Nature's, you know, a little bit, you know, kind of on point with the team, and they kind of have an idea of how they want to approach things. So I feel like Core may have gotten baited into picking that map. I could be completely wrong, and I think they could just have a perfect read, and it could just be a full differential across the board. Who knows? But I feel like Split won't be that as easy as Core might think.
I love that you call out what is a difference maker for the team, maybe just not being able to have that difference last time, and how we can maybe see this go a little bit different since then, right? But looking overall at this entire map picks and bans, the Split, Abyss, and the Bind, Roy, I want your take on how you feel like this map veto went overall for these teams, especially since we've gotten to see so much more information. Like, do we think that's been pretty even veto? Do we think one team's won out?
I feel like there's advantages somewhere here. Like the Split makes sense on paper. Core's feeling comfortable on it. They've had so many good results on the map. It kind of makes sense why they would pick it, right? They kind of have an idea of how SRB likes to play it as well. But I'm eyeing out Abyss, and I'm like, that one's a little weird, because on paper it looks very SRB sided. It's been the map that they've had the most success on. It's been a map they've looked phenomenal on, and I feel like that one could go either way. So I feel like if it's one of those situations where teams are, you know, stealing each other's map picks, that we could be in a completely different world of problems for whoever loses their map pick, I feel like.
All right. Well, I love that you get to set out the stakes of the series for us. And so we, you know, even map veto with our official predictions, because I got to say, going into it and making a prediction, I was so torn between the two. I didn't know. I still don't know. I feel like this is going to be such a close matchup, but I feel like with the scaling that we got to see a little bit more of what Core was made of last time when they matched up, and maybe SRB was still in that scaling phase, Ash, but I don't know. I'm still torn.
I mean, I think it's super valid to be so torn when it comes down to those predictions. Even earlier, the matchup between Sleepers and the likes of SaD Esports, I think that you're looking at the top 4 teams from the Swiss stage being this deep into the bracket and the competition being so close. It can absolutely be a toss-up. I had to lean with Core on this one because I think I've just been really impressed with how measured that they've looked overall. They've been a very consistent team throughout, and although I do want to give the respect to how SRB have started to gel throughout this playoff season, I think it'll definitely be a close matchup, but I think there is a lot of pressure on Ion to continue to put out the performances that he has been.
And there it is. The picks. It feels like they've made a swap, if I'm not mistaken, right? The Waylay's been dropped for SRB. They got Ion on the Raze. I'm kind of excited to see that. I do personally like the Waylay a little bit more. I feel like it's more on demand and a lot more self-sufficient. So I'm kind of curious to see what they've got cooked up. But ultimately, this is a rematch. And for Core, let me just double check here real quickly. And yep, it looks the complete exact same. So I feel like overall we're going to be seeing, we kind of know what to expect from Core. I'm curious to see what Shopify Rebellion Black has changed with the Raze, and it should be a different result. And if Ion can pop off on the Raze, surely the result shall be different.
Yeah, I definitely got to agree with Roy on that one. I think that other concern being not just the self-sufficiency, but the ability to get out when you are diving in is going to be a big difference maker in how this Raze is going to be played here for Ion. Excited to see this clash. It'll be a banger matchup regardless.
I mean, it highlighted that maybe this wasn't quite Ion's performance last time we saw it. So whether it just needed time or an agent switch, I don't know. But I'm excited to see this look of SRB heading on into it. But Core picking this one up, you know they got to feel confidence too. So it's time to get into the first map. Get started with the upper finals between Shopify Rebellion Black and Core. With your casters, back over to Marks and Jaws.
Thank you very much, Sierra, and the rest of the desk. And look, Shopify Rebellion Black and QOR, they've still got another life. Earmarks, they've still got another chance. This is the upper bracket finals. A win here secures you a place in that grand finals. And QOR and Shopify Rebellion Black, they've looked so clean throughout this bracket. Jumping into this, my eyes here, I feel like I'm Shio at the moment. I'm about to like analyze everything about Veto, but Veto picked up for QOR on split. How you feeling?
I actually think that this is going to be fine coming in from QOR. One of the things as well as like looking at their match history on split, a lot of the teams that they faced have been pretty good teams in stage 1, including teams like SaD, Victix, and Shopify Rebellion Black. And so this pick on split, once again, not really changing up their composition at all. It's something that they're definitely coming into this one nice and confident about. And really, if you take a look at the map pool coming from Shopify Rebellion Black, well, this is one of those weaker maps, with them really hoping that that second map Abyss is going to squarely go in their direction. So both these teams kind of bring in something that they're a little bit more comfortable on. Xander as well, role swap away from that Astra, going onto the Omen this time to allow for a little bit more mobility, likely to play off of Ion's playstyle.
Poison's off. Smoke's coming up at Mail. Attempted pop through the smoke. However, this snakebite could be rather deadly. There's 4 players stacked up already. Depends where next already lets this one rip. Smoke now peeking his head around the corner, sees 3 players. There's the snakebite. A little bit of damage onto Smoke there, and they're all playing inside it. They get 1 kill with that snakebite, but they lose 2. Interceptor deployed on site for the Veto. And a util being thrown that way. Just E-turn on up, but Xander's still inserted here. Gets 1 kill, swings for the second. Lands a headshot, but couldn't quite finish him off, but it's all good. Ion swings through spawn, through that smoke, picks up a double, and that's SRB with a pistol win.
Yeah, just a great job at how they wanted to play that one. You could see the different layers kind of being peeled back on that defense, right? Obviously, Snakebite going through for Exa was absolutely massive to allow that opportunity for Satellite to kind of pop his head through. Obviously, didn't quite go the way that they would have wanted on Shopify Rebellion, but still, you can see all of those foundational pieces being put in place. And really, with Effie's being the coach here and Odorous helping out as well, once again, we're expecting that Shopify Rebellion, as they've gotten only better as time has gone on, for a lot of these pieces of the system to be assembled and looking as sharp as they are.
They managed to spot the Astra. Oh, little head peek. Gotta be careful. It's gonna rip it. There's you. Oh, the judge through the wall. Unfortunately, only picking up 1. But Outlaw on ramp should be enough. Flyer takes down Satellite, so a little bit more deadly than I think SRB expected there, losing 2, but they pick up the round nonetheless.
It's just so fun, like watching the playstyle, especially on that duelist Ion going back onto the Raze now. I think this is the only time I've seen Raze in this tournament, besides one other team that has quickly dropped the Raze in favor of Waylay. But this is very like classic playstyle on how you would kind of expect things to go, and especially based off of Ion's gameplay style, the Raze kind of fits perfectly, allowing Satellite to be one of those people who could just kind of follow up and play off of the chaos that Ion is definitely going to be doing in making space. So really interesting to see how this one continues to go. Nature this time has an Odin in hand, while QOR, they finally got their full weaponry, full arsenal ready to go. And well, it's going to be a slower push this time, a lot more tempered before they decide to push it on any of these sites.
A dog first. Oh yeah, Satellite getting out, but already setting himself up in a good position in screens. So it's going to be a brief pause for now, just at the various choke points. A little bit of presence in mid though with a couple of players, but there's the cross. Smoke now looking up ramp.
Satellite just misses the timing there, but still
TP.
Good reinforcements on the site. It looks like QOR's intention is to move over here based on where Spike is. Satellite getting an opportunity there, but can't quite find the shot.
Yeah. Did tag Flyer. So he's down to 10 is the fade. This Odin spam's going to be rather dirty through the smoke, but it doesn't look like there's any tags at all. I mean, Smoke is just equally as spamming. I mean, that was absurd. I'm surprised the Odin didn't get at least 1 pickup there. Plant ends up coming in with time to spare. It's a 3-on-5.
See how they want to take this. They did get Flya down to quite a bit of HP, but given the weaponry difference, I imagine it's just going to be looking for some exit kills, get a little bit more value.
There's the blind, but a nice swing and good positioning there from Moose. Gets traded. Trade's good enough at this point.
Actually, they give the Odin over to Ion and are just like, hey, Exa, see if you can get a little bit more in there. But at this point, Core have completely emptied out house, so just going to be making sure you get another ultimate orb for Exa. As a Core, they take that rifling round pretty handedly with, you know, a lot of that pressure Shopify Rebellion Black were trying to exude on top of Core. It kind of bites them in the butt. It gives away the positioning, allowing for Core to spray him right back, and Core come out on top of the spray through smokes battle.
I see how they want to position Satellite. Maybe the same kind of vibe. See. It was really aggressive last time around, trying to get a lineup with that wall, but ended up getting pushed out with the dog.
Time to explode.
And those initial prowlers kind of being traded back and forth, and they're doing an excellent job at zoning each other out, right? Like forcing people away off of those angles on the defense, but then also slowing down the attack when Core decide to make that bounce happen. Good utilization coming out, both from Flya and Nature. The two tier 1 people coming down into tier 2 and getting picked up respectively on both these teams. The ones bringing in that experience from that grand stage.
Really taking this one out really slow. Smoke took a little bit of spam damage through the smoke, but regen shields got that online, so all chill. Ooh, yeah, saw one. He's out though.
That does actually get them to start moving up through middle, but once again, it's just so slow coming in from Core on this attack. They were able to at least gain that spacing, and so Exa and Ion playing off each other have to try and find something. Oh, that's so greedy from Ion.
So low. Yeah, 18
HP.
Super greedy. Nature, Interceptor ends up eating that one up. Not finding anything. Too far behind the wall there as Flyer pops onto the site. And now 3 players from Shopify Rebellion Black just deciding today is not our day.
Wow. Just a good pushing coming in from Core, specifically on controlling that middle space, and the paint shells go through from Ion trying to find any value. If you look at the health pools, it barely did anything on the side of Core as they just more or less bulldozed their way over Exa as soon as all the smokes were pretty much expired. So great move coming in from Core that time around, ready to just force their way in through mid as soon as they kind of had that timing queue going through, and their patience works out great for them. So an easy round from Core is now they're just going hunting to try and slap some of those weapons out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion Black.
It feels like they're a little bit too far out of reach, but you never know.
Never say never, right?
Yeah, never say never. They really want some of these guns. Odin's being held at the top of the ropes, though. They're gonna push. Oh, that was close. Satellite is gonna go for a reswing. No. Flyer gets it. Never say never. Never say never. Core end up clearing up that round. Now, have fun getting a full buy again. SRB looking broke.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a tough one. They thought that they got out of that one, being able to hold on to everything, and then Satellite first missing that shot with the operator, and then the rest of the members of SRB falling down at the end. Not exactly how you want to lose that last round. And so it will be just full pistols across the board as Core. They string together quite a bit. Gumi as well has the evolution ready to go just in case things get a little dicey. Everyone take notes. Moose showing us a nice little lineup for how to throw that orb. Let's see where it lands. Right in the middle. So once again, just still good stuff coming out, but Core, very patient style of attack. And given the fact that they've got the weaponry really to reinforce a lot of that, and they've completely missed the Shopify Rebellion trap that got set up on that B site, it should be a nice, quick, easy round for Core to be able to take.
Trivial push in really at this point. Interceptor thrown in. Make sure no util is going to get thrown out. But yeah, I mean, the plant's going to come through. Exa should be able to hear this one. Signals to the rest of the team. There it is. There's the rotation. But they've already found space. Back screen.
You can see all the SRB members like, damn, we just guessed the wrong side. All right, boys, let's pack it in and start moving up. But immediately they're like, okay, now we can't run in a straight line. We got to be able to group up here and potentially get some of their ultimates online. If they're able to get some orbs here, that'd be great. But, oh, Moose.
That's a lot of people. Yep, there's 4 people stacked up around that corner. Or Nexa. Surely the classic doesn't win at this range. No, nope, absolutely not. Nice shutout round. 2 guns though taken down. Core do lose 2 players, but still a round win. That's 3-2.
Yeah, a pretty solidified round win as well. I mean, once again, it just came down to Shopify Rebellion Black picking the wrong site. The good thing is, though, actually, Ion and I think it was Satellite were the ones who got those kills just at the very end there. So they're each a piece away from their ultimates. Nature already having the Nightfall online. Still not necessarily the best buy coming through from SRB. But once again, one of the big things that I'm going to be looking at is as these ultimates start to come online, well, Kumi's got that evolution. And really, Kumi could be the linchpin in Core's plan to try and counter a lot of that aggression. And, you know, you got to hold on to that ultimate to make sure that you punish it at a single moment's notice. It's really good knowing that you've got this invincible person to go up against a lot of that utility and ultimates that Shopify Rebellion Black can kind of toss at you.
Oh, he's going to pop it. There you go. Okay. Evolution. Akumi. Oh, filthy stuff from Satellite Flyer down already. Kumi just jumps through. And yeah, it's going to absorb all that util, like you said, already onto the site. And then Smoke ends up picking up the kill with an AWP. These AWP players looking good right now. But site control here. But there's no heaven control. There's nothing much of anything else. Concussion ends up hitting, and that's a beautiful start on Isle. And the pit's going to go down as well, but it's all good because no picked up the kill. Pit not needed, but they didn't know that at the time. Good round win. That's 4 in a row now, of course.
A very aggressive one, and honestly, I really support the decision of using the evolution there, right? Because you know that they've got their weapons here. One of those members on the side of Shopify Rebellion, if they use their ultimate, then, you know, sorry, they find a kill, then the ultimates are going to be available. Kumi doing that essentially is going to make sure that Shopify Rebellion will not be using any ultimates this round after Nature already let the Nightfall loose. And so what that does is it forces them to play with their weak armor against Core, trying to find something to make that one work. And so more or less the evolution really takes away a lot of the potential that Shopify Rebellion Black had, meaning that they were likely to lose that round. And now we see them on this weird economic buy where they're not going to be able to afford all the weapons that they necessarily want, and rightfully so. We're seeing them take a time out, try to figure out what the heck is going on and how they can start to reverse this, because once again, this is Core's map and they've been flawless on it in Challenger Stage 1 so far, playing it 4 times, winning it 4 times, and unfortunately for Shopify Rebellion, well, they tend to be better on the defense. And so Core already in the lead right now on attack is not a good sign for Shopify Rebellion Black.
Yeah, Core won the last head-to-head as well versus Shopify Rebellion. It was a pretty close series. It was 2-1, went full 3 maps.
Yeah.
Core have been fighters too. I mean, remember that 20 and 18 versus Invictix as well, like a while ago? Like that was absurd.
Core fighters, but to be fair, Shopify have the most maps as any other team compared to every single team in Stage 1 that they've played. A lot of 3 rounds and matches that they've had to play, so they do have the experience.
Good kill from Smoke. All right, gets out. Dander holding in that paranoia, just waiting for a pop through. But they're just taking this so slow. Like, Core is so measured right now. Even against the pistols, they're not too worried about overextending themselves, just waiting for someone to go for a peek like Nature did, right? I mean, Nature looking for an opening, looking to try and bounce back into this. A couple of unlucky shots there by Moose. But Nature on a kind of a deadly angle. They've got to be able to clear this one. Yeah, Dog's going to do it. And yeah, Moose cleans that one up.
Satellite.
The Bucky.
Tries to make that one work, but not going to find anything, and this round is all but over at this point. Actually taking a lot of damage. Smoke has just been finding kills every single round.
No, there's no way, right? Yeah, Xana has got a bandit, but the range disadvantage here cannot be understated. Nice round, a flawless one at that. Core still on a streak, but this is the round where SRB can really put that timeout to good use. They're gonna have rifles in their hands at the very least.
And don't forget, ultimate's still available on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. Not gonna lie to you, really feels like Core are kind of asserting their dominance on Shopify right now with this patient play, this nerve-wrackingness that is just kind of being built up against their opponents. Shopify Rebellion Black, round after round, trying to seize an opportunity, find a little bit of a push through, gain a little bit of space, and just immediately getting punished, and then Core just flooded on site. Smoke finds a kill, and the rest is history. It's happened so many rounds in a row.
Don't
Smoke
do it again.
does
Second
it
time in a
again.
row.
Yeah, and
Smoke with a big role change too coming in. I mean, looking really good on the Euro.
Oh yeah.
It's got, I think Ash said, best stats in playoffs on the Euro pick. If you find opening picks like that, I mean, hey, take down Exa, and that's 1 ult as well off the board.
Yep.
So you are chilling.
Yeah, excellent point there too, because I imagine the plan for Shopify Rebellion Black was play off that information and then just play safe. X is going to be able to pop the pit. You at least deny middle space, which we've seen Core take a couple of rounds.
Face your fear.
Should make things easy.
Oh, there's one kill. Satellites. And to getting the Smoke a little bit of revenge, but it is all Core all day.
Right there.
All bullets left in the mag there for noted as the plant does end up coming through Core. They get that spike down.
This is going to be hard too, because keep in mind, Cosmic Divide's still available for Core. And so at this point, yeah, Shopify Rebellion Black, you don't want to take this fight. You're just going to back off of it, especially with that operator in hand. No point in just kind of sending it out there, but it's just going to be that full save. So once again, I don't want to assign a tag phrase to one of these teams, but it really feels like Core is just dominance being asserted right now and really showcasing that Shopify Rebellion don't even have a foot in the door, even if you have some of these ultimates online.
So like it's yet another. Make that another. Oh, that went straight under the arm. Like that looked like a hit, but doesn't end up getting shut down. They end up losing the op, but Core still with another 6 in a row. There's SRB still with a buy, just not the buy that they want. Half armors across the board there, apart from on Nature and a judge for Ion. We'll see if they can get anything done, but they cannot afford to lose someone that early again to this op from Smoke.
Yeah, and honestly, that's been like, you see Shopify Rebellion Black, they're standing there like, yeah, we got our ultimates. Give us a second, it's gonna be great. And Smoke just immediately finds a kill, and then a lot of their plan goes out the window. So this time around, Exa not really gambling with fate. Is just gonna deploy the Viper Spit right off the bat, and I'm not gonna lie, I feel like that's a win for Core because they're able to force the ultimate out without really exerting any pressure at all. Just means one of the lanes that they don't tend to use too often is going to be closed off. So Ion very far forwards, but forced to retreat here with this judge.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to make good use of that wall too, slowly creeping up the ramp. I mean, Ion sitting in hell, they're still going to have to clear this race at some point, and has got the ultimate too. Ion just kind of laying in wait. Trap sprung, Spike even down there too in that choke point, so they really need to force Ion out now with some sort of util. And Nature's going to be able to push up into this heaven as well. There comes the rockets, swing and a miss for Ion. But still, they've got Spike down, like, and Ion is still chilling. Like, you can hold this point for almost eternity now.
30 seconds
Flashes
left.
through the walls as well. I mean, getting this back is going to be an absolute nightmare.
I'd like to think that the ult got popped just to relocate, but finally the flooding happens in heaven.
Satellite's waiting for him. Xana finds two. And the Spike is still down in the choke point. 10 seconds to go and op in hand, and Smoke decides, yep, not for
10
me.
seconds left.
It's going to back off completely. On what was not the fullest buy of all time, a little bit of a shaky one with the judge, but Ion just gets it popping. Sitting in hell, and they basically donate Ion the Spike for free.
It's it's so hard to like look at this because you're like, yeah, we used 2 ultimates, we got that round, woohoo. But if you'd want to take a step back here, I really don't think that Shopify Rebellion really needed to use any of those ultimates. Sure, it denied the space, but it just came down to that heaven fight. And SRB being able to hold on to it thanks to the pressure that Ion's able to exert, just thanks to a judge. Nice, close, and personal. A little bit scrappy, a little bit core trying to put the pieces back together, but Shopify Rebellion walk away with that round. Satellite now sitting at the top of the kill feed for SRB. Still has the Dimensional Drift online. An early flash there to try and deny any of that early presence that core might just try and do just outside of that A site.
Oh, Kumi with the aggressive TP, but Satellite gets the kill, gets out, flash through the wall. Nature still standing tall. Boost finds Nature in the end as the wall ends up dividing up this heaven.
Good info.
Oh, good swing by Moose, though. That's a second for the Viper. X is going to put a nail in that coffin, though. Flyer with a very close range off kill, but Xander, SRB, that timeout really coming into play now. And even get themselves an op.
Yeah, they get themselves the op, and honestly, they force out Note's Cosmic Divide as well. And what should have been a pretty easy round for them to be able to move through. Satellite expertly navigating forwards, applying that additional pressure, and then, of course, here we see Exa kind of go through, but the nearsightedness, it doesn't matter off of that. No matter how close you are, you're still going to be able to find that kill, but circling back, Satellite starting to heat up. Originally was a duelist player, forced onto the Sentinel for Qbert Academy last year, and now has been kind of that double duelist flex for SRB. Player who I've had my eyes on for the last couple of years with just how impressive that Jet performance was a couple years ago, but now still looking really good once he starts to get heated up here on this Yoru.
Not going to give Smoke a chance here to get another kill in mid with the op. Ion, though, behind the box, other side of things. Smoke goes down. Smoke looking through the smoke. How many times can you say smoke in the same sentence? And it makes sense. Maybe 3, maybe 4.
Xander, though, is going to be the one tested here. Has a paranoia, though, so can back off, and rightly should do that.
Did you see that dog? They're like, oops. Dog hit the wall there a little bit. A little bit of information gain, though, with the TP. Paranoia's going to hit 3. Smoke as well on top to make sure they don't instant push through. Now a teleport even further back site. Ion now in Mail managed to get out of there. A little tussle with Smoke, perhaps, using those blast packs to get away. Maybe just crept. Oh, can't get out of that one, though. Better late than never. Pick from Smoke in mid with the op. Pushing heaven now, but X is going to stop them. There's the upgrade with the gun as Moose finds a kill. Cross map. X are going for the swing, but versus 3 ends up falling. Backside now, Xander looking at Kumi, but they might just end up jumping down on him from heaven. In fact, they might not even need to do that. They're just going to win it through time and through the kills, as there's only one player left. It's Satellite with the op in his hands. Moose even with a, I see a angle on him as a spike gets planted.
Yeah, it's just going to be Satellite trying to stay alive, but so much time for the opponents to be able to circle around, and Moose going to be able to find that kill. But honestly, just fantastic job from Core navigating the map and playing off of that map control, finding and isolating the members of SRB, and making sure that it's going to be a nice, easy round for them to be able to win out here. And yeah, let's once again see how this is going to continue to play out, right? There's only so much room for error left in this, what do you call it, core attack. And it still feels like there's a mountain of work that needs to be done for Shopify Rebellion, because Core's defense is amazing on split. And the fact that they're already leading 7-4 it's just so tough for SRB to do. They desperately need to start pulling these rounds back towards their favor and be able to even out that score line.
Oh man, Xander TP in 2. Do they expect Xander to actually have TP'd here rather than just get the information? Not sure. Satellite sitting in this smoke, getting decayed, but Smoke now changing up the game plan. It's obviously got this outlaw too, so not as deadly, I was going to say, but still kills Satellite regardless. Xander going for a little walkies as well, but ends up getting shut down by Core. Or like Kumi, sorry. And with only a minute to go, already SRB have lost 2.
Oh man, it's like the win condition right now is Core finds kill. Core able to navigate around into the back line and, you know, completely surround and isolate their members. And that's exactly just what's been going on every single round.
And they are just picking them apart right now, Mark.
Switching sides.
Get one, get another, and then, like you said, just slowly move into a position where SRB feel like they need to do something, feel like they need to pop onto a side, feel like they need to flank.
Yeah.
And that's 8 rounds, round 13. And if they're good on the offense, if they're good on the defense, they're better on the offense, it feels like right now.
Also keep in mind, like, Smoke being able to find those kills every single round has just been so easy. Like, it shouldn't be that easy, right? For the Yoru to be able to find a backline flank or something like that, it shouldn't be that easy. It should be checked. And yet somehow Smoke consistently is able to get that flank online on A in heaven. And SRB don't feel like they really have an answer for that. They've consistently kind of gotten flanked out there, and that's why we've got the scoreline that we do, because these teams are going to be swapping sides this time. It'd be a bit of an aggressive push out from QOR on that A site, but it actually is SRB pushing up into heaven.
Oh, yes. And they're already through onto the site. See if QOR can kind of hold this down. Ion taking a little bit of damage. No, it's going to go for the swing. Spots a lot of people and it at least finds one. Almost a second there. It was a double swing. Heaven shots not landing, though. The Sheriff hit one body shot, was looking for a second, but Shopify Rebellion, they are going to be able to get the spike planted. A lot of low health players, though. And that's the scary thing. Satellite on the double box exit in Garage. Kumi's going to have a field day here if they give him a chance. There's one kill at the very least. Double swing. Oh, it's Satellite. Very aggressive swing, looking through hell up to Kumi. But, I mean, look, again, never say never. That Bandit does a whole lot of work at range. That could have been a different story, even in a 1v4. But that's going to be around. And a pistol win for SRB.
Yeah, turns out SRB just subscribing to the ape strong together tactic. Just play together, overwhelm them with our pistol bullets that can fire faster than any individual pistol. And it's going to be a nice, easy round for SRB. The buy-up coming through this time. Satellite really sticking to that long-range sniper role, while the rest of them look ready to potentially swarm in. This is already faster game style than we've expected from QOR. And it is a little bit refreshing now, but 3 members stacked up on this QOR defense here.
Satellite. Oh, dear. Those 4 players stacked on top of their heads there. I mean, Moose gets out, but yeah, gets shut down. That was an absurd swing.
Oh, man. Got a little up down on that one.
I want to see it from their POV.
They're like, surely we win this one.
Yeah, it's like, guys, we're all stacked. Surely he won't. Okay, no, he does. He hits a collat.
I'm convinced as well the first bullet actually did, like, was a semi-collat, but lowered just enough HP so that the second bullet, also being a collat, was able to actually find that outlaw kill. Satellite now 1 away from having dimensional drift online. And a couple of actual weapons being bought up here on the side of SRB. In fact, that only one of them had kind of died on that last round, but they look ready to really storm the castle. It's going to be note tested on this site.
Concealment.
And set up Paranoia super early, but Ion is already in, but just spammed through the box. That clone tanking a lot of those bullets there, but man, this is like lambs to the slaughter. SRB just getting picked apart like an orange. Like, this is not close when they go for these full aggressive hits.
One of those things where it's like, well, it worked last round, let's just do it again. But this time, like, the adaptation of the positioning better from QOR made sure that, you know, they're watching all these different crossfires, and no one really did a good job of clearing out this one specific spot, which allowed just so much value. All the laps, honestly, of QOR not even really needing to use any utility, just wait for them to pop out of the smoke and spray them down. And so SRB is going to be there full round. A nice little peek out check from Xander coming through. Not able to spot anybody that time. And once again, dimensional drift still available for Satellite. So tools to use here to our SRB. Kumi.
Wow, that is a cheeky spot. Super cheeky. Gonna teleport away as well. That was really nice. At the very like precipice of being revealed there on that wall.
Now SRB split themselves up across the map, but Core as well.
There.
Not really moving an inch. Everybody just kind of checking their individual angles. This does arise to a bit of an opportunity for SRB to really try and take the fight in one of these isolated locations. But still, it's going to be tough. You're going up against people like Moose who've just been so good when they play by themselves. Exa, though, taking position in heaven.
Oh, yeah, and man, this is kind of going from bad to worse, it feels like right now for SRB. Xander now is gonna maybe try and swing there against two, but QOR also don't like aggressively swing out there at all. They go for the swing, and okay, we see Xander backs off, we back off as well. We don't want to overextend ourselves. 13 seconds to go, and Spike can't even get planted. And that's another round for Core. I'll make 10.
Yeah, they're quickly starting to really move away with this one. We're seeing as well, like, SRB, they're not like they're getting iced out, but they don't really have an option really to be able to move in and have the opportunity really to put that spike down. Core, really good job of just sealing this stuff up before they even try and make a move. And we talked about that dimensional drift being online for Shopify Rebellion, and something I've been noticing on both of these halves. Sure, they've got all these ultimates, but they don't feel like they have an opportunity really to use them. And they don't want to just kind of use them and hope for the best type of thing. It looks like it's a piece of a puzzle, but if you don't find those opportunities round after round, then it's near impossible, and those ultimates don't have any use, honestly.
They're going fast again. Dimensional drift onto the site now. Going to try and get a little bit of information. They've noted that No's back sites,
no
but
way.
No still finds one. Nice little jump over the box. So 3-on-2. And that 2-on-2 as Fly just peeks past that smoke. Dog isn't going to latch onto anybody, but Nature now trying to plant that spike. Gets it down in the end, but both players on low with Kumi going through CT. It's going to walk straight into Iron. They've got a small crossfire going on right now, but they still got to be scared of Heaven. Barrel peeked out. Ion sees it, swings around the corner as Kumi ends up going down. And now Nature retreating to Garage as Ion gets them back into the map.
Ion flexing a little bit on that time. Just making sure you're ready for that aggression to push through there. Just playing on off angles, right? And really, that was kind of the ethos of Envy before. And this time around, just so ready for that pop through. I was laughing earlier because we see the hop up with a shotgun to try and find value, immediately headshotted. And you're like, wow, I swear that's not really how the bullets are supposed to work, at least when I'm shooting in Valorant, but it looks so clean coming through from these tier 2 players. And well, Smoke essentially has been taken off the chessboard with how SRB have been playing on this attack so far. Smoke being one of the largest value players on that first half, being able to find those isolations with the sniper rifle, simply hasn't gotten a piece of the action just quite yet. It's fallen to the bottom of the kill feed for Core. Regardless though, Core still 3 rounds away from closing out their map pick, which honestly, everyone kind of expected to go their way.
Well, Cosmic Divide and Nightfall available for Core. Evolution as well, in only 1 for Kumi. See if Smoke can line up a kill. It's actually Xander who teleports.
Xander.
Okay, hold on. Kumi now in a horrible spot, kind of sitting in elbow, and Xander finds a 3rd.
Wow, okay, Xander, pop off. You know, like the swap over from the Astra to the Omen was something that I was expecting to kind of play off of Ion a little bit more. Omen, a lot more aggressive when it comes down to it. Astra, you have to keep on, you know, going into the astral realm, put your stars down, activate the stars, rinse and repeat. Omen, Shadow Step, you know, you want to be a little bit more aggressive. You want to get into these awkward angles that people are not going to be expecting you and find those timings. Use the paranoia really to enable the front line push. But that's that kind of X factor uncertainty that Omen introduces for some of these teams. And so really just off the back of Xander alone, Shopify Rebellion Black are able to steal this round away from Core, as honestly, Joss, like they're really starting to come back into this one a lot more than I was expecting.
Yep, I mean, considering how well Core's rounds have been going. When they win. Like, they're hitting flawless. They're really dominating the rounds. But SRB, yeah, still sitting at 8. A timeout, though, for QOR is going to get used.
Yeah, let's see how things get moving now. I mean, QOR, you know, you had a little bit of room for error, let's call it, but it is slowly starting to move away. And once again, I wanted to highlight that QOR, they're so strong at split. Every single time that they've played this map, which has been 4 times throughout Challengers, they've won a total of 34 rounds while they've only lost 15 on their defense. So it's kind of crazy to see that percentage really just heavily favoring round wins for their defense. And at Shopify Rebellion Black, I mean, to be fair, for split, like their attack and defense is a little bit evened out, just a little bit above that 50% win rate, but you still would have expected it to be just a bit more important, right? Like a little bit more one-sided in the face that QOR should be able to shut a lot of this down. And now that they're coming into this next round with those 3 ultimates online, they've got the Cosmic Divide, they've got the Nightfall, and then Kubi's got the Evolution. I imagine it's mostly going to be Cosmic Divide and Nightfall that you want to lean on until you see those ultimates get generated by SRB. Then you can really lean into Kubi using the Evolution. But there's still some tools available for them to try and shut down some of these rounds and pull things back so that they don't just kind of yield this one to SRB without really putting on a fight on this defense.
Full stack from SRB here on this B side. Cosmic Device still available. There goes the Paranoia as well. Ion straight to the backside, quickly blinded up. Has to play a little bit more pensive for now, but gets taken out regardless. Note still hiding around, ends up getting traded. SaD at 10 HP as people just flood in onto Hell. And unfortunately now, Kumi, no shields left. Just gonna have to wait for those to recharge. Gonna have to deal with the player directly below him. A nice teleport away. A 1v3, but Xander, Exa, and Satellite all fairly low. As Kumi's going to swing around this corner, looking at a double stack, sees them both. I mean, very doable. A nice clean spray down might just do it. In fact, 3 players staring at the angle, and he already manages to get one. Not going to give him a single opportunity to win that round as SRB make it 9.
I think I saw that the last 2 remaining members were 10 and 12 HP. Like, you say, yeah, it might not have happened. But at the same time, we saw Satellite get a double with, I mean, a triple with an Outlaw. So I was like, oh man, never say never, you know? Anything is possible here. But SRB, you know, making sure that this is going to be nice and correct. Oh man, that was close as ever. But still, SRB now 1 round away from tying up this map. Which, once again, we talk about the glow up from SRB. They've got a lot of time to practice. They've played the most number of maps as any team in Challengers so far. And, you know, that experience is really starting to peek through a little bit. You can tell that they're all playing coordinated off of one another, and they're comfortable with each other in their roles.
Hear that interceptor purring. Smoke going for aggressive angle, cleared out by the dog, goes straight to Hell.
Yeah, like you said, the interceptor purring should be more than enough to try and hold it back, but Satellite actually was able to find a kill onto Note, so a lot of that additional smoke pressure gets taken off the board. The only thing that they've got left is Moose's smokes. Still SRB, this time they're the ones playing with their food. Slow as ever, going to be taking mid and before they decide to commit to any of these sites.
You really want to flawless here if you can find it, but I mean, they've made the correct call. That being QOR, they've put 3 players now onto B. Little nade in the corner shouldn't really affect him too much. He's just going to wait, buy his time. There's 1 headshot, a little teleport away as well, back onto the site. And Kumi with unreal patience, but they still need to deal with Xander. Satellite with a double. And only that single kill for Kumi there. Not like it could have been a whole lot more, but they quickly shut him down. Spike's gone down, and well, smoke just for the sheriff.
Oh man, what a great call as well. Xander using from the shadows, get right into the back there, introduce just a little bit more chaos, and Crossfire already setting up, the high-low being done. They're even using the same gun skins. I mean, and SRB,
coordination.
It is crossing their T's, dotting their I's. And sure, Saw for a moment there, Kumi slipping through the gaps, but even then, like, you saw the clearance in that corner come through for SRB. You talk about practice, you talk about coordination, you talk about tech, honestly. Gotta work it out well. No, yeah, Smoke, okay, you're not gonna get the defuse.
Oh, Nature still gets the kill. Does Nature get out? No. Oh, neither does Satellite. I think they thought they were safe there in that corner, but unfortunate, but still 10 to 10.
Oh boy. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is gonna be huge if SRB can take this map off Core. Once again, Core kind of the dominant favorite coming in specifically on this map. Hasn't really dropped it once the entire time. Beat SRB last time on it too. But of course, we talked about the bit of a lack of performance coming through from Ion that last time. And this time Ion really just correcting that completely. While SRB, they haven't had the easiest time on split. Could be rocket ready.
Oh my goodness, Ion very blind. Just walks through the snakebite to try and get value with that rocket. That just takes a little bit of damage. Nightfall up into heaven. Ends up hitting 3 of SRB's. Gonna put a big full stop on this push, at least for the time being. Waiting for their shields and health to recharge.
All right, let's see how you're going to want to try and take this one. You can see the patience. Cycling that utility is Moose this time, actually, not on the lurk, really playing with the rest of the team. The 2 controllers hanging out onto the site. Still does have the Viper's Pit available as well. Could pop that if things go bad, and oh boy.
That was so nice. Just waiting for that jump spot and then deciding against it, deciding maybe he's going to throw some util. He guesses correctly. SRB flat out through hell. They're going to make this 11 if they're not careful. I mean, Smoke and Kumi on the other side of the map deciding to go for the save with the op and the Vandal in hand. Spike goes down, and SRB, they're looking so good as well. They've all got, not only they've got a ton of rifles, they've got a ton of cash in their back pocket too.
Right now, the same question being raised with Kumi with the evolution online, right? Like, you expect it to be used to try and counter out some of the ultimates, but with how Ion plays, you know, it's just classic Ion gameplay, if you ask me. Walking right over the snakebite, lets the rocket go loose. And so that evolution, one of the biggest things that you wanted it to try and negate was the raised pressure. But this time won't be available for them, as SRB are gonna take the advantage now. And Smoke still holding on to that operator, has had a very quiet second half. And I want to stress that one a lot because Smoke was popping off in that first half. Such a core instrumental piece to making sure that core were finding SRB round after round. It almost has not found a single kill thus far on this half.
Well, they've at least got the op still, I mean. But yeah, not looking as good. I mean, the amount of times Smoke just like, okay, well, push up through mid, find a pick. Either like Ropes Room or Mail or wherever, right? Always manage to get one, and that's how they are able to snowball into the round and then pick up a round win. But now SRB with 11, close to match point. There's going to be a pit laid down in A main, and it's going to be, well, you can just vibe there for a little bit with the judge. We'll see if Core end up just placing more players towards that B site at this point, as we see SRB maybe even pushing into mid, waiting for this teleport to go through from Smoke first. Has to get out. Oh, it's actually going to plant another one. Dog is going to come in, and now he has to get away. Okay. Both TPs used.
Great stuff, though. Great awareness from SRB. Once again, making sure that they're doing everything as diligent as possible. Negates any of Smoke's pressure forwards. Forces that TP out, guarantees a space just off of a single prowler. And now this is so difficult for Moose, who has to defend the pit from potentially 2 sides. The cavalry is going to be coming through here as evolution is available. And honestly, SRB got to watch their back a little bit.
They're going. And they know where this Viper is as well. They know Moose is just sitting in this pit right now. So they can just get onto the site for free, not having to worry about this Viper. They've got a Viper of their own with a pit in hand, but they're just going to be waiting outside the pit on the other side of things. Good swing from Node. Headshot with the Sheriff, takes down Nature. A blind back sight ends up hitting Smoke, so Smoke has to back off a little bit. And even just Smoke itself actually blocking the line of sight now with the Ori. Sander gets the spray down. Kumi now takes to stand up to the test. The evolution Coming in clutch there for Kumi, but gets shut down regardless. Ion Satellite in a 2v2. Pistol in hand for Note still. No rifle, but might not even need it to be fair.
No way.
Spray through from Moof, ends up getting Satellite and Note with a sheriff. A double for the Astra. No gun required. Defuse comes in, making it 11.
Man, I was so worried there for Core. You know, we have Moose hanging out in the pit. Sure, has a judge. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, Rare. Okay. Uh-oh. What do you mean? The rest of SRB and now in heaven and completely can get the complete wraparound on you. But it isn't until Core make that very early call to push through mid, gain that heaven space before SRB are even prepared for it. And that really just guarantees the round. You could see that elevated pace was something that caught SRB off guard. And that allowed for the kills to come through and give Core a fighting chance, investing the ultimates to make sure that they guarantee that round. Make-A-Wish Jaws 11-11 here. SRB still looking to pull ahead, but Core not willing to yield their map pick.
A new evolution now, no ults. There's a smoke with one away from Dimensional Drift. There's still a pit though for SRB. So if they do end up getting this spike down on a site, it's going to be hard to get out of that, especially with Kumi. Obviously, no evolution now either. Used that last round, so a bit more deadly to kind of fight into that pit.
Okay, it's still slow right now for both these sides. I do like the fact that Core have tried to slow this down a little bit more. You know, play off that information game without kind of giving themselves up early positions because members of SRB are just so far forward, and here comes the flag.
Smoke's on an angle. Flash ends up connecting, but he still manages to get the shot off. Ion down. The entry now just littered with util. Well, there comes a flash. No, just waiting on the other side of things. Gets the spray down onto one, but the return fire for Core just immense. Smoke gets the next one, and that is that point. 12-11 for Core. And, well, Smoke, we spoke about how he was coming alive on that first half. Now in the last two rounds have been immense. He's found those picks he found on that first half in mid. This op is working off, is paying dividends for Core right now.
This is one of those things where it's like, I don't want to say causation, maybe just a correlation, but the rounds feel like they go so much more towards Core's side as soon as we get to see Smoke get at least one kill. And I don't know, I still think that, you know, obviously on this defense, Smoke just has to be in the right position at the right time to be able to try and find those moments. But at the same time, like, it really is a gamble on whether or not we're going to be able to see the Yoru pop off. And I still think that Shopify Rebellion Black have been doing a great job at keeping that operator at bay, keeping it checked to make sure that nothing funny can kind of happen, to make sure that it's just an easy round. But when they don't do that due diligence, when they're just kind of trying to force the issue of walking in onto the site inside of a smoke, those are the moments where we get to see Core really start to take off. Effie's actually with a pretty fun fidget spinner. I've never seen one of those ones before, but yeah, just spinning it out while talking to the team, trying to get them to cool their heads off a little bit because they know they're not out of this one yet.
Backup rifle. Got the money too, and they'll go to OT anyway, so you might as well spend all your credits right now, or at least most of it. Yo. Oh, Dog does end up getting destroyed. We'll see that wall coming up to try and put a little bit of pressure towards the heaven side. Oh, the spam. Oh, speaking of spam, Fly gets a taste of his own medicine there. 35 HP remaining, and onto the site they go. SRB popping that pit down in elbow, and the spike has been planted.
Oh, Dimensional Drift used by Smoke here. One of the good things about the pit is it shuts down a lot of those long-range angles, and Smoke actually does have a Phantom in hand.
Scary bits you two can get thrown in as well, as Iron actually picks up the kill onto Moose. Xander didn't see Kumi, Kumi didn't even see Xander coming there. Shot in the back of the head. Ion 1 HP around this statue here as the pit ends up getting destroyed eventually. It ends up fading away. This defuse is going to get tapped here, but Nature's going to beat the jaws of the beast as Note takes down Nature. And here comes the tap. Xander in a 2v1 finds the first kill, and Note's just going to go for the complete stick, but Xander shuts him down. Bringing us to OT. 33 HP and bagging the spike as well. A clutch coming through as we go to extra rounds.
And it's just such a good call coming through on the side of SRB. You know, go fast, go furious. We got the teleport in. Satellite's kind of popping off. It should be fine to get that Yoru in the middle of the site, clear it all out, get the spike down, pit deployed. Everything is fine and dandy. And then it kind of gets a little bit closer than we would have expected. Core doing an excellent job at kind of buying back into that one. But it's all those cheeky little rat positions that work out in Shopify Rebellion's favor. And of course, Xander continuing to play on an off angle so far back while all of the attention is paid towards that Viper's pit. And so we go to overtime. Once again, both these teams flawless so far in the playoff bracket of stage 1. And only one of them is able to advance to the finals, continuing that streak, while the other one will have to go into losers finals. Still though, Core, letting this map slip would be a huge strike against them, as they are going to SRB's flawless map of Abyss after this match.
Just Smoke find an opening pick again. I mean, look, he's done it before. No armor though, of course. Just the glass cannon op. SRB kind of learned the lesson though. They're not hanging around in that ropes room. They're not hanging around super far push up into mail. So Smoke's going to have to work overtime to try and get a kill onto an SRB player.
Oh, geez.
Spots the feet as well. Okay, so Exa knows where he is now. So they're not going to give him that opening, which enabled Core to win those rounds before.
Yeah, and that's really important that Exa was playing that so much more careful, because Exa was getting caught out of position round after round. Oh, Satellite almost gets the kill.
Yeah, almost. Noted taking out half HP. One player in hell right now. It's Moose trying to spam that screen. They know Nature's on site. And the snake bite as well is going to hit it, but Nature's goes for the swing and fights too. Amazing timing from SRB. Smoke jumps down into hell, but straight through the smoke, and a nade is going to be a little bit of a martyrdom there. Kill onto Flyer. SRB with a round win, 13 and 12 on this map.
Nature just anchoring that site down, buying just enough time for Satellite to fly over, and then it's just who's going to peek, the left one or the right one. The op shot coming through from Satellite, immediately drawing eyes over, allowing Nature to pop out, find that second kill, and it's just a shutdown coming through from SRB in what was their troubled half. Let's see how it goes this time. They've been better on the attack thus far and are ready to take Core's map pick. But Core aren't out of this one yet. We've seen a little bit of their genius strategies starting to come through a little bit more. Let's see if they can continue to make that one happen here.
They've been very slow. Picks it up for Core on the B side with those Astra Stars and Kumi's util as well being set up. Little boom bot, a little bit of util. No, Moose is kind of hanging around here, at least one player.
Slow and steady again from SRB. Core have to find this one. Kumi back into this awkward position, hoping that he's going to be able to find a couple of kills as SRB march in while Smoke is trying to play forwards, but SRB are not giving up any sort of information. Finally making their way up onto mid. So Moose will be aware of that, but it's going to be Exa v Smoke again on this A.
Anyone else? What a kill from Smoke. That's noted with one as well. Wow,
okay.
This round just fell over. One player left in heaven, and that's round. That was blink of an eye. 13 and 13. We're going to more rounds.
Yeah,
and Core break their streak. You know, they went 20 and 18 versus Invictus. Just saying. Possible.
Never. Hey, always possible here.
Exactly.
Core
exactly.
Love overtime. Actually, I was taking a look at the stats, and they are one of the teams that's seen overtime pretty consistently throughout so many of their matches against other people. But, well, guess at least they are consistent. So, Boost under pressure already. Good adaptation coming through from Core on that last round. SRB trying to get the upper hand yet again. And what is their more troubled half is Exa moves forward, but is going to decide to actually back off. Not able to catch anybody off guard, but spots Kumi.
Yeah, Exa again, just playing super far back, getting that information. But how many players did they end up spotting is the big question. Of course, 4 players now trying to maybe explode here. Snakebite on the ground, at least spots 2. This is looking an all too familiar round. QOR end up taking down Extra this time though. Not quite the same result as last time. Straight onto the high ground there is SRB. Just dominating.
Oh.
A nice little satchel charge there, just throw it off the balance. But it didn't matter in the end. Boost in a 1v2. Spike is going to get collected. As we see Nature in Heaven and Satellite going through Garage.
Dynamic duo coming, and C's actually lands as well.
Connects.
Looking good for SRB.
Oh, spots that rope play. So, okay, little bit of a hell push. Satellite with the op. As soon as we see moves back up, that is an op shot to the back. Although he might be able to make his way through to CT. Puts himself on the box, and now the question is, where do they think he's gone? Oh, they don't need to think any longer.
SRB, specifically Satellite, has had such a heat-up game. One of the things that Satellite's duelist that really impressed me before was playing together with the team, making sure that all these opportunities are going to work out in your favor, whereas Ion's kind of the flashier of the two. The one who wants to fly in, make those plays happen, be the real playmaker for the team, while Satellite is just going to be a very consistent duelist and fragger. Very happy to see Satellite getting back onto this duelist, especially in this double duelist meta here. But SRB, once again, have the opportunity to take away this map pick from QOR, which still would be unprecedented. I feel like I've been saying it a lot, but it would be very shocking if QOR lose this map for the first time in winners final against SRB.
Big timeouts here. SRB just want to round this one out though. 14-13 now. Getting close to that like deep overtime, but we'll see how far this can actually go. We've had some insanely close maps today already, and this is proving no different.
And once again, like a lot, I feel like when you look at the overall status of Challenger Stage 1, like it almost felt like there were 3 tiers of teams in skill level and how they were playing, right? And now that we honestly, all 4 teams that we found that we got to cast earlier, and now we're seeing the game between these 2 teams, all 4 of these teams would have been really strong contenders based off their entire season's performance to win stage 1. And so we really expected a lot of these maps to be as close as they are, and I'm really happy they're delivering.
Making a lot of early noise and early presence in Garage. Don't want to give Smoke another opening kill. Okay, there's the teleport away.
Yeah.
Using that seize to force out the positioning of the Yoru, who's actually gone to the other side of the map. So they're down a player there, but it's quickly, I mean, booking it to be Heaven.
Toxin screen down.
What's important about that is you get so much of that annoying Yoru utility out of the way, and still it's all just utility as Smoke goes down.
I was going to say, I don't know if they expected 2 players to be playing in Heaven there, but they take down 1 as Moose ends up backing off slightly. Nade comes in. That's a whole lot of players swinging from SRB. It's all kind of falling apart now for QOR. A 3-on-5 as they try and keep themselves in this one. Straight from the back, though, Fly gets 1, but it's not enough. Kumi against the world. As SRB looking to round this map out. Plant is going to go down. Kumi now up towards Heaven, but this is almost an impossible situation. They know he's not CT now as well because they've used the Nightfall, so he's only realistically 1 place, and that is up in Heaven right now, or maybe Garage. And they're playing this one perfectly. Already Ion on the flank. They spot Kumi down to hell, and as the prey descends, it is just easy pickings. A 4-on-1. As he tried to make his way towards the site as Shopify Rebellion Black pick up map 1.
SRB coming through and stealing it away from QOR. An unbelievable heat up that we got to see on their attack, which once again, QOR, a very heavy defensive side team. We've seen QOR play this map against teams that have been honestly really good. A bunch of them actually today, including Shopify Rebellion Black in the past. And yet this time, SRB, they change things up a little bit. They get Ion to go onto the Raze. They swap out that Astra for Xander to go onto the Omen. And each one of them had their small individual moments. But once again, the player that I will always sing the praises for, who I've once again had my eye on for so long, was Satellite, who really stepped up to the plate today to really lead the charge for SRB and find so many moments with that sniper rifle. Just fantastic stuff from SRB across the board.
Yeah, SRB, look, almost went super deep OT, but taking that map, they've got to be feeling real good. And Effie's, those timeouts, it really did feel like that was also a big contributing factor to them actually taking this map away. I mean, the guy has won so many titles at this point around tier 2. Like, you've got to be expecting him to coming in with some incredible words to rally the team back into these things, knowing that, you know, last time they faced up on a head-to-head, they ended up losing. So now starting off on the right foot is more than they can be happy with. As we go into map number 2 in just a moment, we're going to be right back after this quick break.
In trouble. Gold stunner is just snary. Is able to get you 2, and Rents can use that to good effect. They also have a little bit
path, but they're still getting pulled through with something but 3 players surging.
And Bonnie again just keep hitting the site. A row. What perfect fix.
Out and grab one on the way down. Giza's got a whole lot of resources. Comes in.
Derek, full hose at a main. The truck back. Just Stunner's good for at least. Oh, it's close.
Wow, and this is such a having 3 players left alive, but we still can have fire with a lot of firepower.
Last time we saw these two teams face off on Split, it was a relatively close series, but still one core was able to close out. Now for the rematch, we get to see a change on the side of SRB, a step up from their players, and a double overtime that's going to result in an SRB victory to be kicking off the series. I mean, Roy, you had highlighted going into the map picks and bans that maybe core a little baited into the pick, and it was certainly close, but they're unable to close out their own map pick.
Yeah, this almost feels critical, and I think we're going to circle back to this topic eventually throughout this broadcast. But for now, I'll just say that at one point, though, QOR had the game in the pocket. They looked so good. They were working their attack sides. They're playing slow. They're playing grindy. They're playing in a pace that a lot of teams struggle against, to be honest, especially with like the attack opping, which most people probably don't scrim very much against. But it felt like QOR was doing such a good job. And then comes that second half, as well as the second pistol for SRB. It felt like SRB started to lock in. They had a great read on the defensive, on the attack side. And once they got on that attack side, it kind of just felt like the calling was on point, the post plans were on point, and overall the game plan was like fully laid out for SRB.
Yeah, it looked really comfortable for them. But going back to that first half, I think that QOR just did a real... I want to give them the credit of how well they played that attacking side, right? Especially understanding their composition, knowing that they are playing with that solo duelist, playing a little bit more of that contact play, the impact that we saw from Kumi as well, being able to kind of always be inserted over towards that B side, trying to maintain that information, knowing that SRB were going to go for some of that push and pull with their comp there as well. But when it comes down to how that defense looked, I think we're expecting a little bit more out of QOR. Shopify Rebellion Black did a really good job when it came down to those crunches, when it came down to those more bursty plays that are enabled by that double duelist. And I think why we saw that come to light there into that second half too is because they were able to be a lot more control of the pacing and not really kind of long drawn out rounds that we're seeing in that first half.
I love that we got to see them go quite toe-to-toe, though, because for the first half that QOR had and SRB kind of not quite taking a little bit of a time to kind of find the answer, I was kind of a little bit worried for SRB until we got to see that step up later on. And Roy, again, cannot express just how close that was. I kind of thought we were going to be running back a multiple OT situation until SRB were actually able to close it out in the end on the attack.
Dude, I was thinking the same thing. I thought we were maybe about to go for a record for these teams. It was looking kind of close. But yeah, I mean, I just want to touch on the fact that SRB did win both pistols. And if you're QOR, like you're looking at how sweeping you are with the first kills, like it's 17-11. And it felt like overall they played a good game. Like even the rounds that they lost came down to clutches. Like they came down to 2v2s. They came down to these, like, you know, I don't want to say coin flip, but they came down to scenarios that could have gone either way. And if you're QOR, you're kind of scratching your head and you're wondering like, oh, well, you know, would this result have been different if we could close at least one of those pistol rounds, you know? So it's tough.
Yeah, I love that you throw back to those clutches too, because Xander in that last round to actually take us to overtime, winning that out, I feel like our jaws were on the floor, just seeing how that ended up unfolding in that post plan. Overall, a very well fought map though here when we're looking at how Split ended up panning out. I think that, I know we originally had questions about, okay, will Ion look a little bit more comfortable on the Raze? And it did definitely look like that when it came down to how he was playing here on Split. But Satellite was an absolute difference maker here for Shopify Rebellion Black. We always love seeing him back onto the role of the duelist that we first got to know him on.
Yeah, and I think that's like something that we didn't really get to talk too much about going into today, because so much focus was on Ion getting more comfortable on this duelist role, seeing him switch to that Raze. But when we do get to see the double duelists on these maps and that impact that Satellite was able to have, Roy, like some of these rounds he won single-handedly. Like these shots were crazy.
Oh, I mean, that was crazy. And the fact that there's so many rounds that he opened up was also crazy. He opened up almost 21% of the rounds. Totally bonkers. And for me, the most impressive thing with Satellite is the fact that it feels like he can flex onto so many different roles and just not have the performance drop off. Like we saw him play Senti a while ago and he was off and off in that role. Now he's trying the flex role. He's back on the duelist. He's still got it on the duelist. It feels like he could do no wrong. And it's kind of important for SRB to have a player like him, right? That can snipe on, and he can kind of work slow and work fast. And it's so important in this meta where tempo and kind of pacing is playing such a big factor in the game. And just overall, he just popped off and he was a big reason to why they were able to kind of edge away at that first map.
And I think stemming from this conversation of how well he played here on Split, knowing that we're going to Abyss next, he's going to go into a role change into our next map, expecting him to be on that Tejo. He's been such an instrumental part of Shopify Rebellion Black's success when it comes down to how they're building out these compositions. Like, he's the flex player that's willing to play any agent necessary for this team, for them to be able to find that comfort, find that success, so that everyone else can be on those roles that they're comfortable on.
And SRB, when we look at their map pick, we look at the second map of the series, they've looked really good here. And Roy, on the contrast, what we've seen from QOR, if you like to look back at what we have on tape, I don't know, man. I just don't know.
Listen, I don't want to ring any alarms here, okay? But the only time we've seen QOR play Abyss in VCL, they literally got 13-1 by EEPY. And this was a little while ago. And on the other hand, you have SRB, who's 4-0 on the map. It's looked like their best map by quite a large margin, shall I say. But I think maybe that's the trap. Like maybe QOR is aware of this optics, and they've been like secretly working on this map, and they've kind of kept it in the back pocket, and they're about to either make changes on the map or they've really been developing it. And maybe this is the bait, and maybe this is all cope. I'm not really sure, but as of right now, I feel like dropping the first map if you're QOR was a really critical error, and it feels doom and gloom from where I'm sitting. I'm curious to see if they've changed things up on this Abyss side.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. At least what's nice is since the loss, it hasn't necessarily always been the best. So, you know, maybe they're cooking. Maybe they got something up their sleeve. Heading into it, though, Ash, I was looking for changes for what we can see from QOR. So what do we make of this agent select?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting seeing them shift into now this Cypher composition for the side of QOR. Cypher is not something that we get to see too often in the current meta here on Abyss. When the map first came out, he was definitely instrumental, especially like that cam towards mid that everybody knows, to be able to garner that information. I think that I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like when you're looking at Shopify Rebellion Black and you know that they have the Teho, they have the Waylay, the Waylay is just so good at disrupting those tripwires, trying to break them early on before actually going for those site hits. You also have Nature on that Sova to be able to counter those trips too. The Cypher definitely feels a bit weak. I'm going to look for Moose to dig really deep with how those setups are going to look here on defense.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Moose, you have to be extremely creative with your defensive setups. Not only are you up against the Sova and the Shocks and the drone, but you're also up against the Teho drone as well. So there's so much utility to work with. When it comes down to anchoring specifically towards the B site, it can be extremely problematic with the missiles landing on top of you, cutting away at some of your safe spots, especially with the Waylay dive as well. So for QOR, I'm curious to see what they've cooked up, how they've changed the game plan, defensive pacing and kind of the utility that Shopify Rebellion has to work with is overwhelming at times. So I'm curious to see the creativity here coming out from QOR in that first half. It will be very important.
That first map in the series was so close between these two, but what we've seen in the past from Abyss, this is an uphill battle for QOR. It's time to see if they can prolong the series and take us into a map 3, or if it's going to be Shopify Rebellion to close out here and secure their spot in the grand finals. Let's go ahead and find out with your casters. Back over to Jaws and Marks.
Yes, thank you very much, Desk. And is it going to be another 2-0 series? Marks, a close 2-0 series, some nice overtime play from Shopify Rebellion secured them that last map as we head into the second.
It's so hard to make predictions on this, man. Like, obviously, yes, if you're coming into this one, you're taking a look at how this should go, then yeah, you might be like SRB, they got this one into the bag. But we don't have enough tape on QOR to really make that clear declaration. Obviously, we're seeing Kumi go back onto the Jet, Smokin to continue to play the Yoru, but that Cypher, to me, is the biggest question mark. We've seen other teams run Veto on this map, and especially knowing SRB's composition, a Veto would have been absolutely massive to shut down all of the initiator utility that they bring in. Nice little lineup there, but once again, this is going to be an interesting map here for QOR to try and win.
The hand cannons down from long range. Spike is down. 2 players left for SRB. Spike is got to be one of the worst spots of all time. Just out in the open, out in mid. And Satellite Nature, they have a Herculean task now to try and pick that one up. Nature's trying. See that little hop? Can he get it? Yes, he can. Still meeting the cannons, though. Yo.
That's a bandit.
Yeah. It's free bandit. I mean, this is ridiculous, ludicrous behavior, really, if it manages to sneak away another kill. There's one. Kumi dead. Double swing. Go on. You got it in ya. One classic, one ghost, and Satellite. Hang on. Moose. Surely not. Surely not.
Okay.
Moose. Okay. Oh, clutches that one, but that looked dicey in the end. A sigh of relief for Core as they pick up a pistol.
I mean, it's so funny that it is a sigh of relief, but really Core are the ones who are under the microscope right now, given the fact that they lost that map. And like that I said, everything kind of stacked against them, and just, you know, a little bit of a shamble there for SRB, just losing the spike in the middle of things, making the pistol round near impossible. And Satellite, once again, stepping up to the plate. Almost winning that one out, but just losing it at the end against Moose, who, you know, is just very consistent. And that Cypher pick to me must be just a comfort pick for Moose. I think that's the only reason why we're really seeing that one come through. But still, lots of questions to get answered, as you know, that was just the pistol round. Still want to see how these teams actually decide to navigate through things. Especially given that this is just such a strong map coming out for SRB. Reminder, they've played this map 4 times, and they've won this map 4 times. So coming in with that 100% map win rate, but we said the same thing for Core on Split, and Shopify walked away with it. So who knows how this one can play out.
I think a brief little pause here, so Moose kind of just tapping away on his phone. Yeah, not sure what this one is. Maybe a brief little tech pause. Can't imagine it's going to be a timeout.
Nah, not this early on.
Timeout after the pistol? Crazy work.
They're that scared. They're quivering in their boots that they needed a timeout. Yeah. Oh, man. But at the same time, you know, it's kind of nice because you get to see a little bit more of the map. Shout out to the observers. I didn't even know about that weird spinning golden hourglass just above mid. That one was a new one to me.
Oh yeah, should be getting into this one in just a moment. Is this cake as well? Is this all cake? I did see one of the comments in the chat. Could be cake. Everything could just be cake. Yeah, exactly. Is it cake?
Even the bullets, even the workout equipment in Moose's room, which is such a crazy flex
setup, by the way. Yeah, insane setup from Moose. Having the PC in the corner is, yeah, that's mad respect.
Yeah. Gotta get those gains before you get those dubs, you know?
Yeah, oh, for sure. Just getting a word in now from producers, but I think, yeah, it's a little tech pause going on between the two teams, just making sure everything is good to go. Get this one out the way early, you know?
And I want to talk about, like, one of the big reasons why a lot of people are casting doubt specifically on Core on this map is that, sure, 1-13 scoreline that we saw them do against EP, but that was literally the very first map that they played, you know, like a long time ago.
Still, oh, could be taking a little bit of damage there. Still though, on the site, happy to stay. Gets one. Spike still gets planted though with Ion. Here now, recall getting away. The defuse is just going to come through, no? Just going to stick this one, no? Yep, sounds good to me. Boost to the rifle, of course, and there is a scope just looking down that choke. There's the defuse. Bit of free money and a kill for Xander.
I mean, you heard the moment that I realized, I'm like, wait, they're gonna stick the spike there? And then you see Ion go through, completely just teleporting away. The complete backline is just opened up. And yeah, there's just Core just moving through, like, all right, if you're gonna give us the space, we'll gladly take it away. And barely drop anything. Only one person going down for Core, so very open and shut case for Core to get that second round. An outlaw in the hands of Kumi. A lot of weapons being bought up here. While SRB, it's going to be just rifles, as to be expected here. And Ion opening it up against Smoke.
Oh, didn't expect that. Oh, Kumi gets away. 1 HP, okay. Oh, well, 5. Surely doesn't give him a shot there. There you go. Nice bit of timing there from Xander. Ends up killing Kumi in the end. They've already lost 2 players with Fly now pushing up through mid. Gets spotted out. Okay, SRB should be in the books.
That really should be. You see them now moving over to that A site, but just doing a good job of playing patiently, honestly. Bit of over-aggression coming through from Core. Try and find that opportunity, find that backstab, but it really just... SRB, their patient attack. Make sure that they're going to be able to find those people, and they will continue to find Note there. Now all up to Moose. Guardian in hand up against 5 rifles. So yeah, Jaws, I think this one is all but over at this point.
Oh yeah, pretty much done. Just dive to the spike maybe. But nice early kills. Curious how Smoke ended up dying there. Ended up getting wallbanged. Didn't quite catch that one. And then Kumi went for like a super aggressive peek with the operator. Not the operator, sorry, the outlaw.
I mean, yeah, you got the lower weaponry. You want to find a moment there to try and surprise your opponents, but hey, maybe I'm reading into this a little bit too much, like most people read into horoscopes, right? But
yeah, go on.
I get the sense that it is Core feeling like they need to make plays happen, which isn't a good read of SRB's play style. And especially given the compositions kind of coming into this one, you know, obviously Moose on that Cypher being the biggest thing that we've been talking about so far, it still feels like a bit of a mismatch and a bit of Core maybe not preparing as much for SRB as we're expecting. Of course, I might still be wrong. It's only been 3 rounds, but those are the vibes I'm getting in the air right now.
Such a Gemini thing to say, bro. I have no idea. I have no idea about horoscopes. Oh, yeah. One, I didn't know. And also, 2, I don't know about horoscopes either. I also don't know that I'm a Leo. There you go. Little mid presence there with the drone. Quickly taken care of. And yeah, again, so kind of to your point there, Core now feeling, okay, maybe we don't need to do something. We can just bide our time a little bit, explore with the drone. Now we take presence in mid as they push both Kumi and Moose up all the way. No trips or anything here, so they might actually be able to catch out Nature. Execute comes in on B. Nature's been caught out, but actually it's Moose that falls flat. They eventually get the trade there, of course, but on the site now is SRB. Satellite in heaven, spots the barrel of one, gets traded quite quickly, though, is SRB take down another. 2v3 and op in hand for Smoke. 2 players now for Core in heaven with a nice little overwatch, but they've got to get down actually onto the site, and there's SRB players waiting for him.
It teleports through. Note just looking for an opportunity. Misses the paranoia, but finds Exa.
It's Exa, and now Ion. He's just waiting around this corner, takes down the op player, and now Note is going to get saturated, and an easy swing kill from Ion will put their second on the board.
Great stuff coming through that time for SRB. The kill that Nature's able to find there is so big. Core hoping to really just establish dominance in all of these different directions, but at the same time, SRB, they've got each other's backs. They're making sure that multiple people are going to be watching things, and then when it comes down to those clutch scenarios, you know for sure Ion is going to be good for it. Coming from the team where everyone was just looking for the 1vx scenarios and somehow winning it out. Great stuff from SRB as Core back down to Sheriffs yet again. They're going to try and make something happen, getting the gamble stack set up onto that A site. Could be Note watching B, having a little bit of support, but at the same time, it really doesn't feel like the Cypher utility is getting as much value as you would want.
Mentioned before, but yeah, maybe a bit of a safer pick in a way. Just not a safer pick, sorry, just a comfort pick. Because there's multiple ways that from SRB to destroy the util, right? You've got the Sova, Tejo. Ion jumping across. There's the cam. Oh, it ends up backing off. Nice cam positioning, though. I like that. Going for a bit more of a defensive one, making sure they can catch people on the cross, and very rarely you like hard swinging that or anything. So pretty nice to get information. But if you look on the other side of the map, SRB making a push in.
Oh boy, could be walking into 3 members. Oh jeez, look at those sight lines. Oh, that's crazy. But the recon drone actually will be huge here to scout this out. Is all right, yeah,
they're like, uh-oh, well, we got to do something. And yeah, that drone basically foiled their plans. And they blasted off like Team Rocket. Oh, Moose lands a nice little tap on the head of Ion, but I mean, it's 2 sheriffs versus 4 rifles. I mean, come on. Oh, 3 rifles and a scope.
Was able to pick up a rifle here. Satellite, though, does still have the Armageddon. You can see that they're setting up just in case they need it.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, all good. 1 tap will do it. Moose has got a gun though, but wants to just get out of there. Yeah, he's gonna save that one. 4 players not dying though for SRB. They only lose Ion. SRB looking good. This has happened a couple of times here with QOR winning these early rounds, and then it kind of snowballing out of control for them. Over the next couple, we'll see how many more SRB can get off the back of this one. Of course, QOR were on a pistol round, so... Or not on a buy, I should say, not a pistol, but you know what I mean. A cheap round.
Yes. And like I want to take a moment to kind of focus on how the Taeho salvos are really going to be good, especially with how QOR set up their defense. Because the biggest thing, even after all of the nerfs on Taeho, is that you can use those salvos to clear corners or clear expected positions that you expect your enemy to be in. And once again, one of the reasons why they had to nerf Taeho so much was because the fact that it was like on cooldown was kind of nuts, of course, but it's so effective at relocating members into awkward positions. And well, we're seeing Taeho get maximum value in the hands of Satellite right now. Honestly, just finding a lot of frags, but the salvos have been doing a really good job at clearing a lot of those sticky corners that QOR might be hanging out in.
Way quicker this time around, using that wall first. It's going to be a dart that's going to not even reveal anybody from SRB. I think got instantly destroyed. And there comes the ult for Moose. Okay, now they know exactly where they are, all in A main right now. There's a lot of util being thrown in already, so they can't exactly tap the spike, not at least right now. There comes the Armageddon. A flash in hand. So again, waylaying this spike. I mean, good luck tapping this one. They're still going to get through the Astrosuck.
Oh boy.
There's one. Smoke gets a headshot onto Nature. Nice swing from Kumi though. It's aggressively pushing out. SaD gets one, but it's shut down instantly. What a push from Kumi. There's a round for QOR.
Jeez. It's just like all the stars aligned to allow Kumi to fly through, and they're completely unscathed. Like, you see, so many players were reloading on SRB. The Armageddon gets utilized as well, and sure, it goes I think to like out from the inside of A all the way to the outside. I think I would have done it the other way to try and funnel players into you, but what that actually does is, like, you can tell all the spam coming through the smoke. It forced people to have to reload because they're running out of bullets, and that's when Kumi can walk in there and strike. And as soon as that door's kicked open, well, all the members of QOR flood through. So an excellent stabilization to get us to 3-3.
All buys lonesome right now with smoke. Doesn't end up getting revealed, but the drone is going to spot him, doesn't he? Oh, actually didn't even hit the drone. Convergent path dodged by smoke into the site. Are SRB already?
And now Ion still playing so far forwards. I want to keep your eyes though on Satellite, who is really far back, just making sure no one goes through on middle. And oh, actually using the Viper's Pit as well, so Smoke gonna respond with the Dimensional Drift.
They've gathered some information, hoping to get some spam kills, but everybody can kind of chill in this choke point. Exit is not really any danger right now. Spotting the barrel through the noxious gas though, as Smoke and Kumi ends up coming up with kills. Viper's Pit disseminates, and well, they've got 3 players on the spike. They're trying to go for the defuse, but they don't even manage to get half. They need to be able to tap once again and actually go for a full stick now, but the spike carrier, or the spike diffuser is killed by that dart. And that will be that. Nature with some heroics, managing to secure the round for SRB.
Satellite and Smoke almost meeting there, aware of where each other are. Smoke wins that duel. Smoke with 4 kills in the midst of that round. And once again, I have to highlight, I really feel like Nature, he's just like, listen, I'm dead. I'm just going to make sure that my team wins this round. We saw it earlier with the Nightfall getting utilized, but this time around just kind of tosses out the shock dart, and it's just like, I'm gonna die, that's fine, as long as this finds value to allow the stall to happen, to let Satellite get set up. Satellite just a little bit too slow in the turnaround that time around, really had to step it up, and thanks to that shock bolt, it becomes a winnable scenario to make sure that SRB take it, but that was still a nail biter coming in from both these teams.
They're going really fast again. Ion onto the site, unable to recall, but good coordination. A nice little crossfire takes down the way. Like, oh, Exa! Uh-oh. Oh,
whoopsies.
A little bit of a mistake, but Nature, he made up for it, kind of. Ends up getting Kumi and a second. 2 kills for the Sova. Flyer in heaven. Xander and Satellite off site and not a spike in their hands, unfortunately, as QOR, they're going for an aggressive swing on this, and Satellite was waiting for them. Now Flyer in a 1v2 sitting on top of the spike.
Oh, wow.
Oh, gets stunned too.
Deploying the enemy map.
Such good
Oh,
understanding
spots
coming through
too.
from Satellite.
Shock dart.
And he's still in an awkward spot. Smoke does end up getting popped down. Flyer just trying to span through it. Spike taken. Spots the Teho. Unfortunately, he doesn't land a single bullet. And now, well, Xander Satellite are
30
booking it
seconds
to
left.
A. Oh, Flyer thinks it's a fake. Unfortunately, it's not.
I was going to say, like, SRB as well, one of those teams that likes to run that fake, and given the timeline, I think at this point, Flyer has an inkling what's going to be going on, but yeah, Spike going to go down here. This one is going to be tough. At least the Recon Bolt is available. Maybe, oh, you can see him.
Yeah,
just like,
you can see
oh,
it. Just,
man.
Oh, I didn't call that right.
So we'll try and make this one happen. Look at the positioning, though, from these two players. Satellite already getting aggressive, but
It's got util.
gives up the one.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, still manages to get it, though. Only loses, what, 35 HP there.
Revealing area.
That dart is going to basically give away the position. Oh, no, it's not. Ends up hitting it with the bounce. I thought he might just try and hit it on the window frame. Xander can just hear Flyer just jumping around, bee-hopping like his Mario. And there you go. The easy kill.
Oh, good like push and pull coming from those last two members on Shopify Rebellion. Xander obviously on the Astra just really has to stay alive. And on the flip side of that, Satellite has been kind of fragging out here. Excuse me. And so let's just send Satellite in, see if anything works. All the util is already expended. A little bit of a misplay getting caught on camera there, but just good awareness at the very end. And like you said, I mean, making up for the mistake that kind of happened at the start of that round there. Nature able to find a couple of kills, even at the playing field just a little bit. Although I'm sure Exa would have loved to play the game.
I'm sure Kumi would like to play the game as well. Reset the round, please. Two players pushing up. SRB. This has happened before, though, on the previous map, right, where QOR like to push these extremities a little bit early, and SRB just hanging back, playing slow. They're going to do it again. They're going to two-face this. Okay, no, at least gets us one, and a second two. Heaven Peak. SRB have lost two players, and Smoke spotted out, yeah. We know you're trying to take every single inch of this map, but we're going to make our way towards Heaven instead. They're going to hear that door being broken and Moose on a perfect angle to stop this push from happening. Exa, though, with a nice little swing, ends up taking down the Cypher. Smoke on an angle. The timing was good for him. Exa, the still kills Smoke, meaning the site is completely empty. A 2-on-2 with now Exa pushing that back site. They're not playing together here, unlike QOR players who are going towards Heaven, but this could be a perfect timing for Exa to spring a trap.
This is good as well. They are so unaware of where X's position could be. And yeah, Salvo's still available.
They got half. Flyer dies, though. Oh, no, they got so much util. Yeah, and the spam and the smoke as well. SRB up to 6.
Usually I'm not a fan of them splitting up, but SRB, it's just been going so good for them every single time that
And
they
you got
do
to find
that.
something as well, right? You got to find something. You got to find a kill onto the Teho or somebody to stop those salvos and mollies, snake bites, whatever, like landing on that spike on the post plant.
Yeah, and you can see it on the players right now. They're really starting to heat up here. And this is another thing of this composition. Like, you look at SRB's side, they have so much stall utility. They really just need to get that spike down. And Ion starts it out. Flya, see you in the next round. So fast, and already a clean headshot on this pistol buy for QOR. Note the only person coming in with a bulldog, but I don't know. That's this is still really not looking good for QOR.
I know they like to push super early, and even Xander was playing all the way back in that B area and in Nest. Oh, they see the gun being thrown. I know someone's there at the very least. Good shot onto Ion. Smoke's been spotted out by the drone. Backs all the way up. ends up coming back in. Of course, they still have presence in the slight smoke over the top, but Exa peeking around that wall ends up picking up one. Smoke goes down. Note now in a good spot, but SRB just lying in wait. Note with the hero gun there, didn't manage to find all of anything.
That's so funny, man. Like, oh, how'd you realize they're coming around the corner? Well, I saw a sniper rifle fly.
Man. Sheriffs are hitting. Good HP for Nature too, but they're off. I mean, they're off site, man. They got Astra. They got well, unfortunately, Nature has got the recon bolt. Hasn't got any shock darts, but doesn't matter. Everybody's been revealed by that, so yeah, good luck. Good luck. Have fun. Yeah. There's Kumi with 2. But unfortunately, the round's going to go SRB's way. At least unfortunate for Core. SRB pretty happy with themselves. 7-3 in the half. Still got Astral, and they still got a whole lot of money left in their bank. Their econ is looking good.
That's also funny to me, but yeah, I mean, once again, the big thing. Oh, wow. Didn't expect that angle on that kill, I'm going to be honest with you. But the whole thing, once again, the zeitgeist or the whole core plan of SRB's build-up is really just to play this post-plant. It's get in there, get the spike down, and then you can play post-plant positioning. Something that, you know, Effie's is bringing that experience from the Shopify Rebellion Gold team. It's so classic of them to just get the spike down and then play that spam utility, and we're seeing more of it come to fruition here.
Push heavy again. Saturate's going to help with the kill on Takumi. Oh, Ion! Picked out of the sky by Flyer. He's going to kind of run through this one. Actually decide against it maybe, as B is completely open apart from that trip at Xander's feet. Going to spot it. See it. Jump straight over. Oh, well. Unlucky. Well, gave up the goose there, Xander. It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing here for Core is that actually SRB used that Cosmic Divide. At the same time, they must be so aware where this player is. Nope, actually spots out Xander.
Big Cam still in that same spot as well. AO hanging around in Nest. Oh, Paranoia is really good, but no follow-up, unfortunately, by Moose.
Last player standing.
No gets taken down in his own smoke. Almost too obvious there, but now it's Moose versus
Camera taken out.
3 players. Camera down as well. No swans on site at the bare minimum. An impossible round now. Yep, Spesi's Exa is just creeping around that backside. That's another one for SRB. Marks, this is slowly just falling through Core's hands. And we're going into the last round and a half at 8-3. Core, they need to find something because this aggressive early push out from their chokes is just not working out.
No, it really isn't. And every single round, like you can see, once again, the only person who doesn't have stall utility really is Ion. And Ion's been doing a good job at kind of busting the door open, right? Like finding those advanced positions, knows exactly where to look when entering in onto the site. Sure, that last round, it was just kind of like walking in on the right site to be able to guarantee that spike plant. But generally speaking, SRB have been doing an excellent job at finding them. Convergent paths now online.
I'm gonna go straight in as Ion takes down Moose. Okay, all that side to util now put in the bin. SRB have already made their way onto the site and standing tall. They've still got the pit to use. They've still got the Armageddon. I mean, there are 2 good ults still with this pit, to be honest with you, but it's only Flyer and Smoke left to actually follow up on this one. Oh, there's the Hunter's Fury. Oh, and he gets the tag. Gets the second one too. Nature ends up going down. A perfect combination of ults there from Smoke and Flyer. Still, though, the spike in a decent spot for SRB to actually retake it, and the pit is still active. Oh no. Oh no! No, SaD got out of it again! 2 shock darts! Bro's on 5 HP and they couldn't get him! Oh, Exa is just hiding in the smoke with the shorty. Going from bad to worse. Core's half. It's just not looking pretty. Oh, hello! And there you go. SRB with 9 rounds to 3 as they switch sides. This is a match point as well here. 1 more and they lock themselves in a grand finals here for stage 1.
Kumi really trying to make that one work. Obviously, a classic combination of ultimates, but the only one you really needed to kind of fish out was going to be Exa. And unfortunately, somehow in the midst of all of that, Xander stays alive. once again, sometimes it's just fated in the stars that Xander was going to survive there. 2 shock bolts, none of them landing, despite the fact that that is exactly where Xander was. And to top it all off, Satellite had an Armageddon just in case things got too dicey. So SRB, a dominant attacking half. But now that we've swapped over, let's see how this one goes. We know that Moose tends to be a little bit more of that lurker player, and so that additional space could go huge. Ion, though, gets spotted out.
Nice dodge from Smoke. Oh, can't dodge those bullets, though. Straight down the window, go 2 players, and Exa, 2v1. Nice triple kill. My word. There's something to be said about the morale just being completely shot from Core here. I mean, we spoke about how they lost to what, Sleepers in an abysmal abyss.
Yes.
And it's not quite as abysmal, but they're on 3 rounds. They won the pistol on the first half. They've lost this one. Exa lands a 2v1 and then finishes it up with a 4K. Morale right now is surely through the floor. And questions land, like also timeouts are going to come into play at some point. Core need to find their footing here because this game is running away from them. This series is running away from them. Oh, in this game. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it honestly, this is slipping away from them. And Core have had such a long streak of wins leading up into this point. And once again, the only series that they've ever dropped in Challengers so far has been against Sleeper, in that time where they got the 1-13.
Oh, Satellite setting up. I mean, Marks. Oh, I'm scratching my head. I'm scratching my little head, wondering how Core can come back in. Obviously, it's not full buy, of course, but still, SRB taking this round, the 11-3. They got some guns. Like, they're full vibing right now. Good shot from Moose at the very end. Takes another one with him, but still.
I don't know the right word to describe how SRB are doing this besides the word like professionalism, right? Like you see when they've yielded some of that space, we've got a lot of scout utility thanks to that double initiator combo, in addition to Ion to be able to like fly in and scout things out himself. But a lot of it is just like, hey, let's just make sure that we know exactly what we're going into before we go into it, whether or not it's a recon drone, whether or not it's the owl drone that fly in. They're doing a really good job at getting that information to make sure that Core don't find any of those upper hands against them and force that positioning back so that it works out into the Tahoe utility. Everything feels so well planned out by them, while Core were really just sticking to hoping to be able to win those fights based off of the little pieces of synergy that they built up over time. And we know that these guys can frag, but going up against this utility, combination masterclass we're seeing from SRB, it's so hard.
Right, Kumi's in. Kumi's got a kill. Shut down though. Noted. Oh my word. Note ends up picking up Xander. Spike goes down. 11-3 here as Smoke has found a nice little flank angle. All right, we're back. Thrifties are back. Nice flash. All right, well, 4-on-2. X is still with the gun, same with Ion. There's going to be a judge though, but they know exactly where they are now. And luckily, Moose and Notes have been able to pick up a gun each. Ion's got the judge. Yeah, there's just no way.
Oh yeah, great job here from Core this time around. As I was wildly swinging my fist into the air, explaining how SRB are just dominant, we see Core snatch around back at them, and I think it just came down to working the map and working the map space and denial of information. Whereas every single time we see them go for more of those dry hits, it's a little bit more questionable. But when we see them, take these opportunities, Smoke doing a great job at navigating back around and playing so tricky with some of those positions, especially with the fact that Note's able to zip around himself. There's a lot more room for Core members to find these tricky positions that can really catch the backs of Shopify Rebellion Black. Take advantage of the fact that they feel so, confident in their play that they're going to be able to win. It will eventually expose gaps. SRB though, this is still very much their map, and it is going to take a lot of effort for Core to come back into this one if they want to force out that map 3.
Some of the like a Bucky Stinger, little sheriff action for SRB. Core now with the rifles, probably hanging themselves here, at least picking up that thrifty round. A bit of momentum back in their favor as well, like morale boosted ever so slightly.
Gonna take every single little piece that you can. I do feel like a lot of the members of Core are struggling to find what they want to do on this map. But still, there is the opportunity really to start to turn this one around and feel a little bit more comfortable once you start to get the read on what SRB are doing.
There's a Dutch try and reveal. Saw Kumi's ponytail there for like half a frame. Good kill on to Xander. Spike's going to go down. Here comes the rotation for SRB. Still one player though, kind of inserted, however, at Teho. But Moose ends up falling over. I think that gun went off the map as well, so I'm not sure. Can Ion actually pick that up? I don't think they can. Look at exit kills now, I imagine.
Yeah, exactly. It's just going to be exit kills. Satellite's in a pretty good position here to punish, especially if that first shot goes wide, which it does. So it's going to be just SRB, you know, playing a little bit more cautiously, and Ion as well holding the Bucky, potentially waiting for someone to pop through here, but it really is just going to be let's go next round and see how we can do once we've actually got rifles, because the core flood-in just was a little bit too strong for SRB to really deal with that time around.
All right, this is how the comeback starts with Core on 5. Couple of rounds back to back after SRB won the first and second, but it's going to be a whole host of rifles now for SRB, as well as that op for Ion as well. So what we saw in the previous map, I mean, you're looking at an insane amount of early opening kills with the op.
Keep up.
We'll see if Ion can kind of repeat that.
I mean, Ion's going to be good for it, but the aggressive playstyle might be a little bit more challenging, especially with that operator. We see Exa actually pop the Viper Spit, and Exa's been having a great game this time around. Was a little bit quiet on split, but is definitely made up for it here. I think leading the kill feed actually for SRB and the entire lobby. Ion gets smoked out, but still has an inkling. This is where they're going.
There's 3 players in mid right now for Core. Teho drone being used to try and clear B main. I think Nature just heard something. Yeah, I just saw him in their little cam there, just yelling something at his team. Now Ion is going to get spotted out. Dimensional drift up to heaven. It's going to stop Fly from moving in. Now those Teho. However, straight onto from the high ground, Xander ends up killing Smoke. Smoke couldn't get the double shot. He shot off and actually get the kill onto the Astra. So Xander's going to be able to stand tall. Up into the high ground. That's a triple kill for the Astra as he jumps back down. Not quite the 4th, but I mean, 3 kills. You're happy with that. 11 HP for Notes. Moose, last one alive. Headshot by Ion. Is SRB on the map and match point.
Oh, you hate to see that one happen. The dimensional drift was perfect in my opinion coming from Smoke, especially with the shorty in hand. Should have been able to seal the nail on the coffin, sorry, on Xander. And yet still Xander not only shuts down Kumi, but also able to find Smoke in the midst of all of that. And so many resources then have to be invested to try to make that one happen. Well, the rest of SRB just have to find their ones. And the map goes in their, or sorry, the round goes in their favor. Xander now has this Cosmic Divide online. Let's see how this one goes. Shopify Rebellion Black ready to get their ticket here to finals in stage 1.
They've got 2 ults. They've got the Hunter's Fury. Oh dear, they're just ripping that straight away, trying to clear that backside. No team kills this time around, but Xander kills Kumi already. There's going to be a little tag there onto the Teho, but now the swing onto the Heaven player. They do result in a kill. However, Nature is going to replace Satellite in Heaven and secure 1. Moose at least gets the trade. There is the drone from Nature. It's going to reveal a little bit of information. In fact, 3 players now trying to look towards ropes. A little reveal onto Flyer as that cam does get destroyed. Now giving them a little bit more information, the information they needed to secure those kills. Ion in a 1v3. Still with the op, full HP, full armor. But what more can he really do? Looks like a quick back off here. They know the position that they are in. One more round will give them that spot in the grand finals. So they don't want to give anything over too drastic. They don't want to make anything too crazy here.
And a bit of a change of pace coming through from QOR this time, right? Like the complete just rush through, try and find your timings. It worked out perfectly. And even though Ion's going to try and hold on to this rifle, like look at how forwards he is. He wants to find those exits, wants to find somebody looking the wrong way to make sure that the economy is punished even more for QOR. But QOR have zero room for error. So they got to play this one smart, carry all their rifles over into this next round. Okay, Shopify Rebellion Black, 6 chances to close this one out before QOR force that OT. Potential of bind just on the horizons. And yeah, SRB, they're going to be taking a timeout now. We've seen how effective they've been on this last map. Let's see what Effie's got cooked up this time.
I'm kind of shocked QOR hasn't called a timeout sooner as well. They still got 2 left in the bank, so first timeout of this map. I'm surprised it's taken this long, to be honest, but I mean that's going to be good for QOR in the longer term, right? Not really the short term at this point. They're playing it. They're going to have to play it round by round, but at least if they feel like something is wrong at some point, even if they win a round, they can kind of call a timeout. But it's a bit of an odd spot for them to be in. But like you mentioned, I mean, it worked wonders this time out for Shopify Rebellion Black last map. And it feels like it's going to be the same situation this time around.
But at the same time, I still feel like you can't count QOR out. I mean,
for sure.
You know, we're seeing them adapt. We're seeing them change stuff up. I do think that unfortunately it's a little bit too far gone at this point, and so it makes it a lot more difficult to try and play flawlessly because they're changing things up. They're trying to adapt based on how Shopify Rebellion Black have been setting themselves up, and it's been working out. Fortunately, though, they slip up one time and the series is over. So let's see. Satellite 1 away from the Armageddon as well, but it is very SRB to not try and push for those orbs. Just play as patient as ever. Satellite's been shooting like no tomorrow, and so you expect that. Once again, this is Satellite going to be able to find one and maybe get that Armageddon online. If not, you're playing for the next.
Exa is the drone, is going to be playing in a forward position with this rifle. Not sure if he was actually seen there as the clone gets sent through. Clone's going to get revealed. That is an aggressive swing by Exa. Moose quickly shuts it down as they move on to the site. QOR with the gun advantage. Still Ion with the ARP. I mean, there's 2 pistols they're going to, you know, kind of like fake, like, hey, yeah, we're definitely going this way, guys, after Moose rips the neural theft. But actually, it's going to be mid. Wow, Moose gets his head ripped clean off his shoulders by that bandit. Oh. Go on, Xander. I mean, you got to do it. Look, psychological game is going to be a big one, especially it being 12-6.
And they actually give Satellite the rifle here to try and punish this one.
No, he doesn't need a rifle. Just needs a bandit. Another rifle for me, thank you very much. Absurd stuff. Surely Flyer picks this kill up. Surely Xander doesn't get another one. He gets another one! A third! Okay, Kumi kills him at the end. Ion saves the op again. But Xander kills 3, 2 with a bandit, and then 1 with a rifle at the very end. Insult to injury, salt in the wound. Plenty more sayings you can say and throw in there, but...
It's kind of crazy that Xander did that, but once again, all of the win conditions, I think this is really the round that Effie's was planning for, right? Because you've got the Armageddon online for Satellite, you've got the Cosmic Divide for Xander, 2 very impactful ultimates when you want to play that retake. You can essentially force your opponents away and force your opponents to either charge at you and funnel into small areas, walking through an entire wall. And so there is a lot here for Shopify Rebellion to potentially close this out. If QOR can take this round, then this is going to be how they slowly start to pull up, especially if they can fish those ultimates out of the SRB pockets.
Op perched up in A right now. They're probably not going to play as aggressive off of that drone sound as before. Oh, there's a lot of people in that smoke right now as Kumi, first one to go down. Armageddon's going to split the team up as Exa from the sky ends up getting taken down by Moose though. Looked like a clean triple kill there, but a double will have to suffice. Satellite now kills off Smoke and Flyer and Moose now in a 2v3. Big banner. Well, they just all fall down like dominoes. That is going to be the map and the round. That is Shopify Rebellion Black securing their spot in the grand finals.
Shopify Rebellion Black. We talked about this times out. We talked about the impact that FaZe has when it comes to some of these rounds. And we knew coming into this, based on what was kind of going on here, this should have been an easy round for Shopify, given the ultimates that they had stacked up. It was always just a patient pause. And that's not to take away from QOR, because QOR was looking pretty darn good. They were really starting to heat up and analyze and counter what Shopify Rebellion Black were bringing to the table. But I think just across the board, all the cards were stacked against them in this map specifically. The fact that SRB walked away with split, once again, I cannot understate how much that basically set up the rest of the series to fall apart. QOR, their Abyss is looking better, but it still has a little bit of work, especially not really feeling like they did their full homework to try and counter some of what SRB were bringing to the playing field. At least QOR aren't out of it yet, and they will have to face the winners, SaD, to potentially get their spot back for the grand finals in a couple of days.
Yeah, that's the important thing. They still got another chance. Go back to the drawing board with Abyss. They lost their map pick in Split, and we know, and we said, oh, you know, there's not a ton of tape on QOR on Abyss, but the map that they did play, it didn't look pretty at all, and it just kind of continued there. So maybe that is going to be their kryptonite moving forward, but still another chance. Lower finals position for them. Grand finals placement, though, for Shopify Rebellion Black. They've locked themselves in there after just running through that upper bracket. We're going to jump to a quick break, though, and we'll be right back with the desk.
Don't see the mess you made. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't see the mess you made. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
in some trouble. Gold Stunna is just snary. Is able to get you two, and Reds can use that to good effect. You also have a little bit.
But they're still getting pulled through with something but 3 players surviving.
And Bonnie again just keep getting the site. A row. What for Vic?
Out and grab one on the way down. Giza's got a tool, a whole lot of resources. Comes in.
Derek, bullet hose at a main. The truck badge to step. Stunna good for at least. Oh, it's
Oh, wow, and this is such a having 3 players left alive, but we still don't have time with a lot of firepower.
Heading into the second map of the series, QOR were down, going to an abyss that we've only gotten to see from them once before in the past. New ideas don't quite pan out, and that is where the upper bracket run ends for QOR, as it's going to be SRB to close out the map 13-6 and move on into the grand finals. I mean, Ash, we had a couple of questions with the compositions, the fact that we just didn't see this map, and maybe it was a bit better than the last time we saw them, but in the end, SRB are going to remain flawless here.
Yeah, they had such a good attacking half, like to kick things off in this map of Abyss. I think for the side of QOR, we did have questions about how this composition was going to look. What are they going to be able to do with that Cypher? And then also the map control that we expect Smoke and Kumi to be going for on the other side of things. And we did see a lot of these like splits where on defense, Moose was playing that anchor and you had the rest of QOR kind of fighting for the rest of the map. But overall, you also have to consider just how much raw utility is on the side of Shopify Rebellion when it comes down to what's available in that composition. We didn't even have time to talk about it, Roy, during that agent select. Like, you have four agents that have insane post-plant comps, knowing that like the defensive side hold is going to be tough on the side of QOR as well. Everything was going right for Shopify.
Yeah, I felt like Shopify Rebellion's pace was so good on the attack side. Like they were anticipating that QOR was going to be disruptive and not really play sites, because I mean, you look at the Astra, you look at the Sova, you look at the Tejo, you look at the Viper, like the sheer volume of utility you have on executes is so overwhelming, and you kind of have to fight. You kind of have to fight into the attackers, right? And it felt like SRB was just totally fine, just waiting it out, being patient, holding for the pushes. And then if it didn't come, or if it didn't come successfully, then they would just group up and just overwhelm sites. And I honestly just felt like QOR didn't really have a real concrete solution to that problem. And then, yeah, the first half pretty much sealed the deal. And then we go into the other half, losing, you know, just things not going well for you, losing the second pistol as well. I mean, it's just doom.
Yeah, at least this was within an upper finals to where QOR aren't going to be out of the competition, just a little bit more of a difficult run ahead. But yeah, I mean, I think it was just a little bit of tough. Like when we look at their auto bans going into a map pick and bans, we look at the fact that they were forced into the Abyss. It is a little bit of a tough one, right? So I definitely think the QOR and what we've gotten to see from them throughout this split, Roy, has been really, really promising. Maybe just a couple things to work out before their lower finals match tomorrow.
Honestly, I think the Veto, the overlap of maps is actually such a good point by you, W. Yeah, I just feel like the Veto in hindsight, honestly, when you kind of review it, it kind of just feels extremely SRB sided in terms of the maps that they play and in terms of the maps that QOR doesn't play. And it kind of felt like there was going to be at least one of the first 2 maps that QOR was going to be weak on just by raw data and raw stats alone. So and you kind of pair that with the 13-7 first bloods, you pair that with the overwhelming amount of utility, you pair that with just how good SRBs looked throughout the entire split on this map. It also just feels like SRB's growth is continuing to shine. Like they've looked good on some of the maps. This was one of those maps, but now they're starting to look good on other maps as well. And that time factor is starting to be an extremely good buff for them. And honestly, it's kind of deserved. Congratulations, a good turn of the ship throughout the season, and kind of the form from the beginning to the form that we see from SRB now is so different. And it feels like everybody's kind of, you know, the identities are starting to mesh, the pacing, the kind of the ideology of how the team functions is starting to mesh, and SRB is looking like a real threat.
And then when you layer on top of that the fact that on Abyss, Xander's going 25-11, you got Exa at 21-12. Like, what are you really gonna do about that? There's just so many layers to it, and when you're having pop-off performances from these supportive players off the back of, you know, Ion looking to make that space, a lot of those holds that Roy was talking about as well, expecting QOR to go for some of that aggression, and the way that Shopify were looking to fight back, their read was just, I think, better when it came down to how Abyss was being handled, and it was a very clean series for Shopify Rebellion Black to clap back here against QOR.
And we got to kind of see the young gun in action, Exa, as well. Like he's been a little bit quiet in terms of the split, in terms of his performance. He hasn't been playing bad by any means, but it feels like in this series specifically, we're kind of starting to see him shine, and it feels like he's finding his footing on this team. And maybe it's been a bit of an adjustment period coming from a completely different pace of regions and kind of just, you know, a small adjustment period. But I feel like Exa's performance and his impact on this team is starting to really shine, and he's really coming into form. And I'm excited for the future. I'm excited to see how he's going to look moving forward with this team.
I mean, so much of the conversation with the Shopify Rebellion Black roster has been that this was a roster built to win. They just needed that little bit of a time together on that individual level. And with that time, they are now one match away from winning the entire Stage 1 playoffs, which is very exciting for them. And for a little bit more insight into the team, the journey, everything else, we have Exa here to talk a little bit more. First off, I have to say big congratulations on the win. You're now in the grand finals of the Stage 1 playoffs. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling good. Finally, I did something in like in 5 months, and I'm ready to win the grand finals.
I mean, give yourself a little bit more credit than finally, but I do want to talk about your impact in the most recent series and this adjustment period that Roy, our analyst, was talking about, because we do get to see that moving into this different environment with this different team. Like, how has that journey been for yourself?
Oh, I think it's not like a big difference, but it's definitely like, you know, it's a different environment. So I'm trying my best to adjust into it.
I mean, talk to me a little bit about this team and then your adjustment into what we get to see in the series today, because you put up a really, really impressive series and kind of just stamped out any opportunity of QOR to have a fighting chance, especially in the second map.
Wait, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, I want to know then, like, how then, because you talked about maybe not too much of an adjustment, but you said, like, the first time you've done something in a little bit. So then where is, like, you got pop-off today. Like, where's that coming from? You feeling good now? Like, what's the extra pop-off?
I realized I wasn't playing that much of a great player, so I had to, like, you know, show up and, like, play with more confidence, I guess.
I mean, I'm all here for confident Eska, because we have seen what you've done in the past. Now, with that confidence and an SRB in this grand finals, I want to know how you're feeling confidence-wise, especially with the best of 5 ahead of you. And if you're looking forward to maybe going up against QOR again, or SaD Esports, who are going to be facing off tomorrow, if you have an opponent you would like to go up against.
I guess SaD Esports, because we never played each other at all in the split. So I'm down to play someone like different.
I mean, you'll definitely have an opportunity to scope out the competition tomorrow, and you get a very well-deserved day off. Congratulations on this win, and best of luck going on into the finals.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back over to the desk for us, where both my analysts are just raring to speak. Like, they have so much to say. Okay, Ash, what's going on?
Nah, I'll give Roy the mic. I was trolling him a little bit there. I know he's got a lot to say. Come on, step up.
All right.
He's being humble, okay? Listen, he won't say it confidently. I'll say it for him, okay? We're speaking to the #1 VCL Korean stat player in the controller role. This kid is so cracked. And I feel like it just sometimes it takes a little time to get into the rhythm of things and to get on the right page and to get on, you know, adjust to a different style and a different tempo and the variance in skill levels, right? Like it's these things take time. I think he should give himself grace. He's a very great player. I'm excited to see his growth. I'm excited to see him compete. I'm excited to see where the skill ceiling is for this player, because I definitely don't think we've seen how good this player can be, and the potential is there. So he needs oh, come on, man. Be confident.
I'm nervous in the interview because I'm like, I'm talking to greatness here. Like, I've been seeing his past games. Like, oh my God. He's like, I haven't done anything in 5 months.
Yeah.
Are we watching? I don't know. I mean, our humble king over here has a chance to show up once again, taking a look at the playoff bracket. His humbleness and this showing from SRB is enough to put them into the grand finals here. Only 3 teams remain. Who is going to meet them, though? That is going to be the real question. QOR and SaD, 2 teams that have had immense growth, Ash, throughout Stage 1, throughout the playoffs, and a rematch. That's a best of 5, too. Like, I cannot wait to see how this shakes up.
Dude, tomorrow is going to be really intense. I'm looking forward to seeing how that map pick ban is going to end up like panning out here as well. Like, you're talking about this rematch that we're expecting. It hasn't been long since they last faced off against each other in that upper bracket semifinal, right? It was the 2-0 here for QOR. But again, for QOR, right now, throughout the playoffs, they haven't suffered any of these losses. They only lost once also during that Swiss stage. And with how dominant I feel like the performance was from Shopify Rebellion Black today, I'm curious to see what the turnaround is going to be like tomorrow.
Yeah, I do want to remind us that the last time these two teams faced, it was so close and it could have gone in any direction. And I feel like in a best of 5, this is going to be such a fun series to watch. I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top, whether it's going to be QOR or SaD going to the grand finals. It's going to be a fun day of VALORANT tomorrow. I'm excited.
Only 2 days left here in stage 1, a lower finals, and then the grand finals to see if it's going to be SRB or the winner of QOR and SaD to be taking down the entire thing. The entire season comes down to this, and it's going to be awesome. I cannot wait. That is it for us today, but make sure to be coming back tomorrow and the next day for our best of 5 matches. You're not going to want to miss it. Thank you all so much for tuning in today, though, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Their buy isn't exactly great. We get to see German come in with just a Bucky in hand, playing very far forwards. But yet again, Sleepers going in on this B site.
Yeah, Joe, we're trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. Fall for Pain. It's all falling apart. Come on, Duck, show us what you got. Looking for the ace here. There it is. Pain with the ace.
Wow. That's given the fact we saw 3 duelists on the previous composition. So Sleeper's still going to be running through with firepower. But SaD get the first strike.
And they are